Chapter 601 Warthog Bladder Modified. Sincerely thank the Silver Leader. Very loud voice. The host of the Stilt Fire Barrel game just rang again, which made the noise on the court come to an abrupt end. Everyone wanted to know what happened. Next, we will see a glorious duel. The initiator of the duel is the duel master from the Southwest Valley of England, Godric Gryffindor. The challenger is Alan Friedrich Harris from the Upper Rhine Valley. Each of them with inflatable warthog bladders are similar to the popular bollard play rules in East Frank. But whoever pierces the warthog bladder of the opponent's waist with the handle of the flying broom first is the winner of this glorious duel. It is prohibited during the duel use the magic wand, otherwise it will be directly regarded as abstention. Now, the two warriors, prepare to take off. With the order of the host, the two quickly took off together, and then tacitly crossed the direction of the other and turned away from each other. Then, after the host fired a firework with his wand as a start signal, the red-haired wizard directly controlled the broom and rushed towards Alan. He put in a duel, like a majestic lion, and Alan did not give in. Meaning, he controlled the broom to let himself and Gryffindor tentatively entangle each other in the air, in order to judge the strength of the other. The eyes under the Gryffindor peaked hat were full of fighting intentions. After seeing Ravenclaw's movements before the game began, he understood what Ravenclaw wanted to tell him. Although he was very disappointed, he was in this duel he decided to take it more seriously, not because of jealousy, nor entirely because of anger and disappointment, but because as a duel master, he cannot lose the glory and courage of the duel. He will never admit defeat even the result will not change. He also wants to prove in front of Ravenclaw that he is stronger than the boy with light blonde hair in front of him. And Alan is not used to such a backward flying broom. This is after all the first time he used a product that has fallen behind his usual model for a full 1,000 years. She did not use a cushion spell on his broom, which is the same as the face of mixed race. Voldemort's situation is different. And this duel is due to Ravenclaw. Although she is not Luna now, Alan does not want to destroy the sacredness of this glorious duel. However, Alan also had to admit that the opponent was a tough opponent. Gryffindor was strong and aggressive, using muscle strength to forcefully use some techniques to launch a fierce attack on Alan. And Gryffindor is obviously very skilled at this kind of duel. His attack seems to come from all directions. During the attack, he does not forget to protect it, so that Alan will not pierce his warthog bladder. But, as in his time the best-looking player in the world, Alan's systematically trained flight skills and a lot of flying experience have made him sure that he is ahead of the other in this regard. Sorry, Royna, I didn't expect Godric to ask me to have a bladder for a duel with Alan. Helga Hufflepuff, who had heard the news, sat next to Ravenclaw, apologizing. Then he looked at the sky with a worried face. This lion has really launched a duel with so many boys younger than him. I hope they don't have any accidents. Godric won't win. Ravenclaw dug a spoonful of yogurt pudding brought to her by Hufflepuff and sighed with satisfaction. She thought Alan used a cushion spell. He was fooled by you again? Helga asked in surprise. But Ravenclaw obviously didn't mean to discuss it again. The two people in the sky quickly entangled and chased around the stadium in the high altitude. The trajectory of the two people flying across each other formed a spiral arc. However, from the trajectory of the whole flight, because of their speed, they are really fast. There was a mess. In the seemingly frantic attack, both of them did not lose their rules. During the process of charging each other, Alan estimated that Gryffindor probably also took the attribute potion, plus he was an adult and a young man. The self does not have an advantage in strength. The two struggled, and once they approached, they punched each other with fists. Despite his lack of experience in this duel, Alan has his own set of deeper flying skills, and he has doubled his flexibility in flying, constantly taking advantage of his own flying skills several times from Gryffindor. Go around quickly behind Gryffindor and then catch up from behind to avoid the opponent's fist and attack the warthog bladder. But Gryffindor is brave and forced to use his body to open Alan to avoid the bladder. Thorn. When Alan was knocked away again, he drew a semicircle in the air to try to change his strategy, but Gryffindor rushed towards him and flew forward with Alan head to head. Boy, don't think about pulling away again. Gryffindor rushed past, but Alan dexterously stopped the broom with a tail flick, changed direction, and then found Gryffindor thrown away in a hurry. Xia also imitated his movements, but it made his teeth grin and took a breath, glanced at the broomstick under his hips and frowned, then flew at Alan again. Gryffindor flew to Alan's front and shouted, "Fight me, boy." He likes to attack head-on, using his physical strength to slam his fist while slamming. Then come. Alan controlled the broom to flexibly avoid the range of his fist attack, and while Gryffindor stood up again, his arm drilled like a snake under Gryffindor's arm and was hit with a punch. After Gryffindor's body, Gryffindor and his broom were blown violently, hit the burning wooden barrels in the sky, and there was a cry from the audience. When the tongue of fire was about to kiss Gryffindor, he finally controlled his figure. "Why do you have a hard touch with him?" Ravenclaw was a little puzzled, but before digging pudding, she couldn't help but slow down the frequency. She finally let her eyes stare at the two people who are constantly entangled in the sky. "We've never seen such a scene." The combination of stilts, fire barrels and bollard play may make the game even more dangerous, the host exclaimed in horror. The auditorium was extremely quiet for a moment, and everyone held their breath to watch the duel of the two brave men. The two of them were entangled in a series of burning wooden barrels hanging in the sky, not only to prevent their warthog bladder from being punctured, to pay attention to each other's attacks, but also to watch out for the overflowing tongue of fire. In such a difficult place, Gryffindor took the advantage. Alan's movable range was reduced between these floating fire barrels. Accidentally, Alan was blown away by the opponent at the moment of the collision, and the burning wooden barrel seemed to swallow him. www.mtnovel.com. At the moment when he was about to hit the barrel, Alan quickly twisted around and twirled through the burning wooden barrel with the broom. "Alan Harris, oh, my God!" the host shouted with a loud voice. "Have you seen it? Unprecedented flying skills. I can guarantee that if he has participated in the previous game, the champion must be him." In this era, no one has ever seen anyone use the Quidditch flight skills like Alan to fly, and this hand has also won the warm cheers of the audience. Not only that, Alan used the speed and impulse brought by his rotation to directly hit Gryffindor, who wanted to attack again. The rapid speed made Gryffindor that was rushing to the other party too late to avoid. Alan's the tip of the broom collided with him, and the tip of both brooms was cracked. The branches at the end of the Gryffindor broom even began to disintegrate, and many of them had been scattered in the air and drifted down. But at the same time, Gryffindor's fist also punched Alan's face, and then flew down obliquely because the broom was not listening, and the red-haired wizard had to put his hands back to try to stabilize him. Flying broom. After a short period of dizziness, Alan took a sip and spit out the blood foam that had flowed from the broken skin in his mouth, and then chased towards Gryffindor, who had begun to run out of control. Their speed seemed to be faster because of the falling Angly and was rushing towards the ground. "Thera about to fall to the ground," Hufflepuff beside Ravenclaw exclaimed, and pulled out his wand to prepare for a shock-absorbing spell at the critical moment. The audience did not dare to exhale. Many ladies covered their mouths, and some of them turned their heads too far to witness the tragedy that followed. Chapter 602 13 inches modified. Sincerely thank the love of the Silver Leader. And Alan, who had already caught up with the red-haired wizard, did not take the opportunity to attack the warthog bladder attached to him, but directly hit Gryffindor's eye with a punch, leaving him with one eye open for a short time. No more. Gryffindor, who had just reluctantly regained the flying broom, lost control again, and the two continued to fly down diagonally again. Without a second punch, just before approaching the grass, Alan yanked the broom and changed his direction instantly, and his expression was slightly distorted by the sudden change of direction. Felt his tightness. The pants have been worn out. But Alan was the first to successfully return to Skyrim. Gryffindor was forced to slide on the ground for a short distance with his foot. His forehead showed blue muscles due to the force, and finally shouted, ! Jumping up, It was reluctant to operate the sky broom that seemed to be more broken and returned to the sky. His pair of leather boots without soles had already opened, and his legs were covered with mud because of the glide, which made him appear to have fallen. The two who flew at a slower speed than the previous one returned to the sky. Even if they had hit the blood, they could not ignore the tingling sensation in the indescribable part caused by the big ups and downs. They gritted their teeth and grimaced, but as they approached each other, they blocked each other's blows with their bodies and tried to puncture each other's warthog bladder. The duel became more intense and brutal. "Boy, you performed a good move." Gryffindor gripped the broom and panted, before the severe wound caused the head wound to crack again, and blood ran to his swollen eye, making it completely unable to open. "Middle-aged bearded, your thighs are starting to tremble. It's uncomfortable." Alan held the broom with another hand. The hand that just held the broom felt numb, and because of the action he had just broken, the skin was bleeding. "Oh, it's so thrilling." "But that's not okay," the host said after relaxing. Listening to his tone, he obviously felt terrified. "As a man, I feel the same." Ravenclaw off the field also watched the situation of Alan's tight-fitting leather jacket from below, knowing that the other party did not use the cushion spell as she designed it, which also made her a little angry with Alan, thinking it was stupid they're under the influence of Godric Gryffindor. Alan and Gryffindor were not seriously injured each other at this time, but they fought each other more fiercely. The two confronted each other again, slammed their bodies together and flew out of each other, their brooms shaking even more. It seemed that Gryffindor's face was bloodless, but instead of taking a half step back, he gritted his teeth and rushed up again with red eyes. Alan's arm was also numb by the great force just now, but the broom that was about to collapse under his subtle control still cleverly turned a sharp turn to escape Gryffindor's pursuit. Gryffindor continued to force Alan to stop and change direction because of his unsuccessful defeat. He felt that he was about to break. The scorching pain from the inside out caused him to bow all over and lie on the broom. Only a slight trembling can feel some relief. "Boy, don't you hurt yourself?" Just after asking, Gryffindor blocked Alan's attack with his body again, his side waist spurting blood from Alan's broom tip. "My own wand is different from your wooden wand. It's made of mithril and it's 13 inches longer than yours." Alan Key endured the pain and raised a corner of his mouth to ridiculously flew. "After all, the technique is better, and the body is not as strong as Gryffindor, so the actual damage is much smaller than the opponent." Godric Gryffindor was stunned for a moment, but instantly understood the meaning of the other party's words, roared, and rushed over again. Alan didn't hide anymore, but rushed towards Gryffindor. The two entangled again. "Royna, don't you say that Godric will definitely lose?" Hufflepuff on the field clenched his fists nervously, worried. Slender fingers of Ravenclaw put them together. "He's useless." After the two separated again, no one immediately turned around and chased the other, but invariably pulled away from each other, back to back in the opposite direction. Time for a victory or defeat was reached. Alan knew that although his damaged broom could last longer than the Gryffindor, he did not intend to use this meaning. Despite this collision, Gryffindor was strong and had an advantage, but Alan still decided to bump into the head. He took the broom and turned his head around, staring at the Gryffindor opposite him, who did the same. This time, they bowed and nodded at each other on the broom and then flew towards each other at full speed in a straight line. The tails of Gryffindor brooms were scattered even more. www.mtlnovel.com. Blood flowers splashed in the air behind him. The texture of the broom held in his hand is no longer smooth, and the entire broom has cracks. Gryffindor knows that if he hits this way, the broom will be broken, but he has such a respectable opponent, and for the honor of the warriors, he must not retreat. The red-haired witch's attention was focused on the boy, and the muscles on his face were tense as two people staring at each accelerated the speed of the flight, and no one meant to avoid it. "If I guess right, this wonderful and painful duel is about to win. Just hit it like this, even if it is as strong as Godric Gryffindor. I am afraid it can't bear it. Maybe it will appear casualties," the host said with some concern. In the auditorium, Hufflepuff squeezed his wand and stood up. Ravenclaw squinted and followed her sternly. It's really brave, but I have never seen such a fierce level with a flying broom's duel. For victory and honor, these two people seem to care less about their lives. The magically amplified voice echoed on the court. Both of them were injured. Blood was everywhere. So who actually won? All the audience's attention is on the two people flying relatively high in the sky, and everyone understands the consequences of such a violent impact. Everyone held their breath, watching the two warriors, waiting quietly for the moment. At this time, Alan Harris and Godric Gryffindor, they quickly approached, and finally slammed together. With a bang, the whole stadium could be heard. And there was a crowd in the audience, exclaimed and lamented. Chapter 603 Memorize the Past Modified. Sincerely thank the love of the Silver Leader. Alan Harris and Godric Gryffindor had their brooms completely disintegrated, and the main rod was broken into pieces, along with the scattered branches of the broom, flying all over the sky. The two people were like flying geese, falling straight down to the ground, blood blossoming in the air. And under the violent impact, both of them flew out. The robe of two people who fell quickly in the air shone with spots of blood under the sunlight. The warthog bladder behind Godric Gryffindor was gone. Angry at the moment they just clashed with each other, Alan pierced his broom tip in advance in Gryffindor's amazed eyes, and then used his left hand to resist and hooked his broom, and then used the belt to turn with the inertia of the circle. He pierced his warthog bladder from behind Gryffindor with the broken broom tip in his right hand. But after completing this set of movements, Alan felt that his left hand was broken at once, and because of the strong pulling force, the broken arm was also dislocated. Two burning pains came, making him feel with a sense of dizziness. Alan gritted his teeth and endured the pain of the heart, trying to keep himself from fainting. The winner has already been separated, the host shouted excitedly. The winner is Mr. Alan Harris. But the audience, worried about the situation of the two, did not cheer. They all stood up from their seats, thinking see more clearly. Helga's floating spell had already worked on Gryffindor, slowing his fall. Just as she saw Ravenclaw pointing his wand at Alan, a black smoke appeared out of thin air, holding Alan. He circled up. God, he can fly. Have you seen it? He can fly. No broom and no wand. The host's tone was even more exciting than the result just announced. Seeing Alan apparently still alive, and using such subtle magic, the whole grandstand gave Alan a very warm, deafening cheer. With a bang, although Hufflepuff eased the fall of Gryffindor with a floating charm, he still failed to catch Gryffindor completely. He fell heavily on the grass and rolled twice on the ground. His ribs may be broken, which makes him feel that his breathing is difficult. In a series of severe pains, Gryffindor heard many whistles and shouts. He fixed his gaze, and Alan Harris, who had just confronted him, had an arm hanging at his side at a very strange angle. Standing on the grass in a state of embarrassment, gasping violently, while the other uninjured hand was untying the gasping warthog bladder tied to him. Alan tried to move his pace, but the crotch immediately gave him a pale burning and tingling sensation, plus the severe pain from his arm caused by the movement made him have to stand still. Hufflepuff, worried, and Ravenclaw faintly angry crossed the wooden stand and quickly approached them. You just manage, Godric, Ravenclaw said flatly. Hufflepuff glanced at his friend and trotted towards Gryffindor, who was more seriously injured and still lying on the ground. Ravenclaw walked slowly to Alan's face, watching Alan barely support himself without falling down, covered with blood, bruises, and cracked corners of his mouth. You told me that my college only accepts smart people. Alan saw that Ravenclaw had turned into a formidable stern look like that soul fragment in his memory this time, and couldn't help but back 2 steps. With a sizzle, Alan's face twitched a few times and controlled pull your legs apart unnaturally. Ravenclaw's gaze glanced around his awkward stance, and Alan's embarrassed face showed an embarrassing and pleasing smirk, as if he had given the loot to the beloved girl before. Imitating the customs of Mole Knights, dedicated the warthog bladder to the Raina Ravenclaw as a proof of the competition champion. Ravenclaw raised an eyebrow, let himself take a deep breath, and then took out the small bottle that Alan had seen, dripped a drop of mercury again, pointed the wand at it, and the round floating dish appeared in midair, slowly landed to a position where Alan could just sit up. Ravenclaw, who looked calmer, finally took the warty pig's bladder, which was still smelly. She leaned her head and motioned to Alan to sit up. Alan scratched her head with her right hand, being careful not to let her left hand. Something happened that caused a second injury and sat on the side obediently. He didn't have to walk back. He was actually relieved. Back in the treehouse, Ravenclaw first cast a curse on the warthog bladder to make it float, tied it outside the window to make it look like a balloon, and then she began to pick up in the medicine cabinet, treat some of the medicinal materials that will be used, put a part of it into the crucible that is being heated, and then take out another pot and put another herb, and squeeze out some more mucus from the frobber caterpillar. After grinding, it was only after a short while that the witch put down the pot and poured the liquid in the crucible into the wooden cup, and then came over with such a large glass of steaming potion and handed it to Alan. Alan saw the color and smell of the potion, and instantly understood that it was a potion similar to the function of the bone-bearing spirit. He took the potion and frowned slightly. www.mentalnovel.com. Drink it out. Drink. The thing was really uncomfortable. It burned in Alan's mouth and down the throat. His uninjured right hand was fisted and pressed against his lips, but he still couldn't avoid coughing. After calming down for a while, Ravenclaw slowly stroked over Alan's broken hand with a magic wand. The broken arm bone was instantly returned to its original position by an invisible force. The surface wound was visible to the naked eye. The speed began to heal, the blood flowing out began to flow back, and under the influence of the potion, Alan felt a burst of numbness in his arm bones. Don't use your left hand until tomorrow. Ravenclaw accepted the wooden cup. Thank you. Alan thanked and found that the other party was obviously still a little unhappy. The witch didn't care about him and just stared at himself with such big eyes, which also made her eyes look convex. Just when the scene became a little awkward, knocking on the door, Ravenclaw let Alan pass, stood up and walked to the door. Miss Ravenclaw, the Hufflepuff tutor sent me over to deliver the medicine and asked me to help treat Mr. Harris. A male voice rang outside the door. Thank you, but you don't need to, Alan heard Ravenclaw say, and then only heard the door slam shut. Ravenclaw, who returned to the room, picked up the medicine pot and continued to grind it up. Blue ointment mixed with grass fragrance and some insect fat monsters gradually became sticky, and Ravenclaw went back. Add some white moss cut into small pieces, and then walked to Alan in front of the pot and ordered, "Go back." Alan, who realized what the other party wanted to do, refused again and again. "I'll come by myself, I can." Alan knew that he didn't wear anything in his tights. Chapter 604. New Maru Modified. Sincere thanks to the leader leetishing with a snapping sound. Alan felt that Ravenclaw was vigorously tapping his back, and Diane fluttered slightly with the other party's slap. Lying on the table, the tight pants that were tightly worn on the body and covered with blood were already connected with Alan's flesh that was worn by the flying broom. There was no way to simply use Alan's uninjured hand. Completely taken off. After hesitating again, Alan had to lie down on her stomach. Her face was awkward, and her ears were red. This shameful situation is different from the situation of being helped by someone who helped Alan by the hand. With a tingle, his final defense was ripped off by Ravenclaw, and the tingling sensation of pulling made him grunt his teeth. "You didn't seem to be afraid of pain just now in heaven," Ravenclaw said, sarcastically. Immediately afterwards, Alan felt the feeling of ice and cold coming from the inside of Big's legs, so that those tingling feelings were smoothed a lot, and Ravenclaw's slender fingers dipped in the cold and creamy ointment and took the advantage. Lon was all excited. He couldn't help humming. "Don't move. There is an event in Helga's Tavern. We have to wait to participate." Ravenclaw's fingers flexibly moved over his groin area, and the unspeakable feeling made him tremble. Later the thick green door of the Helga Bistro opened, and Ravenclaw extended an arm, letting Alan with a red face on his uninjured right arm to help him walk by force. "Come in." His footsteps are still a bit unnatural, but it's no problem if he just walks slowly. As soon as they entered the door, they saw a group of people gathered around the bar in front, constantly cheering and jumping. The atmosphere was very warm when Hufflepuff's apprentices separated the crowd and led Alan and Ravenclaw through, although he soon didn't have to do this, because Alan was quickly recognized by the wizards who had witnessed the duel. They called Alan's name enthusiastically and separated a path for them to pass. Alan nodded politely, and immediately saw Godric Gryffindor in the center of the crowd. He let his two sides of the hall and the moon sit on two wooden benches, and left the middle of him hanging. Mailed the situation of the witch looks worse than that of Alan, with plaster on his head and upper body, and an arm hanging in front of the moon, but obviously his spirit is not bad. The corner of the red-haired witch's mouth there was still food left. A stack of empty plates was placed in front of him, and there were some plates on the table, filled with round meatballs, each of which was larger than the goose eggs and covered with water, butter and fried to golden yellow, exuding an attractive aroma. A huge wooden board floated high in the sky, with the names and numbers of people arranged on it. The largest and most distinctive name in the top font is clearly Godric Gryffindor. When Gryffindor forked another meatball into his mouth again, with the cheering of bystanders, the light flashed, and the number behind his name on the board increased by 1 digit. It's not just him. All the people who have this kind of meatballs in front of them, as long as they eat a meatball, the number behind their name will increase. Alan, would you like to participate in the game of eating Wolfed? Hufflepuff asked when the two approached. She glanced at Ravenclaw, and then added a gentle word to Alan. Just support my activities. Alan hadn't expressed his position yet. Attention to the Gryffindor in this conversation glanced at Ravenclaw sadly, and then turned his face to Alan. Boy, your broom is indeed much better than me, this I admit. His eyes turned around Alan's body, and the smile on his face seemed a little playful. Helga? His physique is too thin, and he is too young to eat this. Is it just 36? Alan narrowed his eyes and glanced at Gryffindor's record on the wooden board. Is it just 36? I only ate some snacks during the day, just so I can add the physical strength just consumed. Gryffindor laughed. Boy, that's what I want to hear. A developing boy should eat more, and his long body is worthy of the beloved girl. Sit down and dry. Finally, he said. He picked up a wooden cup and habitually wanted to fill himself with a gulp of alcohol, but didn't realize that there was no room for him in his stomach until he touched the liquid. Thank you, but I think I'm developing very well. Alan sat directly opposite Gryffindor. In fact, he was a little helpless in his heart. Among his peers, he was definitely not thin and took attribute medicine. In fact, it is much higher than the standard line, but the girls beside him, except for her peers Hermione and Luna, who is younger than herself, no matter whether it is Ravenclaw in front of you or she has taken the attribute potion too. The newly developed Penelope is higher than himself. Even Eleanor's sister Daisy. Shaking his head, he didn't think much anymore. Alan focused on the 4 fried cattle in front of his eyes. Alan, who was used to the customs of this era, directly picked up a still hot cattle ball with his hands. In his mouth, he bite up and quickly ate one cow ball. He immediately clamped the other one again. Alan is not trying to compete with Gryffindor on the speed of eating, but this beef ball, it's so delicious, it tastes quite special. At this time, while Alan was playing, Hufflepuff took Ravenclaw to the relatively remote and quiet corner of the tavern. After pouring 2 glasses of wine, Hufflepuff looked at Ravenclaw, worrying. Helga, say it, Ravenclaw said flatly after taking a sip of his drink. Hufflepuff had long been accustomed to the conversation of Ravenclaw. She pointed out bluntly, Royna. Did you notice the time converter on Alan's neck? He used my kitchen to do it before that night at Pudding. I noticed that the sand in his time converter was slowly flowing. Ravenclaw picked up the hand of the teacup and looked at Hufflepuff, but did not speak. I know he came from another time. Hufflepuff reached out and held Ravenclaw's hand, looking more serious than usual. I haven't paid too much attention before because I think you might. It's just that there are some connections but you won't. But now, You still send me to help the male apprentices who are taking medicine. No, I want to come to you to give him a kerchief during their duel, not just to get rid of it. Lanfindo's entanglement. Royna, he will leave here sooner or later. You have always been sensible, you should understand. Ravenclaw waved his hand to interrupt Hufflepuff's persuasion, seeing no fluctuations in her expression. Her tone of voice continued to remain consistent and calm. I always understand. It's tied. 36. A cry broke out from the crowd watching the bar, causing the two witches to stop talking and get up. In the bar area, when Alan at the 35th block, he already felt very supportive, but more and more people gathered around him, preparing to witness someone breaking Gryffindor's record. So he still chewed the beef quietly. The opposite Gryffindor rubbed his eyes with his greasy hands. He looked at Alan with an unbelievable expression. The little boy in front of him had such a large amount of food. That's 37. He broke Godric's record. The crowd started cheering. He didn't intend to stop the decision to expand the record. In order to be able to take a break and get a short period of remission, he started talking to Hufflepuff, who came over. Hugger. Did you do this? If it did, if it is not a secret, people in my hometown will surely want to know how it works. www.mtnovel.com. This dish is so delicious. Oh, there is no secret. You just need to dip them in butter, add a little salt and soak them in oil to fry. How is that beef conditioned? It tastes quite special. After that, he glanced at the stunned red-haired witch next to him. Feeling that some proud Alan decided to put another piece in his mouth he made delicious. He didn't think it looked like British food anymore. 38. The crowd screamed. The atmosphere very warm. There is nothing special in the practice, but the reason for the special texture is that these are obtained when the two-headed cow is alivio. The two-headed cow is a magical animal that my cousin Rose in Modoc personally cultivated. They can't be found anywhere else. Maybe you can try a normal bull after returning to your hometown. You have to grab the meatball while the bull is still alive, and then cut it with a knife. But be careful, because the bulls it will go crazy after being cut. Helga Hufflepuff mentioned the culinary skills and couldn't help but introduce it in great detail. What? I eat nougat? The 30th cow ball that had been eaten into the mouth suddenly popped out of Alan's mouth. He felt sad in the stomach and pushed away. The plates in front of me felt that I could no longer eat them. We can't calculate the last piece, but you still broke the record with 37. Hufflepuff looked at the numbers on the board and shouted enthusiastically, as long as no one can do it before the end of the carnival beyond it, you are the champion of the double-headed bull ball. Alan Harris, congratulations. People will spread your deeds across the island of Great Britain. When Alan, who was speechless, learned that he might become famous for eating and playing, his stomach felt even more sad. The Royal Hire Cat's new book is on tonight. Please order first. My friend Royal Employed Cat's new book The Rebirth of Life was released tonight. His book's style is unique and beautiful. I have a role in it. Guess which one is me? Introduction to the work. A study monk who is about to read a PhD is born again in 2008 in a parallel era. He was attached to a 17-year-old high school student, so those bright youths are fortunate to come back at the end. Starring, at home, there is only one sister who is suffering from thunder and lightning. She has a feather duster in her left hand and a rolling pin in her right hand. She threatens to convince people and sets 3 iron laws for him. First, study hard. Second, do not allow internet access. Third, early love is not allowed. Coquettish, cute, and cute. The Harry Potter School is Invincible new book of hired cats tonight, to be ordered first. In hand, please wait a moment, after the content is updated, please refresh the page again to get the latest update. Harry Potter's Invincible is a full-text update of the pen reading, keeping in mind the URL, latest URL. Note, if you see that the content of this chapter is anti-theft error content, the book breaks and other problems, please log in. Chapter 605 Hogwarts Modified, sincerely thank the Silver Leader. When Alan forced himself to walk out of the tavern and Ravenclaw calmly and slowly back to the tree house, he no longer wanted to maintain his dignity. He stroked his abdomen and sat on the recliner to commit nausea. I don't want to see the dish of bull ball again in my life. I hope Hufflepuff will not leave any record in this game. Uncomfortable? Ravenclaw suggested. Go for a walk. Alan looked at the sky that had been completely dark outside and asked a little unconfirmedly, now, go and see where the school is located. Ravenclaw glanced at Alan lying on the rocking chair. Don't worry, if you are the first at the end of the carnival, Hufflepuff will keep you a prize. I don't want to be this champion. Although Alan didn't want to move, he nodded and agreed. If the phantom is over, it shouldn't take long. In the future I said that your animagus is a magical animal phoenix. Is that also capable of instantaneous movement? Ravenclaw tucked the folding tent into a bag with the seamless stretch spell. It also came with some potions. Of course, Alan nodded and replied, seeing Ravenclaw's movements. He understood that the other party obviously didn't want to return to the treehouse in a short time. I went back to the tavern to get some food as dry food. No, I'll hunt by the time and eat some fresh game. Ravenclaw waved his wand. The jars in the kitchen flew in line, and Ravenclaw stuffed them into the bag, and then the bag was tied to the belt. Doing all this well, she just looked at Alan. I saw the thick golden and red feathers quickly covering Alan. His body shape changed rapidly. A long golden tail trailed behind him. His long beak and claws looked sharp. After the change the size is not big. It looks like a giant eagle. Ravenclaw stepped forward briskly, and Alan shook his golden feathers, leaning his head to see Ravenclaw walking behind him. The witch suddenly leaned down, reached out and pulled his tail away. Break opened Phoenix's tail feathers, and saw that the tender red part still had obvious scratches, and nodded, as if confirming that the Phoenix in front of him was indeed Alan. Phoenix felt her movements. Her body was stiff, and her beak closed tightly. It looked like she had just swallowed an egg, choked her neck, and turned her head towards Ravenclaw. The hand sipped. Ravenclaw quickly withdrew his hand, caressed the place that Alan had just whispered, shook his hand, and said with disapproval, I will also become a magic animagus later. Chuck. Phoenix made a short, crisp cry and flew to the position where Ravenclaw's line of sight was parallel, stretched out his feet, and shook his feet impatiently, urging Ravenc to work faster. Ravenclaw reached out and grabbed its feet. The fire in the treehouse flashed, and in a flash, they came to a mountain by the lake. Under the bright moonlight, he couldn't wait to change back to human form. Alan deeply breathed the flowers and trees' fragrance brought by the gentle wind. That was due to the infiltration of the night dew. The breeze blowing, and the air became refreshing and emitted. It's here, Alan said. Ravenclaw looked at the surrounding environment. In the breeze, they quickly walked down the sloping grass and toward a flat lawn opposite, and the grass rose slightly under their feet. Wave. On the other side of the lawn is the forest, and the trees in the distance sway in the wind. Just here, Ravenclaw said. Alan nodded. Although he didn't actually leave for long, he still looked at the lakeside meadow with nostalgia. Walking and lying on the lakeside, sunbathing on the grass is one of his favorite ways to relax in Hogwarts. After the tent was set up automatically, beside the burning bonfire, the crackling sound of the flame and the soothing waves and wind of the lake made people feel very comfortable. Don't you let the healthy breeze blow your upper highness moon? Ravenclaw sat by the campfire and poked the firewood in the fire with a long wooden stick. Alan lay on the ground, his face twitching. Ravenclaw was still a hip control. He quickly shook his head and changed the subject. What do you think of this place? Good. A warthog took me to a cliff by the lake. Ravenclaw said briskly. This lake is called the Black Lake, and it will be full in the future. Alan's words were not finished yet. Realizing the meaning of Ravenclaw's words, he choked his throat and eased for a while before he said dryly, out. I don't know if there are mermaid tribes and giant squids, but I just saw a few Grindlow. Suddenly, Ravenclaw leaned over and raised his hand to raise Alan's chin, stroking the cheeks and chin that Alan could no longer see the wound. Remembering the other party's ugly appearance when she first saw Alan, she asked Alan in a slightly uncertain tone, I called the school, won't you? No, Is it Hogwarts? Hogwarts. Yes. Alan was momentarily unable to control his expression. He just realized that it was wrong. Now Hogwarts is actually named after himself, is used to Luna or Ravenclaw, who wrote things backwards, wrote Hogwarts in reverse order. At this time, the howling of the beast came from the dark forest in the distance, alleviating Alan's embarrassment and surprise. Ravenclaw looked in that direction and introduced, "There is a dark forest called by the wizards. There are many ferocious beasts, and the low-powered wizards will never dabble in here, otherwise they will easily lose their lives." Alan recognized the next location and suddenly said, "In my time, this place was called the Forbidden Forest." Students are usually not allowed to enter, but students can walk in when they are in special conditions such as confinement or protection of magical biology classes. The Forbidden Forest, however, because there are many dangerous magical animals in the Forbidden Forest, some adventurous little wizards still like to go and find out. Most of the dangerous creatures have been cleaned up by the school. You must be one of them. Ravenclaw's face was softer in the light of the fire than in the past, and she took a wander round the tent a few times. If you are going out in the middle of the night, remember this time the password is Hogwarts. Alan nodded, and also recognized that the other party was an ancient warning spell magic alarm cast around the tent. When a sufficiently large creature enters the area protected by the spell or touches it, the magic alarm will sound. A mental signal or sound serves as an alarm. Creatures that can speak passwords will not trigger this magic alert, and when casting the spell, the caster can decide whether the magic alert is spiritual or vocal as long as you are within one English and French of the protected area. www.mentalnovel.com. The spiritual magic alert will be addressed to you and only to you. Send out a warning. You will notice the sound of ping, which is enough to wake you up from normal sleep. The audible alarm is the sound of a handbell, and anyone within 60 feet of the guarded area will hear it clearly. My vigilance mantra is no longer this. Alan finished, walking around the green fluffy grass from time to time with their wand. All guarded safely, closed ears and listened. But there is no International Witcher Union Confidentiality Act, and I don't think I need to cast a mole banishment spell. Alan made weird sentences in his mouth and stretched out his fingers to the open space in front. Six-packs covered with black bone spurs resembled large hyena-like monsters roared and appeared on the outer edge of the field. Alan called out dogs and ordered them to guard around the tent. Ravenclaw looked at these dogs with rusty red or black brown short hair with interest, and their eyes gleamed with red light, which was creepy. The illustrations on your Devil's Bible also have this kind of dog. The pungent sulfur smell is the breath of in the lower realm, enough to keep most beasts away. In addition, their excellent sense of smell can be found in advance. Most enemies, even invisible ones, can't escape their noses. It's safer to use them on the periphery. Alan probably introduced a few words to Ravenclaw, thinking that he would come back in the past. These are like ring-shaped influences and the opponent's magical animagus form. He continued to say, "I will give you the name of a big devil on the information after waiting back, but if I deal with them to do a deal you have to be careful. I will write into the notes the bluffs I can think of." Chapter 606 Extracted Modified. Sincerely thank the love of the Silver Leader. What the author of my manuscript drew is not like. Ravenclaw stared at the dogs for a while, then she turned her head and raised an eyebrow. However, the International Witcher Union Confidentiality Act is what? Oh, the confidentiality law was promulgated in 1689, but it was not officially established until 1692, 3 years later, and was enforced by the magic governments of various countries. Or wizards have completely turned into covert and mal isolation. Each country of the wizarding institutions of the shaman will bear the responsibility of hiding, caring for and controlling all the magical animals, people and ghosts living in their jurisdiction. If such an animal causes harm to mal society or attracts their attention, then that the National Magic Management Agency will be subject to disciplinary punishment by the International Federation of Wizards, and ordinary wizards who violate the secrecy law and use magic in front of moles for no reason will be subject to the Ministry of Magic according to the severity of the violation. Different punishments. Alan's tone began to carry his hands full of disdain for this law. In fact, I personally suspect that the wizard will not be able to do confidentiality completely in a few years in my time. It is because MLS technology has accelerated the spread of information and expanded its coverage, allowing messages to spread throughout the world in an instant. Stupid way. But do you want to reform? Ravenclaw narrowed his eyes to look at Alan, who was more confident than usual. You should relax yourself. Our existence should not waste energy on it. These common things. Yes, I heard you said Luna. That's the future you, saying that you will teach me something when I see you next time. Thinking of the kind of powerlessness in the underworld before, Alan took a few annoyedly agreed with Ravenclaw's statement. You have always been the most sensible, but fortunately, my family members are still enough. They will continue to help me achieve this goal. Alan took out the time converter hanging around his neck and hanging in his robe, and glanced. I will focus on improving my personal strength later. He held the time converter. That transparency, the crystal-like pink waterscape sand in the small gourd is slowly flowing, and it is more than half of it. Ravenclaw's eyes were also fixed on this time switch. Under the fire, her eyelashes twitched slightly. She turned her head, and the shadow of the jumping fire flickered on her face. There was silence in the air, and I could only hear the crackling and crackling of the firewood in the burning flames. For a while, Ravenclaw stood up and walked straight to the tent. Her long, loose hair rose and fell with her footsteps, and she said without looking back, "I'm asleep, and I'll get up and turn around tomorrow." Alan thought he would not sleep peacefully this night. But perhaps because this is Hogwarts' site, he slept more peacefully. When he woke up again, it was clear, and Alan found that Ravenclaw had got up and sat outside the tent somehow. Alan quickly got up and combed his unkempt hair, and suddenly rubbed his belly, then walked out. Crept. The sun rises from the horizon, and the red is shining warmly on the body. The level of the Black Lake is quiet, and in the distance, in the forbidden forest known as the Dark Forest, a tree was glowed by the rising sun. Alan walked quietly to the back of the tent and walked a long way. After confirming that Ravenclaw could not see or hear any sound, he unfastened his belt and squatted down. He looked down after a few muffled sounds. At a glance, I split my legs more apart and hummed a jazz minor, Moon River. But a mile wide. After a few minutes, early Alan used to clean himself up and greeted Ravenclaw as soon as it was convenient. How heavy were you when you were born? Ravenclaw asked without looking back. Although Alan was a little puzzled, he answered truthfully, about 7.2 pounds. What's wrong? Then you just pulled more than that. Ravenclaw's words fell short, and he quickly moved away from Alan, whose expression has solidified again after becoming a phoenix yesterday. And some crazy Alan Jangya chased toward the witch. After calming down in the end, the mood about to explode was slowed down, and Alan looked at Ravenclaw, who looked a little sad and suddenly stared into the distance and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Our breakfast." Ravenclaw retracted his gaze and shook his head, then whispered. Alan searched and found that some wild swans fluttered into the lake with their wings flapping. They couldn't help but smile. They ate so much yesterday. They will still feel a little hungry early this morning, not to mention they didn't eat too much last night. Wenclaw, go hunting. The witch suddenly raised her arm and stretched out 5 fingers, and 6 huge dogs appeared on the open ground. After a little will confrontation, they lowered their heads like Ravenclaw said. "Surrender. Let you summon it yesterday, let them continue to guard the camp." Alan nodded and ordered the 6 dogs that belonged to him. "Since we go hunting, we need to ride a horse." Ravenclaw tied the bag with the seamless stretch spell on his belt, and Alan heard that he waved forward with his temporary wand. The phantom horse was created by him out of thin air. It shook his mane like black smoke and raised his hoof like mist. Ravenclaw looked at the mount summoned by the little wizard this time with satisfaction. and she happily stepped on the false life phantom horse composed of shadows. www.mentalnovel.com then patted the position behind him, reaching out to Alan. Come up. Alan also had no reason to refuse the other party's invitation. He could only hold the other party's hand and jumped behind him, sitting behind Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw's hellhound had already run in the opposite direction of the dark forest under the command of Ordinary Wood on the other side of the lake, and the scattered low-level devil were ready to find prey for their new owner. And the smoke-like rains let the phantom horse run under the skilled control of Ravenclaw, although the semi-atomized hoof did not really step on the ground but flew at low altitude, but on the bumpy horse on his back. Alan, who was held by the witch in front of the reins, was sitting a bit hard because of the injury that had nowhere to support and the lower body had not fully recovered. Hold me tightly, Ravenclaw said suddenly. Alan's hand just moved. Phantom horse's speed suddenly increased. Alan quickly stretched out an arm to embrace Ravenclaw's waist. Even in the daytime, the ordinary forest that covers the sky because of inaccessibility looks like a forbidden forest. It seems that he has a big mouth to devour people who dare to invade. The two rode on the phantom horse to move forward. The phantom horse easily jumped over the intertwined roots and various low bushes. The time switch on Alan's neck fell out of the collar and was shaking. He met Ravenclaw's back. She whispered, "If you take it off, you don't have to leave." The breeze blew past, and only the trembling sound of the branches and leaves was heard. "I have to go back to save you," Alan said in a deep voice. He couldn't see the expression of the witch in front. "If you don't go back, you don't need to save it." Ravenclaw's voice sounded very serene in this deep forest. Chapter 607 Royna, Run Modified, Sincerely Thank the Silver Leader. Alan was silent, and he realized the problem always missed Luna. Although Luna is Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw is not Luna. In this time and space, he was just a passenger, and the upper part of the sand flowing by the time converter was not much, which shows that the time left for him and the current Ravenclaw is getting less and less. I inadvertently broke into the life of Royna Ravenclaw, and when I left this time and space, I might see her again in a flash. But what about her? But I don't know how many years I have to wait alone to see myself again. Recalling the beautiful face of Ravenclaw in the future but full of seriousness and lack of happiness, Alan felt a bitter bite in his mouth. Had always thought it was because of a change in status or a relationship of divinity. Part of my reason. Alan wanted to say something but found that he could not speak. He thought about it. When Luna touched herself, for that Ravenclaw, she had waited for this for thousands of years, and Alan sank into her heart. His eyes are more determined, and he must go back. Sorry, Royna. Although there were many reasons to want, Alan could only suppress his emotions and ended with a simple apology and for the first time called the other party's name, not Luna but Roy. Satisfied. Ravenclaw sitting in front did not speak, but leaned back slightly, leaning Alan's body against her back. Alan felt the temperature clinging to himself and pressed his forehead against Ravenclaw's shoulder. The two in the forest let the mount wander with them aimlessly. No one talked, only the distant dog made some movements from time to time. Deep into the forest, countless birds flew from branch to branch, chattering, very lively, but with the return of several dogs, these flying birds were frightened and fluttered up and down. Suddenly, they heard the sound of songbirds in the bushes, and then the roar of the beast. Alan, who was in a low mood, was ready to adjust his mood. He exchanged arms around the witch and prepared the wand to raise his wand to prepare for the hunting of the unknown raptor, but was randomly taken by Ravenclaw in front. The hand pulled back. "We are here for fun this time. I will show you the traditional methods of hunting." In Alan's doubtful eyes, Ravenclaw waved at the dogs, and the 6 dogs jumped out into the bushes. "Wait until the hounds get their prey exhausted and stop for the final resistance before making the final blow." Alan shrugged, knowing what it was estimated to be the hunting rules of the nobles in the Middle Ages. Not far away, a rustling sound sounded, and Alan saw a deer leaping agilely over the bush, and the dogs intercepted it and chased it continuously, so that the deer could only blindly chasing within a range. After a long while, the stag deer stopped exhaustingly, preparing to do its best to make the final resistance. "It's time." Ravenclaw waved her wand, and the branches of the tree fell and cracked in an instant. "For a sharp arrow, Wadiwasi." This sharp arrow popped up like a full bow, and suddenly shot into the panic of the panicked deer. It only had time to send out a desperate short wailing, fell to the ground. Alan watched Ravenclaw pouring a drop of mercury into a floating dish, and then directed the dead deer to the floating dish with his wand. Himself was placed on the floating dish several times by Ravenclaw. Now, although it's not wrong to do this, the hellhound sulfur tastes too heavy, and saliva also contains toxins. If they are dragged back, the meat will probably not be eaten. We each take turns shooting only one arrow, and see who has the most prey. Alan no longer looked at the floating dish and proposed to the witch didn't want to tangle up the discussion just now, at least for the time being. "Okay." Ravenclaw leaned his head, and the sun throbbed through the dense branches, and the mottled tree shadow was beating on her face. As he continued to move forward, 6 dogs jumped through the trees, scaring all kinds of animals. Alan learned the appearance of Ravenclaw and shot a deer. He also harvested a few small animals that were slightly larger than normal hares and mixed with dark green stripes. "Mara agouti." Alan said happily the name of this rodent. Ravenclaw actually shot a few authentic hares, and there was another animal. This animal looked like a hedgehog and an anteater. It has claws on it, its mouth is thin and long, and its end resembles a bird's beak. "The smell of this thing," Alan said a little uncertainly. "Like good beef," Ravenclaw replied. Alan suddenly stopped talking, and he was not very interested in anything related to the cow recently. Several wild boars were found along the way, but they did not attack them, and Alan and Ravenclaw, who had enough prey and ended the game, did not harm them. Eventually, when they got out of the forest, they found themselves already at the other end of the Black Lake. "Handle here and go back," Ravenclaw said casually after ordering the dogs to return to the camp to guard www.mtlnovel.com. Alan commanded the deer on the floating dish to fly to the lake, ready to be on the spot. "Handle these." They do not intend to go back to the camp last night to do it again, lest the camp be contaminated with the smell of blood and dirt. They used a wand to dismantle all the deer's meat, and the whole deer skin was lying on the grass beside. Ravenclaw cut the strips of meat and received them on a clean plate, and Alan got them off. Some deer ribs and thigh bones were decided to stew soup, and at this moment, an angry man roared in the distance, "You will be lashed." "Don't know that deer hunting is prohibited in the forest?" A tall, muscular middle-aged man with pale yellow beards on his face ran towards Alan quickly. He also had bows and arrows hanging behind his back. His linen shirt had several patches. He was a hunting keeper. After seeing the clothes of the two clearly, he asked slightly uncertainly, "This old man and his wife, are you nobles?" Hunting is entertainment for the nobles and a great source of profit for them. In addition to providing game hunters to local lords, the gamekeeper is also responsible for protecting the forest and prohibiting the poor from poaching. "The poor who are caught will be heavily punished." After the explanation, Ravenclaw's wand slipped into his hand, but Alan blinked and suddenly threw something on his hand, grabbed Ravenclaw's hand, and cried with a strange cry, "Roina, run!" Ravenclaw was a little stunned. Such a mole could scare him away with a spell. She didn't understand why Alan was going to run, but she could only pull along with Alan's expression with a stunned expression. "Run quickly towards the camp by the lake." The keeper of the hunting ground hurriedly chased and yelled while running, "It really is a poacher. God will punish you. You will be the most severely punished." Chapter 608. Retching Alan ignored the mole hunter, but continued to pull the witch to run quickly. Ecstatic run. But soon, although she took the attribute potion, but apparently did not develop the habit of exercising Ravenclaw, her breath became unstable. She hardly ran through the steps and she did not know how to adjust her breathing during the long-distance running. Gasping for breath, one hand couldn't help but hold down one of his bottom ribs, but Alan, who was pulling her in front, obviously didn't mean to stop. "Stop. If I don't stop, I will attack." The guards who followed came to warn that the years of foresting experience allowed him to speak when he was following the poachers. The hunter took off the bow and arrow on his back. Seeing that the two in front still had no intention of stopping, he raised the bow, and the cold flashing arrow sharply broke into the air. But the hunting guard who issued the attack made a cry of sorrow. The cry, as if he was the one who shot the arrow, ran away with a pale face. God! The wizard! The wizard! He panicked, and a stump under his foot almost fell. He felt that he would never forget the scene just now. The arrow seemed to hit an invisible block when approaching the two. The force field shield deflected the arrow. He shot with confidence that he would hit it with a sound of metal impact. Seeing that the gamekeeper ran away in a panic, the witch was relieved. Her expression relaxed, and she had completely forgotten what she had planned to ask Alan why she had run away at the moment. She's now thinking there is only one idea here, so you don't have to run hard anymore, you can stop and rest. Oops, run. Who knew? Alan yelled again and pulled Ravenclaw, who was panting, aside, and ran towards the hunting ranger. Ravenclaw was obviously frightened by the opponent's voice jumping. She didn't recover, and she started to be blindly dragged by Alan and ran away in the direction she had been. Hearing the footsteps coming from behind, the mole hunter screamed, his bows and arrows were thrown to the ground, and he ran faster. Although he hadn't eaten attribute potions, he worked in the forest for many years. In this moment of crisis, the full potential erupted, and the middle-aged man ran forward at a faster speed like a second youth eruption. Ravenclaw felt that his lungs were about to burst when he ran, his chest was sore, his mouth seemed to smell of rust. His empty stomach twitched up and down, as if sour water poured into his throat. Just before she had at first, when he was about to give up running and let Alan drag him, the other side suddenly stopped near the lake, just handling the prey, and the mole hunter, who continued to run without letting his head run away. Ravenclaw, who was dragged away, suddenly lost the power of pulling, and his body fell uncontrollably to the ground. Alan, who had been holding her hand, was pulled down and rolled together. You! Why didn't you run away? Ravenclaw leaned his hands on the ground. Her forehead was all wet with sweat, her hair was scattered, and she looked really embarrassed. I just remembered that our venison is still here. Alan just blinked innocently and replied innocently. Ravenclaw's eyes widened, making her eyes bulge as if they were about to fall out. She looked at him incredulously, screaming like a punch in her chest. Why not use phantoms? Shift back? No. Why did we just run away without phantom shift? Wait. Why do we run? How else can you see you like this? Alan stepped back a little and started laughing. Ravenclaw seemed angry. She raised her hand and rushed to Alan to fight desperately with him. After the two entangled for a moment, Ravenclaw couldn't help but leaned on the body weight. Because of the previous disengagement, Alan was pressed down by her, and the scene was obviously not as ambiguous as it sounded. The witch began to get sick because of the excessive running just now. Alan patted each other's back to make the witch breathe a little. Ravenclaw looked at Alan under him, still watching her laughing, and the melancholy and heavy before the troubles seemed to be left behind. The eyes of the two people stuck together, and gradually, the smile in each other's eyes disappeared, and they looked at each other's faces calmly, as if this was the first time they knew each other. The melancholy gradually entangled and wrapped the two like a thick fog. Ravenclaw completely fell down and gently pressed his forehead against Alan's forehead. After a long time, Ravenclaw gently hooked his robe with his wand, picked up the robe scattered around, picked up his hands, gently waved it, and put it on his body, pulling the long sweaty hair against the back from the clothes. Scooped up, flying long curly hair scattered behind him, drawing an elegant arc. She leaned back on Alan's body again, took the ointment from her pocket with a constant telescoping curse around her waist, and once again helped the wounded Alan get the medicine. The wizard's hand gently stroked Ravenclaw's curly hair. The black lake beside them was rippling with clear waves, and Ravenclaw, who had finished the treatment, let himself move down so that his head would lie on Alan's chest. The two snuggled quietly. Since Alan returned to this era, He has been thinking about why Luna should leave himself so much time. The wounds on his face are better. It is time to teach Ravenclaw things. She used the memory of the blood oath, and the memory she pulled out also saved Ravenclaw. But why should it be left for so long? The implication contained in this is that Alan is already prepared for what happened just now. www.mentalnovel.com. But he doesn't know if the other party has also received a prompt. However, Alan is actually worried about another thing that has not happened yet, especially after what happened just now. That is Miss Grey, the ghost of Ravenclaw's academy, which is Helena Ravenclaw, that a girl who used her mother's surname and did not use her father. Alan held Ravenclaw in his arms tighter. His heart was full of worries, guilt, and helplessness. He and Ravenclaw would have a daughter, but he could not only accompany her mother as she was born. Instead of knowing the fate she would face, he even hesitated to tell the other party, because once something happened, there might be major changes in the future that would make many people never exist, and Alan doesn't even know if he is entangled with Luna now that he has happened. He has to face so many choices. No matter how he chooses, someone will be unfortunately chosen. This makes him a little out of breath. Alan remembered that the female ghost in his memory, that is, his daughter, clearly knew each other's relationship earlier than himself, but there was no way to recognize each other. The other party could only secretly observe themselves at school, even in a twins prank. He reminded himself in the middle of each day, but he turned a blind eye to the other party's unspeakable farewell every holiday. Clearly noticed the exception but didn't care. Ravenclaw noticed Alan's strange appearance, and she raised her head to rest her chin on the other's chest. What are you worried about? Maybe it was because of the other party's inquiry, or maybe it was guilt about her daughter who does not yet exist in this world. These gave Alan some courage, and he decided to try to test whether the other party was informed. Royena, you know the Selena. Chapter 609. Goodbye, Alan. Too modified. Sincerely thank the Silver Leader. You know. Royna Ravenclaw's hand touched his lower abdomen. A strand of dark brown hair in the temples gently slid down. Since you chose to go back, she must be born and must become ghost. She told you. Alan understood that they had thought that the other party didn't know, or that they deliberately avoided the topic. You should understand that these are the things that I have endured once in your time. Ravenclaw turned his head to Alan. His voice was softer than usual. If you don't mention what will happen to the future if you change this thing. Unpredictable consequences. The magic stone and the sage stone are not really wonderful things, and the elixir you make must not only be taken all the time, but it can't really make you immortal. Some of your body's functions are still will slowly aging. Monas in history can only persist for 600 or 700 years at most, and then will voluntarily give up because of the decline in quality of life. It is estimated that even an ordinary handshake can break you. Then what do you want? Alan couldn't help but wonder. Then why would you leave me with a semi-finished magic stone for me to complete the final production? According to the original trajectory, I will get rid of the shackles of mortals, so that I can maintain eternal life in other ways. This is the bait given by me in the future. After the secret, it still takes years of hard work and has to find a way to obtain and maintain enough faith to complete it. So our daughter Ravenclaw's expression was a bit difficult to tell. This was the first time Alan saw each other. There is this kind of near shame. Our daughter has no conditions to follow the same path as me, but she must be born to ensure that the future will not change. So after she was born, I will guide her character, and at the right time, without her own knowledge. Murdering our daughter to ensure that she will choose to become a ghost instead of those who pray in the underworld. Truth of death. Goddess, the truth. Now I don't know that I haven't been to the underworld, but you should have seen it before. It is absorbing the souls who gave up their self-consciousness in the underworld, and absorbed their energy to strengthen and nourish themselves. Only by doing so can she be protected from death. Alan raised his hand and stroked the witch's head, but found that he couldn't say anything. As for the semi-finished product of the magic stone, I still don't know the reason. According to the study of the manual of the Arab alchemist Jebba, which I obtained during my previous trip, The process of making the magic stone is full of sin. The witch obediently pressed her head to Alan's chest to explain, until her head accidentally touched the time switch on Alan's neck, and her whole body stagnate, extending her hand and letting her fingers gently outline the shape of the time converter. Alan felt her movements hang her head, saw Ravenclaw's white and delicate hands hold the time switch. Roy, the wizard, wallowed back the words he stopped, and in fact he also started a little hesitant, thinking about what the other party might have to bear afterwards. Alan decided to wait for her final decision, although it made him somewhat disgusted to give the witch his choices slickly, in order to take the opportunity to escape responsibility. Ravenclaw's eyelashes were shaking slightly, and her hand holding the time switch seemed to be in place, and she refused to let go. The gentle wind entangles the branches of the trees, and the black lake water is wrinkled and rippled. Ravenclaw finally turned the time switch aside without saying that it was torn off, then released his clenched hands and sighed. "The sin of making the magic stone will be borne by you yourself in the future." Ravenclaw did not raise his head. "The future me is much more sensible than the present me compared to letting you take off the time converter now. After living together for hundreds of years and finally being absorbed by the of death, it is better to use this more greedy choice to give us a chance to truly control death." In fact, when Alan heard that he would bear something, it made him feel better. At least not all of the other people bear it. Although this does not sound self-deceiving, it always makes him better. The pink quicksand in the transparent hourglass of the time converter is not much left, and Alan and Ravenclaw have not returned to the tree house. They have settled on this cliff that has not yet established Hogwarts. In their hearts, the remaining short time was invaluable, and all research was put on hold. Alan directly extracted the memory of his knowledge and saved it in the bottle and gave it to the other party. In the following time, neither of them mentioned the question of whether to stay or not. It was only in the middle of the night that Alan occasionally felt that Royna had set his eyes on the time converter on his chest. Alan himself, and there was no action, and Royna did not really make any remarks about the time switch, nor did he attempt to take it off. All the best times are those that have passed away and do not look back. The setting sun cast a layer of penompen on the Black Lake. Everything seemed to be silent, everything was quiet, including the world that seemed to solidify on the shore of the Black Lake. In an instant, www.mentalnovel.com, the last pink crystal sand in the transparent gourd slipped down, and the witch's figure stood alone by the campsite. After a long time, there was a poetic voice in her mouth. "Goodbye, Alan." That night, in Hufflepuff Tavern, Hufflepuff served Gryffindor with some seafood chowder filled with salmon and shrimp and crab. "Godric, I'll make you some of your favorite foods. Don't worry about them." The sound from the door interrupted the conversation between the two of them. They looked at Ravenclaw, who had just pushed open the thick green wooden door and walked in. They couldn't look away from Ravenclaw. She didn't look like the usual Royna at all. Her long hair, which was always scattered around her head, was neatly groomed, and she carried the one that Alan had brought for her at the top of her hair, a headband consisting of overlapping silver branches and leaves. The perennial black robe with the same style and some broken hem disappeared, and was replaced by a delicate dark blue skirt with stars on it. Sometimes, with Ravenclaw's pace, the streamer flashed and appeared deep and mysterious. The exquisite dress makes the witch beautiful, but the casual expression in the past disappears. Her expression looks a little harsh, making people dare not easily approach. I saw her disregarding the other guests who had a heated conversation, and walked straight to the place where she once sat with Alan. Gryffindor sensed the other's anomaly, and he stood up and walked directly to Ravenclaw, sitting opposite her, and then swiftly turned back to look at the direction of the gate. "What about the kid?" "Like a follower." Godric. Hufflepuff interrupted Gryffindor's question sharply. She looked at Ravenclaw lovingly and asked softly, "Want something to eat, dear?" Pudding. Chapter 610. The founder of Yin Modified sincerely thanked the love of the Silver Leader. A wizard wearing a dark green wizard's robe also sat next to Gryffindor. His brow furrowed like a monkey's face, but his majestic expression and delicate clothes made him look imposing. "Why do you want to eat those mole missionary food?" casually asked. As the oldest of the four Salazar, Slytherin is more concerned about the school establishment. "Royna, you late. We still have a lot of things to negotiate about the establishment of the magic school." After several days of long discussions, consultations and compromises, they agreed on the establishment of a magic school, and decided to look for young people who showed magical talents after the school was built, and bring them to the castle to cultivate. Well, try to change the traditional model of a wizard with a few apprentices. However, Slytherin suggested that students should be more discerning when recruiting students. Not all wizards can enter. It is best to be limited to purer blood families. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw clearly disagree. Gryffindor is convinced anyone who shows a talent for magic should be eligible to study at Hogwarts, and Ravenclaw believes that only those who show enough intelligence can enter the school, and obviously pure blood cannot guarantee her this claim. But before waiting for the three of them to quarrel, Hufflepuff changed the subject. She thought it was best to determine the school's address and name before making other plans. Although she personally agreed with Gryffindor's point of view. "I dreamed that a warthog took me to the cliff by the lake. I found the place a few days late. It was very suitable for building a castle there, so that I could stay away from the peeping eyes of muggles." Ravenclaw's face and the corners of her lips suddenly softened. "As for the name of the school we are going to build, it will be called Hogwarts." When Alan felt that he was no longer flying forward, the sensation of the navel being hooked finally disappeared, and his foot stepped on the ground again. Alan found himself in a familiar and unfamiliar place. This is the secret room left by Ravenclaw. The decoration in front of this room is elegant and full of some exotic artistic beauty. Unlike the decoration of white and gold when he entered the first grade of Hogwarts, they are mainly composed of blue and bronze. The interior has exquisite furniture and luxurious rugs, with chic artwork. The top of the tower is round, decorated with ivory and gold, and the round arc-shaped crystal chandelier is spiral in the air. The top of the surrounding walls is no longer the scene of the Rose War of the 15th century, but some legendary stories such as the Long March or Invasion and the Gods in Celtic mythology. Alan's heart accelerated faster, and with his familiarity with the tower, he quickly ran to the room where he met Ravenclaw in the first grade. When he was about to arrive, Alan slowed down. He sorted out his appearance and dress before going up the stairs. After hesitating for a few minutes, his breathing smoothed down. He spread his left hand's 5 fingers on the door, looked down at the gap under the door. The faint light door revealed from behind the heavy wooden door. Alan took a breath and just about to knock on the door, there was a faint female voice inside the door. "Come in. The door is not closed." Alan settled himself down and stepped into the door as the wooden door that opened slowly in front of him. This huge, somewhat cold space was much larger than the room that this room could hold from the outside. With 4 walls inside, the bookshelf is full of various books and scrolls, and various spells are written on the back of their heavy-skinned books in different languages. A variety of odd-shaped bottles with different textures are placed on the tables on the 4 sides of the room. Some white contents in the transparent tubes that penetrate part of the wall seem to be alive, and they creep and boil continuously. But even the demon that defends against corrosion can't stop the faint smell of mildew floating in the space of this room. Under the spice smell of the potion medicine and the strange smell of corruption, this room smells kind of spicy. The smell of Nepes potion classroom and library was mixed. Alan saw Ravenclaw sitting at the back of a huge, encircling stone desk carved from unusually large obsidian inlaid with sapphires. She turned her back to Alan at this time, but her back looked thinner than she thought. She was looking at some documents at the desk and drawing with black raven feather pen from time to time. "Alan, wait a minute. I still have the last 3 documents." Ravenclaw's cold voice that didn't look back was full of majesty. "The first time I heard the other party calling his name, it seemed a little emotionally disturbing. It was quite different from the nostalgia of the performance of Ravenclaw, who had just said goodbye to him a few minutes ago." This gap made Alan's footsteps stagnate, arriving on the chair opposite the stone table. sat quietly and waited patiently, but somehow, a thick and subtle magic power emanated from it, so Alan couldn't help but look around and detect it. The founder of Eagle Academy now sits in this room, which will be used as a secret room. Now it is her private research room, leaning on a huge stone chair made of some unknown material, and it is dyed dark blue colored velvet cushions. After getting closer, Alan discovered that the obsidian desk was engraved with many isolated magical texts, allowing it to be protected from any outside power or prying eyes that would affect the wizard's work. The stone table itself is polished like a silver mirror. Alan could see the blue and white light of the immortal flames floating on the ceiling, slowly floating, and they were reflected on the table. Alan looked closely at Ravenclaw at this time. It seemed to be about 30 years old, although her eyes were not fully opened when she was half squinted. www.mentalnovel.com. The line of sight looking down slightly revealed like a moon. The spear point in the night was as sharp and gleaming, full of wisdom. The meticulously dark brown hair color faded a lot, but she did not wear any headband or crown, and her skin began to fade and became paler. Alan judged from this that although these unnatural fades should have unnatural factors, Ravenclaw's actual age at this time must be much older than she looks. But the years seem to be particularly favored for her. Except for the above points, she is almost the same as Ravenclaw that I saw in the first grade in the depths of Alan's memory, except that her face is haggard and looks sick. Although she is beautiful at this time, she is so beautiful that she looks up, dare not be blasphemous, and even a little intimidating. Her beautiful face frowned slightly, the feather pen slipped gently, and the official signature of her magic appeared on the parchment. Scattered on the table are a variety of cluttered and vaguely bizarre style items, various books and scrolls, crucibles and knives for making potions, and some herbs are stacked on the leather paper spread on the stone table. Several magic-looking stones were randomly thrown aside. A shriveled hand on a cushion that did not seem to be magic was covered by a glass cover carved with complex magic words. Several sheepskin scrolls were piled up the witch's way. This is also the goal of Ravenclaw's ongoing efforts. Ravenclaw rolled this circle of parchment into a scroll and left it on the side of the desk. When Alan noticed that several other pages with special texture were neatly stacked on her desk, his pupils were slightly enlarged, and each scroll was 8 inches. The thin gold foil page 10 inches wide, and the silver magic handwriting slowly moved on its surface as if it were alive. This is the source of the strong magic. Chapter 611 False Death Modified. Sincerely thank the love of the Silver Leader. The Nether Scroll is from a magical empire created by wizards known as arcanists who have long since fallen. Ravenclaw gently rubbed his back neck, as if he could see through the eyes. On Alan, it records the essence of magic. Although it is not direct, all wizards who are good at magic arts in any field and in any country actually get knowledge from the Nether Scroll. Although they are almost unknown, they are nowadays. All the various magic factions are based on this theory. Nether Scroll, Netherial, the legendary spells that originated in the floating city, and those doomsdays are true. Alan suddenly remembered the legendary stories that Luna was watching at Dimstrand. It turns out to be real things. You don't understand anything, Alan Harris. Ravenclaw picked up a thin gold leaf page. I understand that there are 50 pages of Nether Scrolls. Each 10 pages is a separate chapter. Covers a different aspect of magical art. If you can manage to read a total of 10 scrolls in this chapter, you will get additional benefits, the nature of which depends on the topic you read. Unfortunately, I have found so many at present. Collect all of them are the goals I need to accomplish in the future. However, it is impossible for a mortal brain to read or even remember all 50 pages of the Nether Scroll before they have been burst or crazy. One of your main tasks in this timeline is to study what you can stick to at the end of the reading in order to explore the true nature of magic. This is also the reason why I can't teach them directly to you in the future. It was at this time that I started to learn this secret art. This time it's my turn to teach you something. Really familiar feeling. Alan realized that the other party could detect the thought without any scruples, and was completely unhindered by closed brain surgery. They symbolize human thoughts or wisdom. I learned a few nether scrolls and learned about the nature of some magic powers after studying them. You also have to understand the nature of magic powers to study them before they will bear fruit. I therefore gained the tentacles of thinking ability. This is not a telepathy, nor is it a conventional magic spell. It is a more essential use of magic power, and it is a manifestation of human mind. So when faced with my detection, the brain closure surgery can hardly afford any defense. It works, just like the prohibition of the phantom shift zone has no limit on your magical animagus Phoenix S teleportation ability. Ravenclaw's slender fingers pointed to the moving white things in the transparent tube, and the plain tone became even more lacking in emotion. Your task is very stressful this time, and you have no time to study it. Alan looked at Ravenclaw's rather indifferent attitude, and felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. The other party seemed to be using these things to evade the feelings of the two parties. He sat quietly in the chair, listening to the other party's unscrupulous direct use of his brain give direct answers to the questions you think about. Ravenclaw put down the quill in his hand and turned his head. Her expression softened, but soon she returned to a serious look. Alan noticed the expression of Ravenclaw just now, and looked at the witch with deep and tender eyes. His thoughts were freed from those magical empire. When she woke up in the morning, she was Roina, ordinary. Roina wears only one boot and is more than 6 feet tall, when wearing a broken black robe at the hem. It is Ravenclaw the witch. When he officially signed as the founder of Hogwarts, she was Roina Ravenclaw, but in my arms, she will always be the girl that makes my heart tremble with her chin trembling. Then who do you love? After reading Alan's thoughts, Ravenclaw's eyes met him, and no one looked away from each other. I love you not because of who you are, but who I am when I'm by your side. Alan got up from the seat, bypassed the surprisingly large stone table, and came to Ravenclaw behind Law. He summoned the original comb with a curse. It was indeed collected by Ravenclaw in this private chamber. Alan gently lifted Ravenclaw's long, meticulously long hair. The other's white and delicate neck appeared in front of Alan's eyes. He gently combed it, and occasionally a few silver hair jumped playfully. When he came out, Alan's hand was stagnant and he accidentally touched the warm and delicate skin just at a glance. All kinds of tenderness came to mind. Immold. Ravenclaw's hard shoulders were loosened, and she sighed again in a feeling full of humanity. When you combed my hair, the hair was much shiny. Alan's mouth also curled up, and he also thought of the casual light-hearted girl at the beginning, who couldn't help but cherish and caressingly touched the long hair of a few Ravenclaw, my light of life, my Gaianian's fire, my sin, my soul. When Ravenclaw's hair was once again neatly combed, the feeling of alienation between the two also disappeared, which made the two feel more comfortable. Alan stood behind Ravenclaw, hesitating for a while. Roina, Helena. She has become a ghost. Ravenclaw replied calmly, which made her voice and tone start to have a style like Luna, who was indifferent to anything and trance. She is at Hogwarts, is floating everywhere. You can't see her. Seeing Alan's doubts, Ravenclaw continued to explain, in fact everyone else thought I was sick. The most widespread statement originally circulated in Alan's time was that there are legends that Ravenclaw's death was caused by sadness. Ravenclaw's daughter Helena, sometime after graduating from Hogwarts School, she stole the mother's crown because it has magical properties and can increase the wearer's wisdom. Helena was jealous of her mother's wisdom and fled to Albania with the crown, away from her mother, hoping to become smarter and more famous than her, until Ravenclaw sent Barrow, who loved Helena, looking for his daughter, but Barrow stabbed her to death because of Helena's refusal and jealous of her freedom. After he sobered up and realized his mistake, he also became a ghost with suicide. Alan, who can now be counted as a party, is a little puzzled. Has Barrow been used? Although Helena became a ghost, it was originally planned, but he did not understand why Ravenclaw himself still wanted to die after the other party had become a ghost. I just chose a random one who was closest to me at that time and controlled him. Although I didn't expect that he would commit suicide in the end. Helena is very attractive to the witches. www.mentalnovel.com. Ravenclaw lightly for Alan confused. Also, it doesn't make much sense to stay in Hogwarts. Ravenclaw's behavior and style made Alan feel familiar and strange. The other party should have dealt with Bea and began to study divinity, which made her personality and emotions mortal began to weaken. Will make her maintain an unbridled, uncaring and high attitude towards other matters. If you are more restrained and do not make them so obvious, then she will almost become Luna. He raised his eyebrows slightly, then he thought of the school history of Hogwarts he had learned, and spent a happy and harmonious time in the Big Four. But Salazar Slytherin always wanted Hogwarts to be more discerning when enrolling students. He believed that magic education should be limited to pureblood families. He was reluctant to accept the descendants of moles and thought they were unreliable. As though a few years after Hogwarts was founded, Slytherin built a secret room in the school and put a basilisk. Over time, Slytherin and Gryffindor had a fierce quarrel because of this problem, and eventually Slytherin left the school. Is it because of the division of the four of you? Alan asked. It has nothing to do with that monkey face, but I think it's too much trouble. Ravenclaw's fingertips bounced impatiently on the newly signed reels on the table. Hugger is here. The college will not. Something went wrong. She occasionally sent me something like this to ask my opinion. She knows you are a fake death? Alan asked with raised eyebrows. Of course, she will send me everything I need now. Then, Ravenclaw waved his hand and a plate of pudding flew over. But she doesn't want to see me anymore. Chapter 612. The Island of Atlas Modified. Sincere thanks to the Silver League. Why? Alan was a little puzzled, but he witnessed the friendship between Royna and Helga with his own eyes, and with such a kind of forgiving character of Hufflepuff, there would be such a strong reaction. Because of our daughter. Ravenclaw sighed softly. She was watching the birth of Helena as a daughter-in-law, actually more competent than my mother. She just complained about my attitude. I have been there many times. After Helena passed away, she probably knew that this was my plan and arrangement. Although I explained it to her, she was still angry with me and refused to see me. Knowing the truth about the of death, she did not resist death. She disagreed with my approach, but food was always provided to me. You just mentioned that there is Helga in the academy. Alan remembered the red-headed witch who had dueled with Broom and Food twice. That Godric Gryffindor. When I asked him to accompany me to collect the Nether Scroll, the blood curse carried by his family was accidentally activated. Then, Ravenclaw turned his head and scooped a wooden spoon of pudding into his mouth. Iago is also very angry with me in this matter. The blood curse orcs called blood curse orcs can switch between animals and humans like Animagus, but unlike Animagus, which is essentially magically deformed, this bloodline the curse will eventually reduce them to animals altogether. But is it not only hereditary and exciting among women? Alan frowned, thinking of Nagini, who had become a giant snake, and two classmates from the Greengrass family at Slytherin College, Daphne and the Astoria sisters. The Greengrass family was cursed by a blood curse because of an ancestor. This curse reappeared in the family's women every few generations, and Draco's original wife Astoria Greengrass. Although Malfoy didn't act because it turned into an animal directly, it was because of this that he died early at a young age. It should have been this way, but Godric had become Animagus, and his family also inherited the blood curse. It was inspired by the magical original power of the Nether Scroll. He has become a giant squid, living in the Black Lake, but now he can still barely change back to human form for a period of time. At 11 o'clock every night, the giant squid will return to the original Gryffindor, and take a walk in Hogwarts before turning back into a giant squid. The voice of Ravenclaw, who was tasting the pudding, was a bit ambiguous. Alan couldn't help but sigh. He said that it was only because of Ravenclaw that he ended up like this, and he also cut off the giant squid tentacles that were obviously completely animalized in the Triwizard Tournament with Shenfing Shadowless. Or should it be said in the future? Godric didn't know that I was a fake death, and he believed that my so-called early death was because you let me disappear after she was pregnant with Helena, so she resented you and left me. At the time, He begged me to allow him to have a real duel with you when he met you in the future. Ravenclaw looked at Alan and shrugged. If you don't agree, it will be too troublesome for him to get entangled. And he has helped me for so many years. After a laugh, to you read a few scrolls. Your casting method will change substantially, and the lion will not be your opponent. Of course, if you are afraid of trouble, you don't. He won't touch you when he goes out. Alan was a bit melancholy, not because of the encounter with the red-haired wizard, but because the Royine Ravenclaw in his memory had never been seen again. This is a study of the side effects of divine power. After teaching you this time, we will not meet again during your third time. I will travel around to collect faith and accumulate divine power. Staring at Alan, she sighed. So Alan Harris, I suggest you don't believe everything that it tells you. It's not that I lost all emotions, it's just that it made me. Some modes of thinking have become different than before. Of course, if you plan to go to duel with Godric, don't kill him. Thinking that his reaction caused the other party's misunderstanding and hurt her, Alan quickly explained, Roina, Of course I know you are not. The witch interrupted Alan's explanation. She just put her face on the palm that Alan had placed on her hair, and then reached out and picked up a piece on the table. After the thin gold foil scroll, he left his head away from Alan's hand and stuffed the scroll to him. This is the Nether Scroll from a magical empire built by wizards in ancient times. Its historical reason is only because the 7 small wizard villages are in alliance against barbaric raids, and its name comes from its leader, Nether. Nesrel's name means Nezza's land. Ravenclaw stared at her big eyes and turned to look at Alan, revealing the yearning that the wizard had never seen before. It was these magic scrolls that named Nesha's scroll that they named after their motherland that changed the fate of Nesrel. Their discovery has made it difficult for the Nesrel people to obtain magical skills in the eyes of our wizards today. A leap of faith, an avid ear of learning appeared in Nesrel, and various great magical inventions were born in that golden age, whether they were magic gems with various singular abilities, to travel outside the world to explore various other worlds. Also there are almost infinite magic powers to create a large number of cheap quasi-magic items. The magic device called the Miser Energy Core and its matching can cut off the top of the mountain, reverse it and float in the sky, and build a related magic that becomes a floating city. Curse invented the magic ship to explore the universe. They can cast spells at will without using a wand. www.mtlnovel.com. The Arcanists carry the wand instead of the wand, and the purpose of bringing them is just for some auxiliary functions and to show their identity. I am also trying to explore the universe using the relevant knowledge and principles learned in the scroll recently. And there are other legendary spells that our wizards can't imagine today. They can even cast a kind of big oath called Iolam. The Iolam, a longevity technique invented by the magician, directly extends lifespan and will not make you partially or slowly aging like the magic stone. Alan took the scroll, did not rush to read it, and listened quietly to Ravenclaw's commentary. He used to think that the legends that have been handed down to this day are just nonsense. But now it seems that those legends are just iceberg a corner. But it also makes him even more strange. If the wizards can control such power, why did they perish? Gryffindor and I explored along the ocean in the direction of the sun setting, according to the found traces, and finally found a long-sinking floating city on the seabed, known as the City of the Island of Atlas. Note, that is, Atlantis. There is a saying in several legends that it did not sink to the bottom of the sea but took off into the sky. From the only words in the residual literature protected by magic, I learned that the research style of the Nezreal wizards is, when studying spells, don't care about any restrictions, even if the ban from the gods must find a way to break through. One day, you will prove that the gods are not as good as people. It was as great as I imagined. Ravenclaw paused. Using the epic recitation of the epic, they think the gods are just more powerful arcanists. Chapter 613. I think too much. Alan listened with some blood, but he also asked a thing that had been entangled for a long time. This has something to do with their demise. You just used the bands of the gods and gods. I have been curious before, why have the gods in ancient myths hardly ever heard any signs of being revealed? I mean, if you have a way to become a god, why do the gods that already exist seem to have disappeared? And the of death, what is he? Yes, this extremely glorious achievement made the Netherilians, especially those wizards known as the Arcanist with a certain strength, become very arrogant, especially to deal with the problems of the gods who actually existed in the world at that time. In the first place, they thought that the gods had only mastered the so-called ultimate magic that they did not know yet. This arrogance and other reasons led to the general unwillingness of the Nezreal people to believe in any deity, unwilling to receive divine treatment, thinking that this will hinder their magical path. Ravenclaw did not directly answer Alan's question. She continued to explain. The collapse of the floating city of Sunrest was the beginning of Nezreal's weakness to extinction. The owner of this floating city, Sunrest, in an attempt to use the extremely effective meteor burst spell, he blew up his floating city, and no one survived. Then doom followed, and a 2-year-old cast the first non-magic riot but a complete spell. A genius wizard was born, and this young man named Carlsis found that he mastered magic effortlessly, almost immediately after learning, and touching, as if he had never known them, and other Nezreal like a person. He refused to dedicate his faith to any deity. He firmly believed that he would become a deity someday. Did. After years of research, after becoming the youngest Arcanist, he created and casting an unprecedented super-legendary spell, the incarnation of Casus. And then Nezreal was destroyed. One spell perishes an empire. Don't these floating cities float in the sky individually? His magical influence is as large as the entire world. Alan seemed unbelievable, which was far beyond his understanding of magic. Ability. I combined with a few records before he cast this spell, and related records of other civilizations to infer the truth. The role of this legendary spell is to take away the power of a god. And Casus should not take it. The target of the priesthood to be stolen is chosen above magic. He succeeded, but it also caused the clutter and runaway of the magic of the whole world. Just like a small stone caused a huge avalanche, the whole earth became a mad magic zone. The power of magic surged, disorderly ups and downs. The whole world is faced with catastrophe. The monstrous floods are raging in the northern hemisphere. Note: there are many civilizations in the northern hemisphere of the Earth with records of major floods, and those floating cities in the sky have fallen. Those who use protective covers in the deep sea and universe exploration. The floating city was instantly engulfed by sea water and crushed by vacuum, and those city owners died naturally before then. They cast a constant Iolam longevity. The extra extended lifespan disappeared, and the aging was traced back to them, so that they are hundreds of years old. The so-called people sitting at home, the disaster comes from the sky. Those magic items with various abilities, quasi-magic items, various magic traps and alchemy products are also triggered in various chaotic ways due to the mad magic fluctuations, triggered by a chaotic spell. Later, many ordinary wizards and civilians who were used to these products were killed. Some gods with predictive ability left the world ahead of time. The true gods in various other huge deities fell forever in this matter. Some good gods tried to sacrifice themselves after trying to survive, and tried to restore peace to the world. Only 3 floating cities that just stayed on the ground escaped the disaster, but lost the highest combat power, and those quasi-magic items that required the Misa nuclear core to function normally could not be used. The unscrupulous enemies regarded this as a good opportunity for revenge, and the remaining Nezreal people also perished after a long period of lingering breath. Ravenclaw suddenly looked at Alan with some playfulness, and the of Death is not the one who was called Jacob in ancient times, but now he is just a mortal sorcerer who is proficient in necromantic spells. After studying a few nether scrolls and mastering the secrets of sealing gods, I chose Death, a priesthood that doesn't cause much vibration, and became the new of Death. just like what I want to do now. After the name of this of death in the mortal world, Hybo, an ancient Greek black wizard, he was one of the earliest known black wizards, and to this day, many of his studies still affect black magic. He is considered to be the first wizard to breed basilisk, and is therefore well known. In addition, he also invented many evil curses and became the first wizard to successfully make Horcruxes. The Hybo is the of death. Alan was startled by the message, and then realized that it was wrong. But when I was in contact with the of death before, it seemed that I didn't seem to feel how evil each other. He said it seems to be like fulfilling the duty of guiding the dead to sleep. It's not wrong to say that, because he is no longer a Hybo. This Greek wizard was as impatient as Croesus when he became a god. He did not have the ability to master this huge power in an instant, but was used by the priesthood of the of death. Assimilation is controlled, but his own greed still affects his behavior, allowing him to devour the souls of the dead to strengthen himself. Which is why we need to resist death. I don't want to let my destiny after death. It was decided by a new who was also an ordinary wizard, Ravenclaw said to Alan in an arrogant tone. By the way, the monkey face of Salazar was controlled by Hufflepuff the time you participated. During the Odd Carnival, he also got a male egg to breed a basilisk and placed it in his secret room. This arrogant old guy thought no one else knew, and he didn't want to think about Hogwarts as me. Wouldn't I leave behind a surveillance system for most of the completed design? It's harder to deal with a changed by a mortal wizard than it is to deal with those ancient gods. Alan shrugged and looked at the nether scroll in his hand. If you want to learn what specifics it needs to pay attention to place, although you have a stronger mental resistance than ordinary mortals, you can persist longer. And don't read it without me. A wizard who is crazy because he reads too many nether scrolls, if his crazy brain still the actions that can control oneself, can usually be cured by magic, but the price is that the wizard's magical ability is seriously impaired, and may even become a dumb cannon. It may also cause some unpredictable consequences. There was once a man named Edwin. The Red Robe Wizard had to change her name to Edwina because of an accidental reading of the Nether Scroll, and she changed her name. After Ravenclaw finished, his expression became more serious and added, "There is a way to avoid going mad by reading too much direct assistance for the existence of divine power. And I am now trading with the great devil named Bayer. I got the blood of a Truin to study the secret of divine power. Although I haven't officially started to collect faith myself, it is a false anyway. Alan is not a successful Gryffindor-style man. Then you risk reading them by yourself. You promised Bayer what conditions to get this. It's just that Bayer and I lost the bet. www.mentalnovel.com. Ravenclaw shook his head and interrupted Alan. Alan, you and I are going on a different path. You can't be a god. The Nezreal people are actually correct in certain concepts of convenience. Divine power and magic power will be mutually exclusive. I now choose to become a god, so I can't go to the end on the path of magic. The deepest level of magic, even if I have learned the principles of knowledge, but because of divine power, will prevent me from turning these knowledge into my own strength. And you need to follow this path to the end. It is said that Alan's eyes turned red instantly. Although he didn't think there was any problem with the road of ascending God, as a research witch who was so passionate about studying magic, he gave up this road. Obviously, combined with the conversation just now, this made him think that Ravenclaw obviously chose to become a pseudo-god because he could fully master these knowledge. You think too much. The greedy marauder is not as great and selfless as you think. But don't be too happy. Think that just finding a can read the Nether Scroll. First of all, this deity must be very proficient in magic. Yes, mortals are more caring. Such a combination is impossible in the era of Nezreal. The relationship between them and the gods is too tense, so none of the great arcanists of Nezreal can read the entire 50-chapter scroll. The witch tilted her head and blinked a little mischievously at Alan. And I just met all the conditions. I'm very proficient in magic, and I love you as a mortally help you master the mystery of magic, and I am willing to be my voter to help me accomplish my purpose. Don't you? Rest assured, you have some other uses for me. so I promise you won't be Elena. Chapter 614 Quiver 2 Modified. Sincerely thank the love of the Silver Leader. Alan stayed here again, just like he had lived in that tree house before. His daily task is to study the Nether Scroll with Ravenclaw. After listening to Ravenclaw, Alan has already realized the danger level of the Nether Scroll, but he did not expect that. Even so, the danger of the scroll is far beyond his imagination. When Alan read the first thin gold foil scroll, he saw the silver magic handwriting slowly moving on its surface, as if it were alive. Using a small area to disguise the large amount of information in his memory, he found that as soon as he read the content of a page, the writing would rotate and move on the page to reorganize the content of the next page. At the beginning of reading, with his powerful magic and unforgettable ability, Alan didn't feel too hard to read, but as the reading time increased, the amount of information increased, and Alan, who focused on reading, felt that his brain is extremely heavy, as if he pressed 100 pounds on it. Needs about half a month of intensive research to read the single Nether Scroll. But with the retirement of time, the extensive knowledge theory contained therein overwhelmed the rational wisdom. After reading a few scrolls, some of the scattered knowledge theories he has learned now began to be related to each other, but after reading Alan again, ignoring the adverse reactions, he felt the power of magic rushing in from all directions, violently and wildly stirred, and this knowledge automatically extended countless magic principles. His mind is full of incredible knowledge and magical secrets. Alan's eyes widened, and soon his stunned eyes radiated a wise light that seemed to be omnipotent and omnipotent. His heart thumped violently. His mouth was as dry as cotton stuff. It couldn't be so short except such a huge force to understand such vast knowledge within a period of time, and if it is replaced by ordinary wizards, it is estimated that there is a danger of going crazy. At this time, Ravenclaw was actually sitting on the armrest of Alan's stone chair as before. She turned her head to notice Alan's appearance, so she hugged Alan's head with her hand and let him. I felt that the burning fire in my brain was instantly extinguished by a coolness, and the coolness was running down his head, all over the body of Alan. Alan, who had been awake, finally focused his attention on the face of the witch who was looking at him. Ravenclaw smiled at him and said briskly, "Want to see my chin tremble again? Let's see." After reading the last color-resistant scroll that Ravenclaw now collects, Alan finds that his understanding of magic is now completely different from his original self. He feels that, for example, the most common wizard is like an ordinary construction worker. He completes the construction work according to the construction drawings provided by others, but before he became known as a large number of existing theories, he became an engineer who can design construction drawings based on these formulas and algorithms. And now, he thinks he has already embarked on the path of a scientist in the magician world. He has begun to study these principles in exploring the essence of magic. First of all, unlike the traditional way that European wizards want to cast without a wand, they must practice every magic spell that wants to cast without a wand. He has now completely got rid of his dependence on the wand, and his power and quasi-head. It will not be cut by not using the magic wand. Alan's method of casting spells has been completely changed. The common magic spells used by modern wizards now can be cast without even raising their hands. The more difficult ancient spells are just a few simple gestures. They succeeded, and only those ancient legendary spells that he hasn't mastered yet need to be aided by mantras. Now the magic power consumed by his casting method is not completely derived from himself. He uses a small amount of his magic power, just like using the principle of leverage drives the existence of infinite magical energy beyond existency, and the ability to order spells can be used without the growth wand at all, but only by himself. In the past, when a curse spell was cast or a ghoul touch that was regarded as a chicken ribbon was almost eliminated by modern wizards, a magic spell such as the touch of a vampire needs to be brought into close contact with the palm of the subject to be effective. Alan, who learned the arcane hand as a special ability, has been able to make the spell effective at a distance of 60 feet. Although in fact the biggest use is to treat him as an extension of the arm so that he cannot leave it. A comfortable chair can easily get things in the distance. The increase in spell power and range is not the smallest increase. Alan can now use the shape control ability to create areas in the spell's effect space that are not affected by this spell. Even if he can't control the fiery fire spell, you can use element control to change the damage attribute of Lihuo at will, so that the actual effect of the fire damage spell becomes acid or lightning or even sound waves. No, he can even transform the energy of an arbitrary spell into arcane fire, turn it into a primitive spell energy with a phalange energy vector to directly harm others, no matter how the enemy dodges or even hides behind the bunker. But it will automatically turn to the precise hit in the air as long as it is not completely covered. The target's damage intensity depends on the converted spell. It can't be removed by all spells, but can be offset by magics such as iron armor that cause force field shields. The ability that makes Alan feel most useful is the control of the special ability of counterspell. With the study of the essence of magic, Alan can now recognize the magic that the other party wants to cast by virtue of the magic fluctuation caused by the other party when casting the spells. When Alan does this, he can create fluctuations between them that just counteract the spells of the opponent when they cast spells, so that the spells of the opponent are interrupted and the accumulated magic power is dissipated in invinsibility. This can have such an effect on any spell even if it is a Wadasuo's life spell. If the difference in strength between the two sides is too great, Alan can even make the target of the spell cast by the other person unconsciously. Zong becomes aiming at himself. Of course, if the opponent is Voldemort's opponent, Alan estimates that unless he maintains a high level of concentration and depends on his luck at the time, he can counteract and eliminate the opponent's spell. Art has magical power, and magic is the ultimate state of art. You, who initially understood the magical secret and changed the way of casting spells, can also be regarded as a caster beyond ordinary people. The magical power you have now can be used for you. www.mentalnovel.com. Change the shape of the established spell. Ravenclaw noticed some of Alan's proud expression. She smiled at Alan. The mystery of magic is really fascinating, isn't it? But you are now I haven't even seen 10 of them. These pictures only lead you to the right path. If you go directly into the underworld without protection, you will still die directly. So the next step is to let you learn the knowledge and needs. Although what you are going to accomplish is not such a theory of inestimable value, it is the key that gives you the possibility of saving me in the underworld after returning to your time. But first, you have to reply to Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw commanded some parchment and a black raven feather pen to fly to Alan. She will definitely guess that there is one more person here. After all, the amount of food we need increases every day. Alan held the quill pen, spread out a piece of parchment, and was ready to start writing. She still remembers your taste, Ravenclaw said, shrugging helplessly. She must want to blame you because of Helena. After all, she feels that we are too irresponsible as parents. I didn't take care of her. But now she said that if she didn't write back to her, she would break my pudding. Alan began to think about the harshness of Helga Hufflepuff when teaching his apprentice and the fact that he mentioned his daughter, but he looked a little bit bad. But then he couldn't help laughing when he heard behind him. That's right, he and Ravenclaw are a bit too free in these respects. However, when you reply to the letter, pay attention to delaying the time. You have to do the rest of the time to deal with these troublesome relationships. Ravenclaw's tone returned to normal, and he reached out and held Alan. Chapter 615 Cinemodified. Sincerely thank the love of the Silver Leader. Holding Ravenclaw's hand, Alan was phantom-shifted into a cave surrounded by the Black Lake in Hogwarts. The entrance to the wall was hidden by rocks and aquatic plants. This is a use magic isolates the dry space carved out of the lake water. Anyone who finds this place and tries to get close must fight the mermaid tribes who can be seen at a glance without being able to touch the air. The walls of this huge cave have natural-like textures depicted in the blood of the devil. Alan recognizes the effects contained in it through his sensitivity to magic. It can mask the prediction spells such as divination-like spells. This place, and the strong sulfur smell brought by this strong lower-level plane can also scare most of the magical creatures and let them know how to stay away from this place. An unpleasant smell of corruption made Alan turn his head to the side. Some white Senson's heads were shaking in the distance. Alan calmed down and found out that these things were zombies wearing mole armor, under their skin filled with scars. It is these unnatural grey blues, and it is these living dead people resuscitated by necromantic magic that are emitting odors without mind. They seem to be under construction under the control of some stranger-looking demon supervisors. In building a mage tower, Ravenclaw waved his hand to stop the devil's intention to come over and greet their masters in the distance. Don't worry, these necromancers are the ones I used to draw directly from the underworld. Be coolly. Ravenclaw took Alan straight into the newly built tower. He found himself in a room that was completely different from the Ravenclaw tower he remembered. A staircase under construction had not yet been completed. In the middle of the decorated hall, the circular wall surrounding the whole hall was evenly divided by 3 arches, and Ravenclaw led Alan directly into one of them, and a strong smell came in the middle of this room that makes people feel like stepping on it is a pool of blood-red, still water, and from that wicked, peculiar pool was bursting a blue flame. The height of the flame reached the roof of the room on this floor, and it seemed to have been burning day and night for many days. Beside this blue flame, more than a dozen silently imprisoned by air bubbles are floating in it, and there are some and fuzzy things on the floor wriggling, and from time to time some pieces of meat let themselves enter the blood pool. Although some of Alan's own magical research is unscrupulous, the more civilized potential rule marks of the modern wizarding society still make him a bit creepy to see this scene. These twisted blood clots are obviously moles transformed by the magic of the witch. They are imprisoned here and use their residual life to look down on their creator Ravenclaw. The sticky floor of this house is because the ground is full of disgusting biological tissues, and they are crawling beside the pool as if they are suffering from eternal torment. Ravenclaw seemed to be a raven that appeared in the dark, and without a word she led Alan towards the blood pool in the middle. The silver thread sewn on her elegant blue robe mirrored the blue fire radiating from the blood pool. Those things covered the slate floor with a body and a disgusting carpet. Only when they instinctively gave way to the creator witch would the wizard be able to see the floor wetted by their slime. Alan didn't say anything, just followed Ravenclaw, silently clenched the witch's pale and slender fingers to bring her warmth, and the 2 wizards now walked side by side to the pool of blood-red, still motionless waterside. Master, forgive me. It hurts too much. A piece of meat with barely visible facial features was waving with a deformed tentacle that looked like the aorta evolved, in an attempt to attract Ravenclaw's attention, and pleaded with a slurred voice. The innocent mole women who were tried by you at the same time pleaded with you. Ravenclaw lowered his head and tilted his head, and said to the mass of meat in an innocent tone, and then saw the other person trembling his body but dare to say more. Ravenclaw also seems to have lost interest in them, and turned to look at Alan. This is all some of the witches framed by the unlucky moles, or the persecution of some riots that just showed their magic but did not. The self-assured little wizard, although I am actually not interested in their identity, but if the subject is too casual, if Helga knows, she will be sad to let these sinners play the last value. Ravenclaw bowed slightly and reached out his hand to touch the still pool of blood. The monsters around the pool who were able to make sounds began to exclaim in horror, and those who couldn't tremble instinctively, because they had seen more companions fall into this blood-red water, and then immediately withered and wrinkled into residue sinked into the bottom of the blood pool. Ravenclaw herself was not affected at all. She just murmured the spell and slowly withdrew her hand. She was now paler, like a plaster color, and the witch whispered slightly with pride, "Look." Alan looked closely. This was the first time when he met Ravenclaw's remnants in the 1st grade. the red magic stone among the 3 kinds of magic stones that the other party gave him to make the magic stone, but there was no blood red to the colors in his memory. I don't have so much time to accumulate as much vitality for this material using conventional methods. www.mtlnovel.com. Therefore, I can only overdraw the lives of these mulsinners. But it seems that they can't bear this in a short time. Power. So there is no way to maintain their original human form collapsed into flesh. But in this way, the vitality they contain is better than directly letting them enter into human form. Ravenclaw is like exploring ordinary with Alan. Said the same as the magic experiment. Alan, who is neutral about many things, didn't think it was wrong to do so. After all, he had used serial murderers to do some experiments before, which also made Alan think of the French alchemy who was not yet born. Warlock Nicolim, according to his deeds and his judgment that he is close to Dumbledore, he should not use Ravenclaw's method. Then he used the dead it was collected during the outbreak of the Black Death between 25 million and 50 million people. The time is right and right. Paris is really a good place. I don't know if the magic stone needs to be charged. In the meantime, Nicole may also had the luck to add during the Paris plague and smallpox outbreak in the 18th century. 6 million people were buried in the Paris catacombs alone. Ravenclaw was a little surprised by the power of the plague. So powerful a mole plague? The Nicole you just thought in your head? Liam had good luck and didn't need to get his hands dirty like we did. Just use the gap to help you complete a semi-finished product, and you will collect the rest by yourself in the last time conversion. You know what I have to do next time in advance? Alan grabbed the point in the other party's words. Magic stones are nothing but giveaways, and it's a waste if you don't make them by the way. Ravenclaw nodded. Do you know the Deathly Hallows? Chapter 616 Ewing Modified. Sincerely thank the love of the Silver Leader. According to legend, a person who possesses the 3 death holy tools of the Old Wand, the Resurrection Stone and the Invisibility Cloak will become the Master of Death or the Conqueror of Death, the Victor of Death, etc. Although it is generally believed that Master means some form of immortality, can you deal with Grim Reaper with them together? Alan said what he knew, and he asked with some uncertainty, do I need to collect them? I do know their whereabouts. It was in my original era, and even if I knew it, you can't get their whereabouts in the time they switched to once, otherwise unknown changes will happen. So this third time is for? Hearing Ravenclaw's mention of the Deathly Hallows, Alan felt a bit embarrassed about the cloak that might be collected in the hands of Harry Potter and the old wand in the hands of Albus Dumbledore, in order to save the other person back. There is nothing to take care of at all. You don't have to put together all the holy weapons of death, at least not now. You just need to find the Resurrection Stone, although it does not actually resurrect the dead, but it attracts a substance that is more real than soul and more illusory than entity. But its ability to connect the underworld and the mortal world can help me who has lost most of the divine power accumulated through faith. Or my soul can return to the world. Alan was relieved when he heard the beginning. The Resurrection Stone is actually the easiest thing for him now, but the following sentence reminds him of the possibility of intentionally escaping. Roina, you don't sure I can. What hasn't happened is not a memory. What you brought back is that the memory is not a prophecy ball. The witch looked at Alan with some amusement at the moment when she showed stupidity about herself. She waved her hand. It does have the ability to predict, but it can't do anything about 1,000 years later. Alan also reacted, but also strengthened his determination. What do I need to do? If the Resurrection Stone wants to take away, it is not enough to rely on itself. We need to temporarily strengthen it. Ravenclaw felt the wizard's emotions and became more serious. Since our opponent is of death and the underworld, naturally you need to know how to study and use their power. Whether it is to strengthen the Resurrection Stones or to fight them later, you need to learn this dark knowledge. And as you have read the Nether Scroll, you now have the conditions and qualified to start learning these advanced secrets. They are not as important as the theories on the scroll, more like the use of some special abilities, but at least they can solve our problems when you return to your time and space. Existing problems to face. Alan nodded, He estimated that this should be similar to the study of the brain pool to obtain the ability to bypass the brain occlusion, but it was replaced by the study of the underworld, and the silent people in the Ministry of Magic have been almost since the establishment of the Department of Mystery. There is no reason for success. Probably because they haven't read the Nether Scroll, so there is not enough theory to support them to learn these advanced secret arts. Just like Moles's head can't understand magic, so can these wizards. These abilities. Ravenclaw took Alan to the blue flame again, making the light look brighter. You can feel it. Ravenclaw held Alan's hand, and the two clenched their hands. He lifted it slowly, and touched her in response to her call, floating and wrapping up a bubble that was silently imprisoned, and the bubble was soft into the water and wrapped their hands. When Alan's fist crossed the bubble and touched the silent, its black invisible entity and occasionally black oily substance suddenly rolled in the bubble under the flash of the red core, and Alan felt its violent. These dark forces from the underworld will try to parasitize some wizards who oppressed and suppressed their magical powers. Ravenclaw's hand lightened, and the silent no longer tumbled, but there were still patches of red light roaring in it. You have not suffered the psychological or physical abuse of the silent person. It is not so easy to parasitize on you. Try to recall the feeling of absorbing the soul when you use the growth wand that is actually imitating the half-lich to capture the soul. You need to absorb them, feel them, use them. According to Ravenclaw's guidance, Alan tried to absorb the power from the underworld in silence. In the heavy shadows, Alan seemed to be wrapped in the black, seemingly unstoppable material. As if there were countless the twisted faces of the undead appeared in front of them. They screamed in pain. Alan held his breath and absorbed these forces from the underworld, grasping these shadows, death, illusions, curses. In this slow process, Alan witnessed that his exposed skin and hair began to fade, gradually showing a kind of abnormally pale. And Alan found that he had gained the ability of dark vision. Although looking far away in a completely dark place, only black and white images can be seen. And Ravenclaw's voice rang in his ears, "This is the corrosion of the negative energy in the underworld." For ordinary wizards, their health will become a big problem, but for wizards whose magic reaches our level, for the most part, it is nothing but fading. In a trance, Alan's eyes appeared with their pale faces that were not like living people. It seemed that they used too many enchantments full of negative energy attributes and used the power of death to make too much. The corpse is related. The big deal is when you get albinism. For a long time, Alan let go of his hand, let go of the empty bubble, and combed his income in silence. Seeing Alan relax, Ravenclaw turned away from Alan for a distance. The blue flame reflected her pale cheeks, and the calm look. It seemed cold and scary. "Give me mantra. I will show you the usage of the shadow power." Part 1. Have studied. Alan, who had a tacit understanding with Ravenclaw, also raised his hand directly and released a powerful beam of lightning from his fingertips. It flew to Ravenclaw with a scorching temperature. Some pieces of meat on the ground were too late to dodge. Screamed. Although there was no direct contact, it was apparent that they were also burned by this high temperature. Ravenclaw's palm drew a semicircle in front of him, and countless black invisible shadows converged into a force field sphere shining with red and black light, wrapped her in it, and lightning shot on this spherical shield, just like mud flows into the sea, and these lightnings are absorbed by the shield, disappearing without a trace. This is the shadow shield. It is similar to the armor body shield, but it is a continuous spell that can be maintained for a period of time after it is cast, and can provide a certain cover rate for the user, so that people outside can see clearly your position within the shield. Of course, you can see through the shield you made yourself, unaffected. Ravenclaw explained that she lifted the shield easily and her voice was cold. "Avatar is directly used to kill mantra. Aim at my head." After hesitating for a few seconds, a green light shot straight at Ravenclaw's face, but Ravenclaw did nothing, and Alan's eyes widened. Just as the life spell was about to hit Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw's head was like a corpuscle, which suddenly separated from the middle, and was divided into two from the top of the neck. The life spell was passed directly through the middle without causing any damage to Ravenclaw. The edge was exuding. The eyes on both sides of Black Mist stared at Alan. Alan only felt that his heart beat faster. This ability can so easily avoid the Avidus life spell. Although he himself absorbed the energy of the soul, he is no longer afraid of the Avidus life used by ordinary wizards. But facing Voldemort's opponents of this level want to be immune but do not know how many years it takes to grow, and now this method has taken a different approach. It no longer resists in a confrontational manner but adopts a safer and safer way to avoid. However, you must be highly focused. Identify the spell and the target part you want to use in advance, just like the counter spell you learned before. However, because you don't need to cancel or change the target of the spell, it will be difficult. Lower. Ravenclaw's voice came from behind Alan. Alan turned back suddenly, and a witch exactly like Ravenclaw came behind him. He turned his head again and found that the original position of Ravenclaw had also become two witches. This is multiple shadows. When you have achieved great achievements in the study of the power of this shadow, you can learn. You can create an identical avatar in a short time. He has all of your own. Ability can also share each other's senses with you through the mind. Although this ability does not duplicate your own equipment. Their appearance and dress look exactly the same as you, but in reality those things are not good for these phantoms. Any effect, but if you equip them after you create them, they can still be used normally. In addition, the biggest difference between them and the mirror image avatar made by Mirror Art is speaking. The speaking Ravenclaw stepped on a shadow with his foot and fell into it, and then walked out of the shadow created by the blue fire shining on the ground from the side facing Alan. Alan suddenly turned sideways in alertness, avoiding the petrified curse shot by the Ravenclaw who was facing away from him. This curse crossed Alan and hit another piece of meat to make it tremble. www.mentalnovel.com. These spells cast by the mirror avatars are different from the mirror spells. They are real and effective. Ravenclaw said, 3 different spells attacked Alan from 3 different directions, and the witch hurriedly resisted the spells from 3 directions. Then Ravenclaw continued to add, although these spells actually require you to provide magic power, but if you cooperate with the Phantom Shift or I just used the kind of walking in the shadow that can avoid the transfer method of the prohibited Phantom Shift area and add mirroring. 3 Ravenclaws performed mirroring at the same time, each creating 8 mirroring avatars, and then surrounded Alan after a dazzling movement of phantoms and shadows. I surrender. Alan, who realized that he was surrounded by Ravenclaw alone, could not tell who was the real body of Ravenclaw, who was the real body and who was made with real attack power. It is a completely false mirror image. In this place, he cannot directly use the spell of the large attack range directly, so he decisively raised his hands and surrendered to his lover. This kind of avatar does not disappear as long as it is attacked like Mirror Art. It is exactly the same as your own ability to bear damage without the improvement brought by equipment. The annihilation of the avatar will not have any real effect on your deity. Adverse effects: if you were killed first, these avatars will continue to exist until the magic is completely dissipated. And the witch seems to have no plans to let him go after Alan surrendered. All Ravenclaw took a smirk, stepped closer to the little witch who looked a little pitiful, but he did not forget to give him the final comment. What? Chapter 617 Raven Modified. Sincerely thank the love of the Silver Leader among the forbidden forests that cover the sky and the sun. There are many small and hidden empty spaces that seem to be completely open to the outside world, but in fact they are completely covered by the surrounding bushes. And behind a mossy stump, an adult doe smelled the air. Suddenly, it stopped and shuddered unexpectedly. The other deer in the group were scared by its sudden movements and did not move on. I saw that the doe turned around lightning, jumped up, and like a big blow, ran wildly towards the depths of the forest. And the other deer quickly followed behind it. It didn't take long for the swollen bush to rush out of the bush, and quickly chased towards the deer herd. It ran very fast. The deer in the deer herd, who was right next to her mother, was about to be killed, caught up. The deer's eyes were full of panic and and his movements became stiff. He stepped on an empty foot and fell down. The doe beside him stopped and kept trying to arch the deer. The wolf had already caught up with them, but did not stay at all but continued to run forward, one by one overtaking the deer, until the front deer was also overtaken by it. It continued to run forward without looking back, as if the herd of deer still running behind it was its natural enemy. Not only is there a restlessness on the ground, in the sky, a few black night chicks are flying in the sky, the skinny body trembling slightly, flapping its wings desperately, trying to escape the area. They are trying to avoid the area beside the flowing stream. No creature dares to approach the area, and they all avoid it from afar. This is because in that area, a wizard exudes a sense of fear in the dark forest. His head hangs slightly, and a black hood attached to the wizard's robe is put on his head, covering his cheeks. There was a shadow in the upper layer, and the expression on his face could not be seen clearly. Only the exposed chin knew that the wizard's skin showed an unhealthy paleness. Layered raven feather shawls with a black cloak around his shoulders, 2 red gemstones surrounded by black wire fixed the cloak to the wizard's robe, and the gems resembled a burning magic to form a reptile. The shape of the pupil is like the vertical pupil of a giant dragon, constantly turning, looking at the surrounding environment. On this black silk robe decorated with elegant waterfall-shaped dark steel threads, there is a pattern composed of ancient magic scripts carefully stitched with dark red mitral silver threads, which can help the wearer resist there is no magic attack. The most striking is the bone belt made of a devil's skull in the shape of a horned skull at his waist. On the right side of the belt, the locked leather manuscript made of black and dark red is hung on a thin chain. On the left side of the belt, there is a transparent potion bottle made of crystal. The blue potion exudes a strange luster. Underneath the scroll is a small burst that looks exactly like Luna's, and has been cast with a seamless stretch spell. It is hanging obediently on the robe. On the back of the glove with the dark red mitral silver thread on which the complex magic pattern was drawn, and the hem on the middle of the robe where the complex magic pattern was also drawn, all of them were inlaid with large and small red gems. These gem shapes rounded. The surrounding images are clearly imprisoned in the strange longan in this rose gem. Not only these, but even a few cloaks on the back of the cloak, they are constantly turning, vigilant. These gems like monster eyes allow the wearer to detect the magic spell at any time without specifically casting a spell. The stealth effect of magic-like magic, and keeps the wearer on alert at any time, making it difficult for him to be attacked by sneakers. The restlessness of the Forbidden Forest made the area where the witch was silent. He realized that the scalpel attached to his belt was still dripping the blood of the creatures in the lower plains. After the death of the robe, many creatures were stained. Dried blood. It is these bloodstains from Barto Hell and Bottomless Abyss creatures that made the animals in the Forbidden Forest scatter. Realizing this, the wizard shook his hand gently. The black shadow rose around the witch's open teeth and claws, making him look even more terrifying. The witch lifted his hood and looked up at the sunlight between the branches. It was Alan. These shadows dispelled the bloodstains that had begun to darken, and made Alan's breath calm down again. This magic robe and the equipment above are made by Ravenclaw and Alan using the knowledge on the Nether Scroll to transform and upgrade on the basis of the magical wizard robe and the magic feather cloak, although the style is aesthetic and has occurred before. The changed Ravenclaw personally designed a mix-and-match style that was full of wizards from the ancient Nezril period and the underworld and hell. But Alan is still happy to meet each other in this regard and cooperate fully. Just after completing some research on the devil and the demon, Ravenclaw received a letter to force Alan to wear this body and look too high profile. When he met Hogwarts founder Helga Hufflepuff, Alan felt a little embarrassed. He understands his female raven. His old friend suddenly never meets again. Ravenclaw wants to show the value of the Nether Scroll to Hufflepuff through Alan, because the other party has been obsessed with Ravenclaw ignoring Helena's grievances. I have always opposed Ravenclaw's research on the Nether Scroll. Ravenclaw wants Hufflepuff to see that his research is meaningful and correct. www.mentalnovel.com. In addition, They also have some materials that need Hufflepuff's support, but the obvious need for people, but the more high-profile attitude made Alan feel more embarrassed under careful consideration. Because for Alan, thinking of them, for decades after he left, Helga had been taking care of Ravenclaw's mother and daughter. He was very ashamed and grateful. Nowadays, he is forced to wear this magic robe to demonstrate and beg for people. Ravenclaw can't help but cry, but he can't refuse Ravenclaw's seemingly wayward request. Helga's meeting was even more tense and a little confusing. Helena is said to have been staying in Ravenclaw's public lounge for a while now, but she should not be afraid of being seen by Harry. Even if they do, the other party may not think of a boy who looks younger than herself as their fathers. Neither Roina nor Hufflepuff told Helena who her father was. Therefore, instead of going directly to Hufflepuff, Alan first came to the Forbidden Forest and wanted to capture some magical creatures as gifts for the long time to meet. For a while, looking awkwardly at the few deer hunted on the floating dish, Alan felt that these were still too shabby as gifts. He decided to go to Hogsmeade Village to see if there were any suitable gifts. The current Hogsmeade Village is far less prosperous than Alan's era. This is a country with fertile soil and mountain barriers. The fields are green and the springs are flowing. Alan walked on this path leading to the village. The mountains behind him are empty, the sun is shining straight down, revealing a large unobstructed scene. There are only a few steep stone houses in front of which are covered with wooden boards, but not tiling. Alan in the distance frowning at this seemingly depressed picture. Chapter 618 Think More to Modified, Sincerely Thank the Silver Leader. Alan came to the location of the Three Broom Taverns in memory. Its layout is similar to the impression, but the wooden door was closed. Mrs. Rosetta was born almost 1,000 years ago. Now there is even a broom tavern here. Not yet. Alan, who was slightly stepped through the wooden fence, glanced at the house full of life. After he noticed the house number engraved with Woodcroft's Hungies, he thought of what he had learned from the history of magic. Hogsmeade is the only pure wizard village in the United Kingdom. It was founded about the same time as the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and was founded by the medieval wizard Woodcroft's Hangis. Hangis was born in Woodcroft, Gloucestershire. He entered Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry after being 11 years old and was admitted to Hufflepuff College. After graduating, after seeing the persecution of wizards and muggles treated as wizards by muggles, Hangis came up with the idea of creating a village that belongs only to the wizards, and tried his best to change it. It became reality, and Hogsmeade was born as a good place for wizards to avoid muggles and communicate with each other. The location of Alan's Three Broom Bars at this time is said to be the residence of the Hungis. Alan, who didn't find any shops except a tavern, shook his head and reluctantly walked along the path of the village without hope. From time to time, he could see little wizards wearing black magic robes riding unscrupulously, flying through the sky with a flying broom. Some senior students are using phantoms to move shapes in some corners of the village. Alan also saw some wizards who were delivered with the door key floof and had to wait until 1301 of the century boarded a chocolate frog picture and studied at the Ravenclaw School at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Ignatia Wilde's myth was invented by her only after she was born. At this time, the implementation of the International Secrecy Law in 1692 had not yet entered into force at this time, so these Hogwarts students could go to school through unsupervised travel. After the implementation of the International Secrecy Law, this problem has always troubled wizards: how to ensure that hundreds of students arrive at Hogwarts safely every year without getting muggles' attention in order to allow students to go to school. Door keys are distributed at designated locations in the UK. However, the door key is not an ideal way of school transportation, because as many as a third of students miss the timing of using the door key every year and cannot arrive at the school on time, and there will be many students who will have a halo door key. It is impossible to restore the previously unsupervised way of traveling, because that would violate the confidentiality law, and the school's successive principals strongly opposed the use of other safer methods such as using flyway powder to enter the castle. because that will threaten the safety of the castle. It wasn't until 1827 to 1835 that he had a blood relationship with the founder of the buzzing and magical joke shop. A witch named Alton Gamble became the minister of the Ministry of Magic and solved the problem. Alton proposed a bold and controversial proposal. Inspired by mole technology, she realized that a safe and comfortable vehicle such as a train could be used to replace the original door keys and other unregulated travel methods. In order to obtain a train, the Ministry of Magic carried out a large-scale project involving 167 oblivion spells against moles and the largest hidden spell in British history. The morning after the project was completed, when Hogsmeade residents woke up, they discovered a train station that had never appeared before, and the Mole Railroad employees of Crewe spent the following year. Here, I feel that I have misplaced something important. Before being handed over to the school, the Ministry of Magic made further modifications to the Hogwarts Express. The plan was initially strongly protested by some pure-blood families, refusing to use the mole-built equipment as a means of transportation for wizards. They claimed that this method was unsafe, unhygienic, and detrimental to the personality of their wizards. However, after the Ministry of Magic insisted that the students would either take the train to school or not, the objections would disappear. Alan, who had no gains at Hogsmeade and had to think about a piece of information, had to put on his hood again, walked towards Hogwarts School with his prey, and sent it directly to a wizardess room. It seems rude and impolite, and may even directly attract the other party's attack. Although Hufflepuff's character will not be so fierce, Alan, already carrying such a shabby gift, is already embarrassed in his heart, so he decided to let the visit is more formal. After seeing the familiar and somewhat unfamiliar Hogwarts castle, Alan felt more relaxed and happy. From afar, the number of students walking in the huge castle of Hogwarts is far less than that of Alan's era. Although Alan used to think that there were few little wizards of his era, but now it looks like it's a little less ridiculous. By the Black Lake outside the college, students in 2s and 3s gathered around their teacher and listened carefully to the teacher's explanation. These students seem to have a very fulfilling life. Hogwarts provides them with a stable place to learn and learn magic, which makes them very cherish. They also regard Hogwarts as their home and immerse themselves in magic. In his study, he worked tirelessly to absorb knowledge, and most of the students here seem to come from moles and mixed-race wizards with no backstage. After all, in this day and age, the vast majority of pure-blood families have their own way of cultivating talents. They are more accustomed to adopting old methods to train their younger generations, that is, to impart the magical knowledge and skills mastered by their families to themselves within the family. The next generation of wizards of the family, they still don't trust Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. They don't think that mixing with the mud type they think in the school will make their own wizards better trained. Only a small part of the pure-blood family will send the children of their own family to the name of the 4 founders. Just wait for them to continue to learn family secrets after graduation. Even in the era of Alan, Hogwarts, who maintained the name of the world's first magical academy, now because the school has just started and the reputation is still not good, the number of people willing to come to study is too small. Therefore, their teaching method is also close to the traditional learning method of tutors learning with apprentices. If you really listened to Salazar Slytherin, Hogwarts wouldn't be able to do it. Alan observed Hogwarts in this space and time along the way. At the same time, he also received the attention of the wizards. Without him, Alan's shape at this time was too conspicuous. The magic robe with constantly turning magic power let people know its preciousness at a glance. This is definitely not an ordinary wizard obtained, and this strange and evil shape is also frightening. If it were not for him to put a few deer on the floating disc behind him to make him popular, I am afraid that if he is timid, he will run away. On the stone bridge in Hogwarts, Alan stopped. A middle-aged witch dressed in a brown robe professor and slightly sunken red eyes pushed away his students and came over to stop him. If it wasn't for some trembling voice betrayed her heart, she was very brave and tall figure, this gentleman. Who are you looking for? I can help you to inform you. Thank you, Bonnie. but I don't think it needs such trouble." Alan's tone kindly stopped the acquaintance in front of her, the female apprentice of Hufflepuff who loved to burn things at the time. www.mentalnovel.com. Apparently he did not recognize himself at this time. Alan raised his hand, and a shadowy raven landed on Alan's arm. An extra eye was added to the center of his strange forehead. Alan handed Hufflepuff's invitation to Three Eyes. The raven, holding the invitation letter, flapped his wings and flew away in a flash. The expression on the red-haired witch's face was even more terrifying, and she stared at Alan's wandless magic with a stunned look. Then she looked down again and looked at the pale chin of Alan under the wizard's hood, which was not like the color of ordinary people's skin. She thought that the raven with the black shadow all over her body was a little scared. Is this black magic? Will it harm the recipient? Mopan, I and Helga Hufflepuff and you are actually old friends. I just came to see her, and there was no malice. Alan, who had seen each other's thoughts, explained. Helga's female apprentice apparently did not accept this explanation. The devil's skull belt with a smell and a slight sulfur smell around Alan's waist attracted her attention. You can see through your thoughts without casting a spell, and you know your name. A master of sensationalism. The witch's heart was even more terrified. The chin and voice exposed by the other party were so young. How could it be an old friend of the principal? And this dress and style obviously have little to do with goodness. Is he a devil posing? You think too much, Bonnie. Alan had to put down his hood, showing his silver hair with his head neatly combed back. He winked at the female apprentice in Helga and turned his face. Moved closer so that the other party could see clearly. Don't be afraid, it's me. Alan. Harry, will you still burn the food now? Chapter 619. Bastard Parents Modified. Sincerely thank the love of the Silver Leader. The witch Bonnie looked at Alan suspiciously. She frowned, carefully recognizing her slightly sunken eyes as if Zhang Die wanted to see through the person in front of him. Aaron Harris? Fear and surprise floated to Bonnie's heart at the same time. When she was alert, she took 2 steps back, as if she could see the person in front of her more clearly. How do you look? Not old at all. Your skin and hair. Thank you, Bonnie. Alan smiled slightly, trying to ease the other party's fears. He knew that the other party's surprise was not only his immature face, but also the dressed up, just applied magic, but he didn't intend to explain too much to the other party. Alan Harris. Bonnie turned back and found that the irresistible principal had trot in the robe corner in advance, and the golden magic cloak shuddered behind her. Helga Hufflepuff stopped in front of them. Bonnie saluted the other, relieved, and hurried away. Hufflepuff's eyes stared at Alan for a moment, which made Alan's heart feel guilty and could not help but a little sigh. Hufflepuff is already a little old. Although she is getting fatter, she looks like a face. The wrinkles on her face were not so obvious, but the hair that had already appeared to be dry was still a trace of her years. Helga grabbed Alan and dragged into the castle without any explanation. You are eroded by negative energy. Check with me first, and then we will talk about other things. Alan, who was passively taken away, looked at this Hufflepuff and did not speak, and their conversation was not suitable for a large audience. But at this time Alan's heart was very touched, and she was obviously quite concerned about herself. There are complaints, but after seeing your own state, your first concern is your own health. Hufflepuff took Alan to the principal's room. The current principal's room was too simple compared to the decoration of Alan's era, and Hufflepuff apparently got a kitchen in the attic behind the desk. Many house elves were busy just after hearing Hufflepuff's instructions. As soon as he reached the desk, Hufflepuff waved his wand and wanted to give Alan a full-body examination. Fine, Helga, just recently studied some of the side effects of magic with Roina, and it's not harmful to health itself. Alan quickly stopped. Still uneasy, after examining Alan, he finally determined that Alan only seemed to fade, and did not really affect the function of the body. Helga Hufflepuff breathed a sigh of relief. She enthusiastically gave after Alan hugged the wizard and made him feel a little uncomfortable. He tried to squeeze out a smile to him. You seem to scare Bonnie out. These forces will more or less affect your character and emotions. You should be more careful in the future. Don't indulge in it and let the power control you in turn. Don't just listen to the arrangement of the unconscionable Raven. Seeing the other person mentioning her lover, Alan was a little embarrassed. You know, Royna wants to show you her research results. Although she didn't say, but you know, she always takes you as the most caring, my friend. And the situation in the underworld. Neither she nor I want you to do nothing like this. What's the use of more research results? Helena has turned into a ghost in her best years. The Raven dared to die and escape responsibility. Always like a grown-up child, so willful. If not, I gave her food, and I think she can study magic and forget about other things and starve herself to death. Not to mention Ravenclaw. It seemed a bit exploding when mentioning Hufflepuff, just like Alan. As I have seen in the kitchen, and you, knowing that you can leave little time, and you can't be with the Raven. She just gave birth to Helena with her. She doesn't take responsibility for you. Isn't it? I thought you were a mature boy. Poor Helena's child had never seen her father until death. How pitiful. And you can't see her now. With that, Hufflepuff's eyes turned red, realizing her gaffe. And her expression was even guilty when facing Alan. I don't blame you, my dear Alan, knowing that your daughter has become like this. You must be uncomfortable. After all, there is a time converter, and you can't control the time you leave. You blame the Raven. Hufflepuff directed the wine and fried ox ball to the table, and the bottle automatically poured Alan a glass of wine. Alan quickly picked up the glass, and the one Hufflepuff held was later made by Voldemort. The gold cup of the Horcrux touched, and then took a sip and ignored the fried double-headed cattle that were just out of the hands of the house elves. Obviously Hufflepuff misunderstood AI who won the championship of fried cattle. Lun loves to eat these things. After a little chat for a while, Alan's hand gently turned down the glass. His heart was full of guilt. Hufflepuff didn't blame himself but made him more uncomfortable. He realized that the other party obviously misunderstood himself and thought he didn't know, and Ravenclaw probably didn't explain to her much. It seemed that she took the responsibility herself. Alan, www.mentalnovel.com. Just now when I mentioned Helena, you seem to know that she exists. But I don't know if you know what the Raven did to your daughter. Hedgeparky looked at Alan with pity. She told Helena's experience to Alan. This is also the reason why I was particularly angry with Royna. I understand her worry about the death, but she actually designed to kill for her own daughter. The way of nurturing for so many years is actually to make her voluntarily become a ghost. This is cruel, even if this is the way she loves. But Royna should not be without Helena's knowledge. Next, make this choice for her who has not been born yet. At least you should tell the poor girl to let her choose. Sooting. Poor Helena still thought she was mad at her mother and was resting. There is her statue. Alan felt his face burned, listening to Hufflepuff's statement and accusations against Ravenclaw. He felt that Ravenclaw could not be allowed to bear these accusations and charges alone. Such loyalty is really a friend of their concern. Concealing her will make you feel more guilty. After all, Alan still has a certain bottom line in his heart. At least for true friends, Alan believes that he needs to be honest with Hufflepuff. Alan tried to make himself take a few deep breaths, and then waited for the sobbing Hufflepuff to calm down and let himself be brave enough to try to make himself as full as possible. Helga. Sorry, Royna to Haley, and I know the arrangement of now. You know that I came from the future. In my time, these things were actually happened. I know Helena's experience and I agree with Royna's approach while making sure that nothing will change in the future. For a while, Hufflepuff, who had come back, glared at Alan and shouted, "You are a pair of parents." Chapter 620 Friends Modified. Sincerely thank the love of the Silver Leader. She is my daughter, but I lived up to her. But I'm sorry, Helena, we have no other way, otherwise there will definitely be completely unknown variables in my era. Alan told Helga Hufflepuff as carefully as possible. I know that a thank you can't offset your care for their mother and daughter, but I can only thank you so simple now. Hufflepuff was silent for a while, and her expression softened. She sat on the chair of the principal's office and looked up at Alan. Yuri definitely not here because I sent you an invitation letter, right? Hugger, we also need to imitate the identity of the staff in the era of NAS, and I will use it for the tasks I need to complete the next time. But we lack some raw materials, so I hope to get yours support. Alan didn't pretend to be perfunctory, but bluntly told Hufflepuff the purpose of his trip, then paused and added, Roina hopes you can understand her. If possible, I hope you will join the research on the Nether Scroll. Helga, I can't stay here this time. Although the purpose of doing this is selfish, I personally hope that you can accompany Roina more. This is also a way we can do now to give you back a little bit. When have you been so kind with me when you take things? I will send you a list if you want it. Hufflepuff sighed. She found that she could not stop the two guys who were addicted to research. There is no reason to stop. Simply expressing my attitude of full support. But I will not participate in you. Roina can keep his life because he bet against the dangerous devil to win the divine blood. I don't plan to let you venture once again to bet with a devil grand prince again. With this kind of thing he can get is another thing. The sage stone, magic stone and other things are full of sin without mentioning themselves, and there is no guarantee that you will be truly immortal. Sorry, Alan. I have no intention of this. If you are from Hogwarts after 1,000 years, and it is the world's first magical academy, it can already show that my efforts have not been in vain. The greatest wish of my life has been fulfilled. Helga, I understand. Thank you for your continued support. Alan did not try to persuade any more. The other party's history records that it was in the 11th century that Hufflepuff was not Ravenclaw. She couldn't do it. Regardless of whether you want to abandon the others until you die, Alan, but I do have a request. A hint of embarrassment and pleading appeared on Hufflepuff's kind face. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse. Alan responded seriously, if at least some human relations can be repaid, at least to make him feel more comfortable. Has Roina told you about Godric Gryffindor? Helga asked tentatively. Alan just nodded, and he heard Helga use a bit of complaint again. All for Roina, he is now inspired by the family's inherited blood curse and has to become a giant squid in the Black Lake here. There is only a small amount of time each day to restore the human form to wander in the castle. Helga glanced at Alan, who was always willing to pay but rarely asked. Godric didn't know about the time changer. He always thought it was you who abandoned Roina and caused a change in her temperament, and he thought it was Helena's death that caused the selfish raven to be killed. I was so angry that I wanted to duel with the irresponsible minions who caused them to die in my eyes. Alan, I personally hope that you can fight with him once, and the only wish he has now is, he has not yet before he became a giant squid completely. He has been less and less time to return to human beings recently, and his consciousness has begun to blur a bit. At this point, after he died in Royine, he probably didn't want to be a wizard again. Thank you, Helga. No matter who can be your friend is a very lucky thing. I am very willing to fight with him. Alan stood up and solemnly walked a wizard to Hufflepuff. Although there are some misunderstandings, in fact I am very grateful to him for his selfless help to Ravenclaw for so many years. It's nothing, Alan. Don't use this. Hufflepuff quickly returned. She continued to add in a pleading tone, I hope you can fight him again with enough confidence. I know you have studied after the Scroll of God. Godric, who has been stagnant for many years, is no longer your opponent, but I still hope that your strength is increased enough to control the power in the duel and be sure not to hurt his life before going to the duel. I hope that if the lion sees your present appearance, it will probably know you're suffering. Alan nodded solemnly and promised again, I think I can do it. www.mentalnovel.com. Helga, I promise it must be. This is what I and Roy know him. By the way, at the carnival, you won my pup-eating double-headed bullball championship. I have not given you your prize, Hufflepuff said after seeing the business, adding to Alan, I also build in the Forbidden Forest in a secret room. They gave me an Ain stone found in the ruins of Nesserl during the adventure. I have nothing left to keep, so I will give it to you. for my timeline. In fact, I think I already got it when you completed your secret room challenge. Helga, just keep it inside. I think you understand my means. Alan looked a little embarrassed. I didn't expect to play with him or go with him like a shadow, so I have to leave you a challenge. Helga nodded thoughtfully. The two talked for a while, and it was agreed that no one but Alan and Godric and Hufflepuff would be present in the duel. Ravenclaw saw her willingness to take the death off inform Gryffindor. Starting tonight, Hufflepuff will inform the opponent of the arrival of Alan and agree on the game time when the giant squid turns back into the red-haired wizard, and then circulates the game time. Finally, he will inform Ravenclaws by letter. Seeing that things were almost discussed, Alan drank up the remaining wine in a glass and asked Hufflepuff for a bottle of ink and feather pen to list him and Ravenclaw when they later made magical objects. The bill of materials needed. After saying goodbye to Hufflepuff, Alan, carrying a few puddings and dinner prepared by the other party, stepped into a shadow formed by a light behind a desk in the principal's office, teleported from the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to the Ravenclaw's secret research lab. Chapter 621 Square Scarf Modified. Sincerely thank the love of the Silver Leader in the laboratory. On the floor, a huge pentacle pattern made of mithril, several Dementors were imprisoned in it, hiding in the middle of the formation, daring to touch the invisible knots around them. Boundary. A bright silver mithril long stick and those silently wrapped in bubbles were suspended in the air, and around them a crystal ball and gems of different shapes and sizes were scattered on the ground. Ravenclaw cast the spell with his bare hands, and some shadows were sucked out from the silence that was imprisoned in the formation. She directed the shadows into the mythical silver stick with an expressionless face, which was originally illuminated by the light. Some positions of the cane that shimmered with silver began to dim and black, and then the black began to gradually spread, as if it began to absorb the surrounding light. On the side, Alan is wearing clothes and carefully adjusting some details so that all the accessories of this costume stay where they should be. He finally adjusted the cloak and turned his head to look down and waited. The cane automatically absorbed the silent Ravenclaw. Roina, are you going? I won't go. Ravenclaw didn't feel the other person's eyes, and then seemed to feel too cold. She frowned slightly, and then she waved her right hand. 3 shadows. The composed three-eyed crow flew out of her own shadow bluntly. 2 of them fell on Alan's left and right shoulders, and the third fell directly on Alan's head and fell down. Looking at Alan's current somewhat nondescript looks with satisfaction, Ravenclaw whispered, "They will find their own place when they arrive." The witch shook his head and looked at the 2 three-eyed crows on the left and right shoulders, and understood the meaning of Ravenclaw. They were there. Even if Ravenclaw was in the laboratory, he could see himself and the 3 shadow crows. Gryffindor duel. Birds don't have Gangman's sphincter. Fortunately, these shadow creations won't really shit. Alan turned upset with dissatisfaction, and vaguely saw the raised feet of the crow above his head. He couldn't help shrugging. Shrugging his shoulders, the 2 crows on his shoulders jumped up and down, and he gently pecked his cheeks on both sides. Ravenclaw glanced at Alan softly. So, when did you become a phoenix? I can control it. Alan's cries echoed in the laboratory and rushed toward the witch with his teeth. Ravenclaw carelessly pecked on Alan a few times. She laughed out loud, took out a blue square scarf, approached Alan, and crouched slightly to tie it around his neck. Don't take it down. Give Godric a glance and he will understand. Hogwarts Black Lake was near the Forbidden Forest by the open space, and there was stillness in all directions. In the dark night, a string of magic lights floated in the air, jumping with a warm yellow light. The fresh wind swept the water vapor from the Black Lake to the shore, which was cool and humid. The transparent enchantment that can isolate the sound enveloped the area of Black Lake. Alan's fingers lightly touched the enchantment, and then the whole person sank into the enchantment. Nice to meet you, dear Alan. Hufflepuff had been waiting by the lake for a long time, and this enchantment was arranged by her. Alan was pleased that the 3 crows flew away before Hufflepuff had not found him, so that Hufflepuff would not see him look funny. After giving Alan a warm and weird hug, Hufflepuff noticed the blue square tied around Alan's neck, and she sighed slightly sadly. All right, so at least it's also an explanation for Gryffindor. Alan's eyes fell on the large fishing barrels at her feet, all of which were full of all kinds of seafood. Hufflepuff looked at Alan's eyes and explained, Godric has always liked to eat these things, turned into giant squid, and the amount of food has become greater, but the Black Lake has not imported any rivers or oceans, so I will feed here when I have time. Using her wand, she directed a bucket of seafood to fly over the lake. The bucket dumped, and the still-lived seafood jumped into the water and scattered. Seeing this, Alan commanded the other buckets to fly into the air all at once, and dumped at the same time. Gradually, a faint sound came from the depths of the Black Lake, but it became louder and louder, and the sound became roaring. The waves of the Black Lake were violently churning, and a long, shining red tentacle came out of the water. Then it was shot fiercely again, and the lake water was immediately splashed, and the lake water was stirred violently, bringing in countless bubbles and white spray. In the dark water of the lake, a huge squid with a red light flashing reveals the whole picture. It looks like a cruise ship with countless tentacles flexing and extending indiscriminately in the lake. The giant squid kept stuffing those seafood in his mouth with his wrists, as if he would never be satisfied. Alan and Hufflepuff waited patiently. In the state of giant squid, he has begun to remember that he is a wizard. Hufflepuff sighed, then silently watched the giant squid gobbling with Alan. At 11 o'clock in the evening, accompanied by the tumbling lake water, the giant squid swam to the shore, and before approaching the shore, the giant squid's tentacles contracted quickly, turning into a red with a thick mane like a Maine man with red hair and red beard. He stood in the water in a trance. His expression was dull, and he stood for a long time. He started to look around, as if he didn't know where he was, why he was here, or even he didn't realize he was still standing in the water. Godric, Hufflepuff called, his eyes attracted by his voice, but he still didn't seem to realize that the person the other party was calling was him. Godric, come here, have you forgotten that you have appointed Alan to a duel tonight? Hufflepuff saw sadness when he saw the increasingly slow Godric. Hearing the name of Alan, Gryffindor was stunned, and a gleam of wisdom broke out in his eyes like he was touched by the switch of memory. He stared straight at Alan, and immediately his roar sounded through the night sky, you dare to come to see me? The mother and daughter of Royina have been so miserable, why didn't you die? He waved his fists and pounced on Alan with his teeth, looking like he was desperate to fight Alan. But when his punch that he tried hard to catch was captured by Alan, his eyes fell on the blue square around Alan's neck. The whole person stayed in place for a moment, and his eyes moved. Noting Alan's appearance, he looked at his face as young as he was many years ago. Gryffindor relaxed his hand and Alan released his hand. Alan sighed inside, wondering if he was more mature or the subconscious impression of the other side was not as disgusting as Crumb and Ron. Alan still remembers the bravery who participated in the crucible above his head. Warriors. And now, although the other party's body is still strong and his eyes are still sharp and fierce, but the yellowing pupils and wrinkled skin all show the other party's aging. The messy hair and the shabby red linen clothes made one of the world's most powerful witches even more disappointed in the late afternoon. We owe you too much. Sorry, Mr. Gryffindor. Alan looked at each other, thinking about the other side for so many years. He did not even count as a spare tire but did so much. www.mtlnovel. Com can't hold back the idea of wanting to apologize and blurt out, well, this is what I am willing to do, it has nothing to do with you. Gryffindor calmed down instead. His hands clenched on both sides of the body gradually loosened. She didn't have this square when you disappeared. So, is Royna still alive? Alan nodded solemnly to confirm the other party's doubts. It's good to be alive. In Gryffindor's eyes, the blue on Alan's neck was particularly dazzling in the night. His body swayed, his concentration settled, and his eyes fell on Alan's hourglass on the deliberately exposed necklace and his face without aging or change. Shen Sheng asked, you disappeared before because of the time switch? Yes, Alan replied, looking at Gryffindor, who was a little slack and happy because of the square. Gryffindor suddenly asked, "Why don't you take it down?" "I can't let future relatives and friends do not exist because of my own desires." Alan's voice was also surprisingly gentle at this time. He tried to answer any questions of the other party when the other party's consciousness was still sober. After hearing that Gryffindor's face did not change, he continued to ask, "Boy, how many years is your future away? Will Hogwarts still exist?" "It was the world's #1 magical academy in my time. I am actually a student from Ravenclaw College 1,000 years later. It was sent to this era by Royna at that society." Still caring about the school he built, Alan gave Gryffindor an answer. "So you still plan to keep Royna waiting for 1,000 years? You are such an asshole." Gryffindor was relieved when he heard the first half, and then angered again after 1,000 years. Chapter 622 Transmitted Modified. Sincere thanks to Zhang Fuxing. The leader Godric calmed down. Hufflepuff, who had been silent for a while, began to stop Gryffindor, who was impulsive again, and then her tone became gentler than usual. "This is Royna with regard to Alan, you know. We have no position." "Okay, Helga." Gryffindor's tone became bleak. "It seems that she managed to get rid of the mortal body. After 1,000 years, she is still alive. Just." Gryffindor seemed to have figured it out. Gratifying that Ravenclaw would survive 1,000 years later. He looked at the blue square with a trance, and he looked like he was in front of him. Similarly, he looked at Hufflepuff. His eyes seemed clearer. "I understand what you mean. I don't hate him or complain about her. But I still want to complete the honor duel with Alan Heresy, don't knowing how long I won't be back. Let this battle end as my Godric." Gryffindor, looking at Hufflepuff, Alan bowed solemnly to the red-haired wizard. "As you wish." "Wait, boy, before the duel, I still have something to ask you." Gryffindor's gaze turned on Alan's pale skin and magic robe. "The robe that Royna made for you?" Alan nodded. There was nothing to hide. Gryffindor smiled self-deprecatingly, and then asked about Hogwarts in the era of Alan. Alan patiently and gently told the situation to Gryffindor, and tried to describe Hogwarts' status quo unbiasedly and objectively. Immediately, he also unreservedly expressed his worries about the curriculum of the Magic Academy and his plans to reform the status quo. "The principal of your era was too irresponsible, because one or two rats directly blocked the growth path of other students, and put all the knowledge into their own offices to make the knowledge dusty. What do you expect to make the Savior Saves the World? Set up a magical academy, set up a library and set up a forbidden area. The purpose is to allow small wizards with different talents to get a path of their own promotion. In doing so, he even keeps the pure knowledge of his own. The blood family is not as good as this. Doesn't this completely eliminate the opportunity for anyone to learn this knowledge? Why did he change our original intention to build a school without permission?" Gryffindor, as the best duel master and Hogwarts of this era, one of the founders of, heard of such a situation. Beyond incredible, anger and dissatisfaction continue to accumulate in my heart. The reasons why the graduates can't even put the iron armor curse and your weapons apart. Although he has the main responsibility, he seriously neglected his duties in the position of principal. But objectively speaking, this is also my era, the cause of society. The British Ministry of Magic, that is equivalent to managing the existence of the wizarding world of my era. Before my family took over the Ministry of Magic, the previous officials all hoped that the wizards in their management area should have as low a fighting power as possible. In order to rule and stabilize those pure-blood families who have more secret knowledge as school managers, obviously don't want the little wizards who have a large population and no background to learn too advanced knowledge. They will learn in their own. Descendants of Hogwarts taught them deeper things after graduating from Hogwarts. Alan saw Gryffindor starting to be impulsive again, and as if to explode, he quickly waved his hand and attracted the attention of the other party. In fact, that a white wizard actually has a good starting point for his own purposes. He is not a bad person, but he loves to control everything and arrogantly thinks that his choices are correct. Closed mouth, flushed face, clenched fist. Silent Gryffindor's anger was not relieved. Just like a volcano about to erupt, Hufflepuff came over and pressed the redhead the witch was comforting on the shoulder and looked at him worriedly. After a while, Gryffindor turned to Hufflepuff and said, "Helga, I asked you to help me keep my research experience, and you just leave it to this kid." Hufflepuff had some difficulty in believing his ears, but then he understood what the other party meant by the conversation just now. "Helga," Gryffindor smiled heartily, "I hate him, but if he can get our school back on the right path, this private grudge is nothing, and I'm willing to help him, and Roina will obviously be happy to do so." After that, Gryffindor looked at Alan solemnly. "Boy, give me your hand." Alan didn't try to push away with hypocrisy first, but directly reached out firmly to the other party. Gryffindor clapped on Alan's palm and took hold of Alan's hand. The magic was intertwined around the two of their hands. Alan suddenly felt that he and Hogwarts were too much a connection. He felt his control of Hogwarts not far away. "I gave you the power of 1/4 of my founder. Now you have the highest command of all the portraits, classrooms and equipment in the college. If any Hogwarts staff object to your reform, you now have the right to expel anyone and let all the resources of the academy begin to refuse to exclude it if necessary. You can even use the school's defensive power to deal with it." Gryffindor looked at Alan's eyes. "Boy, manage Hogwarts. Although I was unfortunately inspired by the blood curse, it will also give me a way to use it so that I can live to your time, even if I no longer belong to Godric." Gryffindor consciousness. "But I will watch what you do." Alan felt the attachment of the other party. www.mentalnovel.com accepted the other party's goodwill. He solemnly bowed to the Hogwarts founder and made his commitment. "I will not only attest Hogwarts, I am going to make the entire wizarding world truly prosperous. I think that's the ultimate goal for you to build this magical academy." Hufflepuff looked a little relieved at the two friends in front of her and seemed to ease the relationship. She couldn't help but make a decision. "Godric, Alan, I will be guarding Hogwarts for the rest of my time. But I will transfer the power of my founder to that raven before I can't protect it. I can't let her be so lazy in this matter. I hope she can be with you when I meet you in the future. Let's continue to grow our magic academy." "Thank you, Helga, I promise I will." Alan hurriedly thanked Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff saw the atmosphere calm. She turned to Gryffindor, and tentatively asked, "So, is your duel possible?" Gryffindor immediately interrupted Hufflepuff's temptation. "Hugger, you will be the referee of our duel." After that, he did not wait for Hufflepuff to reply, but turned to look at Alan. "Boy, this duel is just your trial. I won't be merciless. If you can't survive, it means that you are not qualified to obtain these, nor is it the material for this important task." Alan just carried his hands on the side, and he nodded slightly to Hufflepuff. "Helga, let's get started. Rest assured, nothing will happen." "Of course." Gentle Helga sighed and gave up persuasion. She gently wiped the corners of her eyes and raised her wand. "Everyone is in position." Alan and Gryffindor started walking in the opposite direction. Chapter 623 A Duel of 0 Years Ago Modified. Sincere thanks to the leader Zhang Fuxing. Hufflepuff's wand shot a firework into the sky, announcing the start of the game. Alan was bowing to his opponent in accordance with the etiquette, but unexpectedly, Gryffindor had raised his wand and released an amazing spell to Alan. The brilliant colors from the wand middle is sprayed out in a cone. For this reason, the red-haired wizard obviously paid a lot of magic. He carefully controlled these energies, turning his mind to make them continue to pursue Alan, who had been away from the place for the first time. It's like putting a mirror in the water to reflect the sunlight, and the 7 colors spewing out through the lake grassland between them. Each color means different forms of damage. Some grass on the ground is different from petrification. The curse was really turned into a stone. A hot red-eye yellow flame rubbed Alan and fell into the water. The hot temperature caused the lake to be partially burned out immediately, and the water surface burst and burst. At the same time, a trembling blue lightning struck Alan. He was covered with small arcs, but then was collected in the hands by the white-haired wizard, who could not resist the tremor due to the electric shock, and finally formed after the lightning ball. He turned back and hit the red-haired witch, who could not respond because of the powerful spell. Alan, who was under a spell, was annoyed. He finally realized the mood of Voldemort, who had been pitied by him, but also realized that the other party was really doing their best for this duel. Kill yourself in a duel, but he is not going to use mirroring to deal with the opponent in this duel, let alone the multiple shadows that he hasn't learned yet. In the face of Gryffindor, if not necessary, Alan still intends to take some more straightforward ways to complete the duel, just like the previous duel. This is also a valuable opportunity for Alan to test his strength. The electric current hissed, spreading and burning Gryffindor's strong flesh, and he couldn't help wailing, and backed away. The burning smell of flesh and linen clothes made the original fresh air of the Black Lake full of terrible smell. Immediately after the last spellcasting and draw, Alan cast a shadow shield for himself that he didn't learn for long. The black invisible shadows that appeared around the ground out of thin air converged into a blackguard power under the operation of the white-haired wizard. The sphere encircled himself. Alan hoped that he could absorb Gryffindor's subsequent spells. Alan knew in his heart that he could not let go of the fight with his hands and feet completely. He would have to use every wisdom, every kind of knowledge, every subtle and deadly magic within his power to defeat like Godric Gryffindor, a duel master who is good at fighting without killing him. As soon as the white-haired witch completed his shadow shield, the red-haired witch forcibly passed the trembling caused by the lightning with tenacious perseverance. Recovering from Alan's counterattack just now, kid, remember not to be distracted next time. After easing his anger and talking, Gryffindor mocked Alan's performance at the beginning of a sentence, and let his wand shoot a terrible black ray once this hits the target. This beam of energy can absorb the vitality of the subject and feed it back to its creator. The dark light was on the almost equally dark shadow sphere made by Alan, but this caused an unexpected effect of Hufflepuff, who had not been observing the sidelines. The buzzing black energy not only did not penetrate the force field of the shadow shield, but seemed to inject this position sphere. The terrible energy makes it look darker. Your negative energy ray can seriously injure living creatures, but it can only increase the power of a shadow shield with almost the same energy. Alan behind the force field sphere explained somewhat proudly to his opponent. Your skin and hair are really because you have finished reading those scrolls and started to study the power of death. Your talents are indeed very good. You can read them so quickly. Gryffindor looks like he had expected this early. In this situation, he nodded as if confirming his guess in the distance, and then his expression dimmed. Unfortunately, I had an accident when I first read. At the end of the short conversation, it seemed that there was a tacit understanding, and the two prepared for their respective spells at the same time. Gryffindor waved his wand to gather power, and wanted to cast a fierce attack spell of this range in order to burn the wizard, who could not see the exact position covered by the shadow shield. Suddenly, the fiery fire that had begun to gather around the tip of the Gryffindor wand dissipated. It turned out to be Alan. He didn't really plan to cast a spell, but used the spell counterattack that he hadn't learned for long. He stared at Gryffindor through the shadows, and identified the right through the magic fluctuation. Fang Zheng is preparing to cast a fierce fire. He manipulates the magic to interrupt the opponent's spell and disperse the flame that has begun to form in the air. Alan didn't risk trying to control the target of Gryffindor's fiery curse to himself. He didn't even plan to choose a method that might kill the opponent. When Gryffindor was shocked and adjusted after he was interrupted by the spell, Alan opened his mouth again and shouted a dark spell that was deliberately controlled. The smoke composed of negative energy tears Gryffindor's flesh and blood, and greedily draws his life and physical strength. Countless painful fine needles have made the red-haired wizard's skin begin to fade, and whitish hand just hit by lightning. The slight damage to Alan's exposed skin has already restored himself under the effect of this spell. Gryffindor gasped for pain. He stumbled back and was stumbled to the ground by the root of a big tree in the Forbidden Forest. The defense spell he had just prepared to cast failed. "I'm not going to lose the duel like this," Gryffindor murmured. "I must fight for some breathing time." Fortunately, Alan did not intend to use excessively dangerous forces. The curse just did not make the red-haired wizard lose its resistance. Gryffindor turned over on the ground, left elbow propped on the ground, and waved his wand in his right hand. Blake Griffin, attack! That white-haired two-sphinx eagle-head beast at is. Griffins through Granfondo's summoning spell appeared in the sky out of thin air. Their bodies are reddish yellow, and their necks and wings are covered with gold-colored eagle feathers. It has a giant eagle's forelimbs, wings, and head, while its body, hind legs, and tail resemble a lion. The lioness eagle-headed beast mainly feeds on raw meat and has a fierce temperament, but skilled wizards can also make friends with it. Like Sphinx, Sphinxes are often hired by wizards to protect their treasures, or like Gryffindors in front of them, they are used as guards and mounts. Alan stepped back quickly, uttered a word, and then spoke another word, but nothing happened until his left and right fingers were on their respective grounds. Alan had not used a spell sequence before. Storing the spell in advance, it was like experimenting with the ability that he had just acquired and could use it without growing a wand. He first stored 2 summoning spells and then cast them out at the same time. The 3 Death Knights rushed out of the surging mud, riding a horse-clad bone-flying horse. They are different from ordinary skeletons or zombies that can be made with a little magic power. These terrible undead creatures are usually martial arts during their lifetime. Superb knights or mercenaries or even those military monks of the Military Monk Society. These warriors retain all their skills before the moment the fire of life extinguished. They looked like a decaying corpse, with a black skull wrapped in decayed skin on their faces, 2 orange lights shining in the eye frames, and the cry of the Death Knight was as cold as a deep valley. The echo coming, although it is not as powerful as the 4 Mole Kings who were personally resurrected by the of Death in the underworld. There is no advantage for the undead because of the environment of the underworld, and he has not even maintained a relatively intact appearance. But with their swords in their waists and swords in their arms, they were all in full armor and chainmail. They looked very dangerous. The Death Knights started their formation directly under Alan's order and stopped Gryffindor. 2 giant griffins starting to approach themselves. On the other side, the door to the alien world composed of burning skulls was finally opened. A dark blue devil creeped out from the inside. Its skin is similar to translucent pale blue. Looking at its whole body, it can be clear seeing them under the epidermis. A large red texture formed by the bright red blood flowing in the blood vessels. This is a Stygian thief. From the waist up, the Stygian thief is still a humanoid creature with a strong body and thick arms. Its face, a large mouth with dense teeth and 2 thick angles protruding from both sides of the forehead are equally striking. This higher devil has a hook-like claw on the palm of the higher devil, which is a lower order than the deep demon refining, and behind it is a pair of huge bat-like wings, and from the waist down, this devil looks more like some big slugs. The body of the lower body dragged it crawling on the ground with a little effort, and left a sticky and smooth mucus track wherever it had been. Naturally good at telepathy and brain occlusion, it is a stealer of memory and a caretaker of thinking. Most of them nest on the banks of the Stygian River. This is also the part that flows on the first floor of Bart or Hell, Duke Bayer's territory, the guardian of the River 7 part of Avernus. At this time, following the call, he instantly tamed the devil expression of Alan in the confrontation of will, and embarrassedly changed the direction of the huge scimitar in his hands, toward the red-haired witch who was trying to stand up, pounced, and raised the back of the weapon in his hand and began to cut off like the other party. Alan, although he could see the devil's movement clearly, www.mentalnovel.com, Hufflepuff couldn't help but exclaim. Before Alan comforted Hufflepuff, Gryffindor responded immediately after hearing Hufflepuff's cry, "Don't interfere in Helga." After Gryffindor shouted, He let himself use his magic wand with amazing speed and agility. A lightsaber composed of red magic appeared from the tip of the wand and buzzed with the action of Gryffindor. The red-haired wizard was waving his wand like a knight's sword and collided with the scimitar in the devil's hand. No sound was made. The scimitar in the hand of Scorpion Squid was like a hot knife cutting butter. 2 paragraphs. The devil, who is good at stealing thoughts, uses this innate ability to escape the deadly attack that the wizard is like a knight's sword. After falling to the ground, it screams and rolls to the side, barely avoiding Gryffindor. Put on a drape where the devil just fell. A crack was cut in the ground, and several quartz stones have begun to vitrify due to the high temperature brought by the magic lightsaber. Gryffindor, who is about to hurt the killer who is trying to roll over and climb up, changed the path of the magic lightsaber and accurately ejected the spell energy of your weapon shot from behind the shadow shield. But this time difference has been: let him lose the opportunity to kill the devil directly, and only let the Stygian evil demon escape from it after he paid the price of his left hand. At this moment, there was a wail in the sky, and some blood was spilled. One of the 2 Sphinx eagle-head beasts was caught by a Death Knight who lost his left leg in the battle but was still riding on a bone horse, and penetrated its wings with a knight's spear, so that it can't maintain the flight. It starts to whine, and the feathers that have been knocked down fall straight down. Chapter 624. Goodbye, Kid Modified. Sincerely thank the Silver Leader. As a referee, Hufflepuff couldn't bear to let this pet with Gryffindor lose his fighting ability. He quickly waved his wand and used a shock absorber to slow down the speed of its fall, gently letting him lose his fighting ability. The griffin fell to the ground, and Hufflepuff quickly stepped forward to heal it. Gryffindor looked at Hufflepuff, who was no longer paying attention to the game, and then looked at the griffin who was curling up on the ground. I lost. Gryffindor looked lost, but more relieved. His magic lightsaber converged and turned back to a normal wand. Gryffindor had just realized that Hufflepuff was obviously not worried about the safety of the 2 of them in the game, as long as he knew the result. The kid had been deliberately controlling the intensity of the spell. The attacks launched by the Griffin also obviously avoided the key points, trying to make them lose their fighting power as much as possible. When he was busy dealing with the devil summoned by the other party, he did not take the opportunity to launch the attack, but let him deal with it with all his strength. If the enemy in front of him is just like what he did just now, even if he is only attacking himself with the devil with his weapons, he may have been seriously injured and defeated. As a duel master, Godric Gryffindor could not stand such a game, so he now decided to admit defeat at least, so that his 2 pets will no longer be subject to additional unnecessary harm. Looking back softly at the gloomy Gryffindor, Hufflepuff was very happy that the duel ended in such a peaceful manner. She kneeled beside the Griffin and announced the result of the duel directly. The anti-summoning solution eliminated several summons and brought them back to their original planes. Alan walked to Gryffindor and tried to propose, "Mr. Gryffindor, we have been studying the power of curse. Would you like me to do some research? I think it should be able to be solved sooner or later. Boy, do you think Roina hasn't tried it since my blood curse started?" But the knowledge recorded in these nether scrolls is not enough to complete it. Finding clues and collecting the entire nether scroll is not an easy task. It may take hundreds of years for this, maybe thousands of years. By the time you have collected enough scrolls, I am afraid I have completely lost my consciousness. Moreover, you will not stay here long, etc. After you return to 1000 years, even if you don't count the time you need to read the rest, even if you already have a way to solve the blood curse and restore my consciousness, but when you solve the spell, I will age immediately dead. Thank you. Boy, don't disappoint Roina, just live with her. Don't worry about me, it has nothing to do with you, it's my own choice. Gryffindor, already relieved, a glance at the pet that had basically been treated, turned around and started walking towards the lake. Looking at the lonely back of Gryffindor, Alan felt swallowed by this somewhat repressed sense of guilt, and he couldn't help speaking again, Please wait, Mr. Gryffindor. Gryffindor turned to look at Alan in doubt. Is there anything I can do for you? Alan looked solemnly. He hoped to make up for the other party after all. This was not all for Gryffindor. He wanted more of his emotions. A relief channel. No, Gryffindor blurted out conditionedly, and then hesitated. Alan was keenly aware of the change in the other party's look, and quickly hurried up. As long as I can do it, I will go all out. Gryffindor hesitated for a moment and glanced quietly at the Hufflepuff, who was still looking after the Griffin, and then whispered, when you think of it, you will bring me a few barrels of wine. Helga will only give me seafood. She thinks drinking will increase the deterioration of my consciousness. Even if this is not a request, Alan has solemnly promised, like grabbing the root to save the straw. He secretly decided that even if he returns to the modern day, he will not only provide seafood for the other party, but also provide him with daily food. Provide fine wine. He doesn't need to worry about Godric Gryffindor's consciousness worsening the problem of drinking. Just agree to it. Gryffindor's expression happily turned and hurried back to the Black Lake, when the water was about to pass him completely. Goodbye, kid. Gryffindor's voice came, and he turned into a giant squid, a long, somewhat dim red tentacle across the water. A huge body. The shape gradually disappeared in the Black Lake. The figure of the giant squid had just disappeared, and Alan felt his shoulders sink slightly, and looked away, only to see a three-eyed crow composed of shadows standing silently on his shoulder, its figure almost integrated into the dark night sky. Alan, see me at the place where we camped by the Black Lake. Ravenclaw's voice came from the mouth of the three-eyed crow. Immediately, its body dissolves and dissipates, quickly dissolving into nothingness. Alan, I'm going with you. She did a good job this time. You'll see her. Helga Hufflepuff's voice came from behind Alan, and she heard it just now. Ravenclaw's rumors. It's great that you can forgive her. You know, Helga, although she doesn't say much, she still cares very much about it. Alan said, originally because of Gryffindor's situation. The frown eased, and he extended his hand to Helga, trying to use the phantom to move the other party past. Helga shook his head. Alan, use it, just take a walk. I have to sort out my thoughts. Alan nodded, then led Hufflepuff to the destination slowly. However, the Black Lake at this time is not the same as the era of Alan. As you moved further away from the school, more and more low bushes and lush, tough tenacity could pierce people. The weeds of the skin, combined with the uneven road, made it very difficult for the older Hufflepuff to walk. It should not be far away in front. You go slowly behind me, Helga. I will walk in front to clear the ground first, Alan said while accelerating his steps thoughtfully, waving his hands constantly, clearing in front weeds and bushes that pass by. www.mentalnovel.com. Using the deformation technique, the wet and rugged ground is flat and hard. Your transfiguration works well. Seeing Alan's gentleman's behavior, Helga said softly, it's really convenient to not use the wand anymore. Alan once again tried to persuade the other party. Helga, if you will. Hufflepuff directly interrupted Alan by saying, no, Alan, Gryffindor's things are also resolved. I will manage the school for the rest of the time, and I will be very satisfied with the development of some new recipes. But it seems that summer is coming. Is it already hot tonight, isn't it? Alan glanced back at Helga, who was wiping sweat, and said, you should move around a bit more. Helga, haven't you walked so far in a long time to get hot, or should we directly apparat? Hufflepuff waved his hand holding the sweat towel and motioned Alan to move forward. No, I can still go. In addition, your wizard robe has a constant temperature function. Alan, who had neglected the function of clothing, was blushed with a secret that he was not sweating. He decided to divert the topic. How is the poet who paid for the meal with singing in your tavern? Are you saying that I love you, Trekt Buddha? Before I closed the tavern, he seemed to be liked by a lord across the sea. He was called to be a court poet. I already have a child, but I have no news for so long. I am afraid he is dead. He is not too young. Hufflepuff thoughtfully followed Alan's words and began to diverge. After that, the two wizards were just one behind the other, chatting a little bit one after the other until Hufflepuff found that the front Alan no longer responded to her, but was stunned. Far ahead. Chapter 625. Once you were pumping to Begonia modified, sincerely thank Bayan. Without a hint, a row of blue waves surged from the bottom of Alan's heart. At this moment, his eyes were completely captivated by the beauty in front of him. Under the bright moonlight, the green grass, Roina Lawenclaw was lying on the grass, carefully reading a thick black gilt manuscript in front of her. Behind her, the crystal clear lake water was like a fountain from her head under the effect of magic. Sprinkling, under precise control. The water droplets completely avoided the book and sprinkled on her body. A blue square scarf exactly the same as Ravenclaw gave to Alan was tied around her neck. The moonlight was like water, as if she had put a layer of tulle on her body. With keen eyesight and unforgettable ability, Alan followed her memory and found a tiny dark brown mole on her. Ravenclaw looked very seriously, her head slightly tilted, and the hair hanging down her cheek twitched slightly, and then seemed to feel Alan's burning eyes. Ravenclaw raised her head, looked at when he arrived at Alan. A beautiful smile like a mist was melted by Chu Yang. Alan felt his chest was wet because of this smile, and the Ravenclaw in front of him seemed to return to the young look when Alan first saw her, with a charming charm that was free and easy. It was really the most difficult to properly express the kind of trembling and emotional collision that he had at the moment, and Alan could not organize any language for a while. Pretty. Alan's wide-eyed voice trembled and tuned away, which made him a bit weird and still standing here, but he didn't even notice it. Yes, this place is really beautiful. This raven hasn't even brought me before. Hufflepuff looked at the surrounding scenery, and Alan stood in front of her. He didn't see Ravenclaw, and Alan obviously couldn't hear Hufflepuff at this time. Roina Hickey Park also stepped forward when she sensed something was wrong, and she cried in surprise when she saw such a scene. Finally he heard Hufflepuff's voice, turned around by the awakened Alan, and then his already widened eyes widened, which made his eyes appear convex. At this time Hufflepuff pulled out of the wand. It turned into a large feather duster. Roina, run! Alan, who realized what the other party wanted to do, immediately turned back and yelled at the lover who was still lying on the ground with a smile on his face. Ravenclaw's eyes became suspicious until she saw Hufflepuff, who was drilled from behind Alan and holding a feather duster with anger, and the smile on her face froze. You crow, how old are you? How dare you play with water like a little girl? Or at night? Hufflepuff crossed Alan. She rushed over angrily, waving a feather in one hand duster, one hand raised the corner of the long skirt, quickly rushed to Ravenclaw with a swift, completely incompatible with its aging age, and set out a series of rapid footsteps on the grass. Ravenclaw's gaze slipped on the feather duster and didn't respond. Her smile completely converged, and she jumped from the grass in horror. Helena, you are not responsible. Do you want to catch a cold, or do you want to regenerate one? She hit the Ravenclaw's upper Lord Moon with a duster and said in a shocking voice, then the duster waved to Ravenclaw like a storm. Dare you come? If I and the boy are gone, who will find you and take care of you when you are ill? Dare to come? Hey pop, hey pop, hey pop, OJ, I'm wrong with Helga. Don't fight. Ravenclaw, who was held by one of the other hand, exclaimed painfully, trying to avoid the circle with his other hand to protect himself going to his highness, but he didn't dare to run too hard, so as not to bring the excited Hufflepuff to the ground. Helga, Roina, she's not. Alan, who had recovered, hurried over to try to dissuade Hufflepuff. Helga, be careful not to fall. Without persuading, I heard Alan's voice, and Hufflepuff, who realized his existence, turned suddenly, with one hand on his hips, examining Alan's face. I seem to hear you just say pretty. You don't worried if she would catch a cold. www.mentalnovel.com. But would you still want a daughter? Then a duster waved to Alan, and then all over the beat made Alan hurt and grin. Hey slap, hey pop, OJ, I'm wrong with Helga. Don't fight. This time it was the white-haired wizard who tried his best to protect his highness. Roina, run. That night, in Ravenclaw's bedroom in Hogwarts' secret room. On the huge four-legged bed, Ravenclaw lay on the big bed covered with azure silk soft quilt. The soft pillow filled with feathers was placed under her chest and her chin was crossed. On her arm, there was only a layer of sky blue tulle covering her back. Although the manuscript was still on the side of her pillow, her brows slightly showed from time to time. The master now has no intention to read it again. On the wooden floor next to the four-corner bed, a thick cashmere blanket was spreading. Alan was lying on the same position as Ravenclaw. After turning uncomfortably a few times, he found himself he couldn't find a comfortable posture that no longer hurts him. Hesitating for a moment, he just got up from the ground, leaned his head, and looked carefully at Ravenclaw. Aid wanted to be close. With a smile of flattery, he asked, "Royna, the floor is too hard. I'm not used to it. I want to go to bed." After hearing that, he was still complaining that Alan didn't issue a warning in advance to let Ravenclaw lose himself and turned sideways. He kicked out directly and left a red mark on Alan's chest with a snap. Because the action involved his own pain, Ravenclaw, who was still a little embarrassed, popped a scream with the accent of her native dialect. Molosi. Chapter 626 Great Arcanist Staff Modified. Sincerely thank the Silver Leader. Ravenclaw secretly built the site of the tower in the Black Lake. In the room where the three arches of the rotunda connected to the blood pool, Alan Harris gently shook his slender fingers with pale skin like a dead man. Meticulously carved a temporary arched stone door filled with runes closed silently and automatically locked. In the absence of light, forgetting to turn on the lighting is a common thing for the two wizards with dark vision. Alan, whose vision was not affected by the environment, walked towards the direction of the blood pool with ease. The blue flame in the center of the blood pool only gave some light around, making it exceptionally conspicuous in the dark environment. The moist air moisturized his skin as usual, with an uncomfortable gas. Obviously, the flesh and blood lumps living in this special environment began to wriggle because of the arrival of the wizard, and the wounds that they could never heal continued to bleed with blood and tissue fluid. And Ravenclaw had been in this room already. She didn't change her pajamas, but she still wore that blue veil, and the corners of the skirt turned like waves. Alan walked forward with a smile, and found that the smell was replaced by a strange aroma. Before greeting the witch, he took a few hard breaths in front of the other several metal incense burners with aromas. Then he found that the smell he just smelled came not only from the incense burner, but from the blood smell on and around the witch and the mixed smell of hyena tree leaves and fairy wings burning in the incense burner. Removing the wings of the fairy would not make they lost their lives, but they would make them very angry. Perceiving Alan's approach, Ravenclaw removed the mitral silver stick that had been completely eroded by the shadow from the carved five-headed dragon stand next to her. Spellcraft is full of magical texts learned from Nezreal scrolls. Don't worry about it after you finish it, Ravenclaw said to the wizard. Alan nodded. He found an empty incense burner from the debris around the witch, then threw a few dragon claw powder into it and added a branch of the protected tree. This is a magical sawbus tree, which will protect it from being touched. The people in its trunk are protected from dark creatures. After lighting them with his fingers, Alan walked to the corner of another pentacle cluster holding no creatures on the ground beside the Dementors, and carefully poured incense ash into these lines drawn with mythical silver tops. Some appetizing smells permeate the air. Alan could feel that dragonclaw powder energized his consciousness, which would make him particularly mental in the next few hours. Then, he began to recite spells and started the summoning ritual. A guy in the door of the outside world that seemed to be one size larger than the ordinary deep prison refining magic was pulled out by invisible force and was locked in enchantment. This devil, judging from the chaotic power emanating from the blood, these masters should be the demons of the bottomless abyss. Sorcerer, where do you know my name? What do you want? The devil looked at the imprisoned circle and asked impatiently after realizing his situation. Information, knowledge, or treasure? Tell me, I'll be able to finish the errand quickly and go back. I am commanding my troops and the demon to fight with no blood and ink. Trouble later. I think we will be over soon. Alan, who has had many contacts with the devil, has completely ignored the terrifying evil atmosphere of the other party. He is slightly against the imprisoned devil, bowed in apology, then raised his palm, grabbed the void, and took the mithril stick that seemed to be black to absorb the surrounding light in his hand, while a dementor in the imprisonment circle next to him struggled fly over, but in any case it can't get rid of Alan's shackles. The devil, who is good at word games, realized the implied meaning of his summoner's lines and the other party's movements, and let it give up the negotiations directly and began to rush towards Alan. Hit the invisible force after making a loud noise. He was bounced back and fell to the ground. Alan, who believes that his additional imprisoned circle power has ignored the movement of this deep prison general, he waved it with his arm, and the dementor he caught was silent for a moment without making any sound. Splitting breathlessly, its cloak-like skin rotten in the water, disgusting flesh and bones were completely separated. There was no trace of carrion left on the grey smooth bones. In the blood pool illuminated by the blue flame, Ravenclaw also came over and started to help. She used her spells to remove the spine from the Dementor's remaining skeleton, and removed the extra ribs, leaving only the entire curved spine. Then the two focused on engraving the magic rune. With precise magic control and tacit cooperation, the spine bones of the Dementor were also engraved with dense magic runes. When all the bones and spine were carved, Paul Ravenclaw no longer looked at the skeleton more, but turned to approach the blood pool, and Alan began to control something now like a bone centipede that made it climb the black mithril stick. When it was in the right place, the bone spurs protruding like centipedes on both sides of the spine began to close together, and wrapped the mysterious silver staff closely like a comb. Seeing Alan turn around www.mentalnovel.com, the devil realized that it was not good. It rushed over again and failed again. Its resentment and malice are endless, and if it wishes, it will jump up 10 million times. But Alan has used the arcane hand ability to lock the devil's throat from the air and lift it up. Get up, let the devil move to the edge of the imprisoned circle, and then use the specially strengthened scalpel tied around his waist to cleanly cut off the devil's skin and flesh that can resist damage, so that those highly corrosive blood flowed out. Under the control of Ravenclaw, these filthy, strong acid-like liquids flowed into a huge, characteristic pottery tank. Cough. Wait, the wizard. What do you want? What? Let me go, I can give you anything. The strong desire to survive made the devil's vague begging for mercy pass from the locked throat come out, and then it sees the wizard unmoved, and he said, "You know, my Lord Bear will not let go of you." Who do you think gave your name to me?" Ravenclaw's flirty voice came over, making the devil's eyes desperate, and the witch continued to add, "Your master Bear much like you." They all started from a shiver and twisted, unspeakable inferior demon. With their cunning efforts and cruel ascending all the way, they were eventually promoted to the position of deep prison refining and successfully became a devil general. Then the difference is that he was appreciated by Zariel, the first tier of Avernus, the Bartle Hell, with his military merits, and finally succeeded in launching a coup to overthrow it, and then successfully became a possessor. Duke of the Devil with a unique form, and you have won the attention and vigilance of your lord with his excellent military merit and reputation. So I have this cooperation with him, and each needs what he needs. Chapter 627 Soul Modified. Sincerely thank the Silver Leader for love. Roina, it can't hear. Capture the soul. As the witch's voice fell, the strange magic wave echoed indoors, attracting a trace of red and black mist from the devil's body, slowly full of order and evil breath. They gathered together, swirled and gathered in the air, and finally compressed into a strange, red and black gem. The shape of this gem is like a big goose egg, and the face of the fierce refining monster is hidden in this gem. The image of the devil flashes from time to time inside the gem of the gem. The gem gave off a hell-like flash of red light and pulsating heat, falling into Alan's hands. At the moment when he touched the gem, the ultimate manifestation of order and evil, the cruelty of premeditation and cunning brought directly to the spine of Alan. But even after being ousted by Alan, he gently threw it away. A gem. Looking at the devil's body that began to disintegrate into pieces and decayed and turned into dust after losing its soul, Ravenclaw said, "Unfortunately this method is too slow to harvest too many souls at once, otherwise it is not necessary trouble making this staff." Then, as they did, they again imprisoned a deep prisoner, but this time they did not absorb the other's soul, but only used the devil's head and hands as before to deal with the Dementor. The bones of this part, after being killed, the soul of this lucky guy Thunderman will eventually return to the lowest order existence of Barto Hell and become the devil, and become a bad demon again. The bad demon looks like those beside the blood pool things that move flesh. They are disgusting, rotten flesh, with incomplete human body and head, but no mind at all. Only by any higher level devil as cannon fodder, but if luck is good enough, it may advance to a higher devil again. When the devil's bones, crystal ball, and soul gemstones were carefully and cautiously attached to the staff finally gradually formed, and then Ravenclaw and Alan cut their palms and let the blood of the two from the top of the staff flow down to the bottom. This staff was finally made. The top of the staff, surrounded by the Dementor's vertebrae, is the devil's skull with heavy shadows. The devil's arm bones are connected to the bottom of the staff, and he firmly grasps a round but sturdy crystal ball. The goose egg-sized soul gemstone is inlaid in the middle of the staff, as if acting as a link between the Dementors and the devil bones. Ravenclaw raised it and tossed it, and the staff slowly flew into the blood pool in the room. The blood pool was filled with the blood of the devil, who was full of blood. Falling into it, it emits a strange blackened light, and from time to time there is a black shadow that quickly jumps above. Alan took the Rilf-strapped mithril staff, which was a few heads taller than him, wrapped in bones, and found that he had held some heavy staffs now so that he could hardly feel the weight. In addition to helping Alan save more mana and physical energy when using spells, this staff can't improve his own casting ability. In fact, Alan, who has changed the casting method, does not have the help of the staff. There is almost no problem of insufficient magic. But the devil, who is good at playing with the soul, the Dementor good at sucking the soul, as the final belonging of the soul, the power of the underworld allows this staff to absorb a large amount of soul and store it in the crystal at the end in a short period of time. Ball inside. Those magical texts from the Nether Scroll gave this staff the qualification to represent the identity of the ancient Arcanist. It is the result of complex enchantment and endless research. If directly attacked by the staff, the object being contacted, the magic effect and magic item will be split, the spell effect will be terminated, and the permanent magic item will automatically engage in a potential confrontation with the staff, depending on the ability of their creator to determine whether this magic item will be restored to normal. Items lose their magical effect. And the power of the last shadow allows this staff to cast its own shadow, attacking the enemy from a distance of up to 30 feet as the most basic attack method. But if you are willing to input a little less magic than normal spells, the engraved rune of the deep prison skull can directly spit out up to 3 force field missiles composed of magic and shadow power at a time, although the power is far less than the kind of arcane fire that Alan learned before. But it also has a tracking function. As long as it is not resisted by the shield, it will not worry about being able to hit the target. Alan intends to use the principles of such spells to develop a more basic weakened version of the magic missile. Fortunately, after returning to his own time, he will teach those ordinary wizards to solve the hit problem when using other spells. According to the different talents of magic, Alan estimates that most ordinary wizards are unable to use this spell that sacrifices power and changes the way of movement. It is fatal to the enemy, but this is for them who lack practical experience one of the best protections you can learn the fastest. Try how it works. Ravenclaw raised his eyes and glanced at the creeping blood clots. It just happened to be useless. It's a little troublesome to clean up. www.mentalnovel.com. Crow's pale arms flicked, and those blood clots were too late to avoid. From the sinners closest to Ravenclaw, he began to stare blankly at the remaining weird body slowly shrinking, and they twisted suddenly and frantically, and wailed miserably and painfully, but then came to an abrupt end a few seconds later, finally shrunk and shriveled into a mass of dried meat that had all the moisture extracted. A little further away, some reformed sinners realized the situation they were about to face. Some continued to uselessly beg for mercy, and some tried to stay away from the cast center and began to blindly curse, while a small part did not try to do it anymore. In vain avoidance. The last prayer is confession or weeping and crying out some names that do not know whether it is a loved one or a loved one, and eventually turned into a silence. These few sinners were full of emotional calls before they died, making Alan's eyes hesitate. Before making soul gems, they used evil creatures such as dementors and deep prison refining, which only knew evil. Eliminating Alan has no burden on his mind but thinking of Ravenclaw's brief introduction to their crimes before. This slight discomfort has been left behind by Alan. No longer thinking about it, Alan held the staff, and when the magic flowed, he urged the staff. Only those who have enough research on soul magic and knowledge can see that the soul energy floats from the blood clot, just like it has been obtained, pulled, sucked into the mouth of the devil's skull at the top of the staff, and then quickly passed through the Dementor's spine bones, and finally flowed into the crystal ball. A trace of energy as if carrying the sinner's facial expression disordered in the crystal ball, as if they were trying in vain to make the final break free, but it didn't take long to be silent. Chapter 629 The Hand of Vecna. Now that the goal of developing the staff has been determined, Ravenclaw scorned the powder pile that had been absorbed by Alan's new staff after it was dried up by a Bidaki wither, and finally collapsed into a pile of powder. She sniffed her nose. Go back to Hogwarts, my secret room. When she was finished, she tapped her fingers gently, and the house elf Maggie appeared in the room. Her non-mouth motioned to the house elf to clean up the room, and she and Alan returned to lag in Hogwarts. In the study room in the Wencroft room where various books and weird objects were collected, Ravenclaw's finger swiped on the label of the huge storage shelf. Do you have anything you want to take away? Alan seemed to be thrown into a boulder in his heart, and the fact that he had been deliberately ignored made the atmosphere heavy. This difference for the witch, goodbye, is almost thousands of years later. It will not be too long after the third during the last conversion. They will not meet again as they do now. It can even be said that at the next meeting, the dark-haired Rowena Ravenclaw no longer exists, and the object of the reunion is the trance little girl with light blonde hair in your memory that makes you dream. Let's see. Alan concealed his heart, and the relationship between the two didn't need to be polite with each other. He stepped forward and deliberately turned back against the dark brown hair witch, and the witch was on those tables. The bottles and cans walked up and down lightly, and some blindly picked up those things at random and then put them back without looking at them. Ravenclaw looked at the back of the wizard and brought her voice to the other party. She calmly said in a tone that had begun to show signs of becoming trance, I will have a lot of time afterwards. Is there anything want? I can collect it for you. Ravenclaw said lightly that he still had a lot of time, which caused the dam that Alan had just built to collapse again. The wizard tried to make himself take a deep breath and lifted his head slightly before avoiding tears. I will continue to stay here until the construction of the Master Tower and Helga. Ravenclaw's voice was slightly softer. Then I will use the remaining time to start using the power of deception to collect faith and those nether scrolls. Well, I don't know what we will be missing in the future. You better tell me in advance, otherwise my journey will be wasted. Okay. Alan forced himself to turn around and walk towards the huge debris-filled stone table in front of Ravenclaw. Escape is useless, so try your best. Regarding the magic plants needed for recipes such as potions and attribute potions, they have either disappeared or are on the verge of extinction in my time. I will make a list. You help me collect some seeds, you will master some of the abilities of time in the future. Now that I can make this powerful time converter I carry now, I believe you will have a way to keep them in the future. Okay. The witch agreed in a single bit, even though the voice of Ravenclaw, who was staring at Alan at this time, sounded like the clouds in the sky. The witch leaned over, put his hands on the stone table and brought himself close to the other party. and said to the witch in close proximity with the same tone as he was stating a fact, "I will collect enough souls and go back to the future. Taking the resurrection stone will bring you back. We'll never be separated afterwards." Royna Ravenclaw did not speak, but just leaned in and leaned over to the other side. After a while, the emotions of the two returned to normal. Sitting on the velvet cushion behind the stone table, Alan leaned his head and put his chin on the shoulder of Ravenclaw sitting on his body. His eyes turned to the messy ones on the stone table, the collection, and finally focused on the dry man's hand that was noticed when he first came and was covered by a glass cover engraved with a complicated magic text. "I didn't feel any magic fluctuations from it. But you recovering up so. Is this Vecna's hand?" "Yes, it's it." Ravenclaw nodded his head on Alan's shoulder. "Vecna used to be a mortal king who turned himself into a lich. His left eye and his left hand were lost in the battle against the men who betrayed him. So he made his lost hands and eyes into powerful magic items. They also have a strong curse." "What is the specific use of it?" Alan lifted the glass cover and picked up the withered man's hand. The cursed black gas instantly entangled Alan and spread upward on the wizard's arm, but it seemed like as blind as trying to find the entrance, trying to drill into the flesh and blood of each other but only stay on the surface of the skin. Because the power of the underworld has been well researched on the general curse, Alan obviously has enough means to protect himself. He carelessly looked at it for a while and then put it back on the mat to cover it, the ones that had been entangled in his hands before. The black gas faded back instantly, and his pale arms remained intact. "We're actually interested in this kind of thing. It does have a strong magic power. If the person wearing the Vic's hand touches it directly, you will be hurt by the cold. And if you are completely grasped by this palm, the vitality will be absorbed by it. In addition, the ability to affect others around you, like the Dementors, can make people around you feel the fear created by magical powers. During the battle, if the will is not firm or the brain is not closed, surgery, it will be affected and affect the normal performance. www.mentalnovel.com. Reduce personal strength. After explaining the function, Ravenclaw looked a little disapproved. "Its shortcomings are also obvious. You need to cut yourself off. The hands can only be replaced, and the Eye of Vecna can be used to maximize the power. Once removed, the user will die, and even if you don't cover it, they will affect the mind sooner or later, gradually losing his mind and becoming brutal and irritable and eventually going crazy for our present existence. It has no practical value at all, and I keep it as a souvenir of historical value." Alan stretched out his hand under Ravenclaw's arm and touched his chin. "Royna, I just know where the magic eyes are. Of course I don't wear them myself. I just send them out as gifts. I need you to help me build 2 remnants of similar style in the future, one to save Vecna's hand and leave some of my next forged information, and the other one. I also need a fresh man's heart. After I make a little modification, you put it in." Ravenclaw nodded as a promise. It seemed that she didn't care about this hand. What made her remember was another thing, about the task you need to do for the last conversion time. "What?" Alan wondered. "Don't you just collect souls?" "Not just that. I made a prediction about 3 kings, 3 wars and 3 invasions. This is also how you take some responsibility for Hogwarts." The witch let her upper body lean back, looking up. She stared at her big eyes as if using her penetrating power to look at Alan's eyes. "Our previous objects are criminals or unnatural monsters who committed unforgivable crimes, but the next time you absorb innocent males, can you bear this sin?" Chapter 633. Kings sincerely thank the Silver Leader for love. In 1066, this year completely changed the history of Britain and ended the long-term terrorist invasion of the Vikings. The Anglo-Saxon world was completely overturned. This was the largest split in British history. The aliens thus truly ruled their land. The events that occurred during this year have created a brand new Britain, whose language, laws and customs have continued to this day. Some people say that monarchy is granted by God, but sometimes, military power appears in the right place at the right time. On January 4, 1066, nearly 100 years later, Edward III, who will be consecrated as the Confessor by Alexander III, the highest priest of the Universal Church, is not the more immediate king of this era, but he is a very enthusiastic governor of state affairs. Since the Anglo-Saxon Wessex monarch who has won the hearts of the people, he has allocated all the surplus of the tax revenue from the treasury to the charity. He is very generous to the poor and foreigners and fully assists the churches develop and build, and participate in the Mass on time every morning. The religious fanatic king's attitude towards witchcraft and those suspected of being wizards or witches. But Edward's rule is coming to an end. No matter how good he does to the civilians, no more fire torture against the wizards. No matter how religious he is, this time Edward is just a 65-year-old man, who has fallen into a semi-comatose state, is lying on the bed dying, surrounded by the local priest and his wife's brother Harold Gwynson. He has a close relationship with Edward and proved himself in the battle with Wales an excellent commander. Harold and the three brothers who occupy a large part of England are basically the vice-kings of the Wessex dynasty. The extremely pious King Edward was loyal to his marriage all his life. He had no heirs, and the Wessex dynasty succeeded no one. You just have a little fever. God is with you. You have always been a good king, and under the watch of the Almighty Lord, you have defended the country. Amen. Harold Gwynson comforted his voice as gently as possible, looking at the brother-in-law, who was 20 years old and had almost all his teeth lost. He could only open his mouth and tremble to breathe, but he didn't know if the other party could hear. Recreated a kingdom of God here. There is no longer a kingdom of evil wizards. I will help you take care of it. You are my king and your friend. All of this is thanks to you. England now has reliable people to take over. But to everyone's surprise, the old King and Alan's surviving manuscript in the era of King Edward, as described in the only manuscript of the world, suddenly regained consciousness when he fell silent and fell into a semi-coma for a long time. The people gathered around his bed described his previous dream. In the dream, two monks appeared in front of me, and the fat one was a wizard whom I had executed before. His treatment for acne was just to poke the farmer with a stick, and always it's a habit to transform rabbits from the Holy Communion cup. But he has made a prediction to me now. Edward, who was very spiritual after the first sentence, took Harold Gwynson's hand, and his expression became full of face. Frightened, his breathing clearly began to be abnormal again. Within 1 year and 1 day of my death, the Lord will hand over my country to the enemy's hands. And the ensuing war catastrophe. The devil will sweep through my kingdom with fire and grin. Author's note: the prophecy is in addition to the 7 words I used to count water words, all other real content recorded in King Edward, which just happens to be combined with the plot. At this time, 200 miles south of London, a 38-year-old illegitimate duke was ruled by an iron fist. Was born and died of Robert I, the Duke of Normandy, and a maid from a cobbler's daughter. The only son under. From the age of 7, William Duke of Normandy evaded and resisted assassinations and threats from relatives who believed he had more legitimate inheritance rights, and struggled toward the peak of power. He finally succeeded in succeeding the title. Now, he is not satisfied with the title of Duke and wants to be a king of monarchy. He aims to become the next king of England. When King Edward visited England 15 years ago, he promised William to succeed his throne, although this Edward actually made the same promise to others for the stability of his own throne. Harold Gwynson, who was beside Edward, had also recognized William's succession to the English throne when he was trapped in the Principality of Normandy. William is leading some elite knights with similar equipment for combat training, repeatedly practicing the charge against the dummy made of wooden sticks and burlap bags. The dummy's head is made of a cabbage. The knights are trying to cut off more vegetable heads along the established route. William the Duke of Normandy wore a blue cloak, hem to the knee, and the sleeves also extended to the wrist. It was a fully equipped knight that was much longer than most chain mails of this era. The back of his saddle was still smaller than the traditional one. The round shield can provide more effective protection. Take it seriously for Lao Tzu. Look at Lao Tzu's performance. Watching one of his red-haired men miss a cabbage, This extraordinarily strong duke simply gave up command training and picked it up by himself. The spear launched a charge at the dummies, and after stabbing a few heads neatly, he pulled out the Norman sword tied around his waist, and cleaned it cleanly under a high-speed charge that was much faster than others. The head of the remaining dummy on the route was chopped up. This made all the knights and those servants who constantly put new cabbage on the dummy head cheered. It's not difficult at all. William took the horse rope to let the speed down, and then shouted at the red-haired knight who had just made a mistake, until the other party finished training again. His expression eased slightly. Don't catch Lao Tzu again for another time, or you will go back to Lao Tzu and continue to be your court poet. The Vikings and their descendants designated by the Normans to live in the kingdom of West Franconia now believe in Christianity, learn French, and marry locals to have children. They were the supporters of the large-scale heavy cavalry use in Europe in the early days. In most cases where the shield wall tactics from the Roman period were still used, the attack of the Norman knights was extremely terrible and tactically advanced. This is due to a series of military technological innovations and improvements. The Norman saddle is made of wood, and the front axle is raised. Although it is not as comfortable as the previous leather, it makes the knight sit more stable. The saddle, there are two wide girths, one bunch on the front chest of the mount, and one tied around the abdomen. Two leather stirrups fall under the saddle, and the Norman cavalry first used stirrups in Europe so that they can straighten their body immediately, clamp the spear with their arms and body, and use the speed and weight of the horse to impact the enemy. Although cavalry before that also used spears, most of them waved on their shoulders, and their strength was naturally different. On the northeast side, about 1,000 miles away, Scandinavia, Virgin S. Long House of Lords, born in 2015, a descendant of the blonde King Harald, son of Sigilsor, the chief of Eastern Norway. Harald III, the ruthless king of Norway, is sitting on a chair and watching his men beating a civilian who could not pay taxes. Although Harald Hadrad was in his 50s, he was tall and covered with golden hair, and he remained handsome and tall. When he was young, he went to many places. With his outstanding appearance, martial arts and commanding ability, he was chosen by the Grand Duke Yaroslav I of Vladimir Vladimirovich and married Elizabeth, daughter of the Grand Duke of Kiev. The king, who is using a Viking axe as a fan to fan himself, now recalls his previous battle life. As long as he is willing to pay money, he can lead his men to fight for anyone. Give him a place name, he will lead the soldiers to fight over Poland, yep. Estonia, yep. Mediterranean pirates, yep. Holy place, yep. Sicily, yep. Bulgaria, yep. Even for a period of time, he served as the leader of the Varangi Guard, the royal guard of the Byzantine Empire. As a result, he was entangled with money, and he eventually returned to Norway and became king. Although Harald was extremely greedy for power and wealth, there were some deeper things in the depths of his Viking soul. He once tried to conquer Denmark but failed. He was like an old boxer. He used to be a strong and brave warrior, and that era has passed, and he knows it all. In addition to treasures and chopping people, he likes to write poems on the battlefield. In this way, he wants to make himself famous in the past, leaving his descendants with records of his victory and triumph. And like all great Vikings, Harald understands the most important thing a person can leave after his death is his reputation. The previous king of Norway reached an agreement with the Viking king who occupied most of the land in England at that time. When I die, the king of Norway can inherit my throne. So even if he only heard the news of Edward's serious illness, he had given him the idea that it was time for the Vikings to conquer England and become king again. From the perspective of a Viking, their rule of England, it is the same as the Anglo-Saxon rule. The Vikings should have invaded England, which is deeply rooted in their genes. Harald, who has realized his own aging, is eager to conquer for the last time, to create an immortal Viking legend, a legend of eternal life. The king's thoughts were quickly interrupted by the sound of the civilian who was kneeling and wailing. www.mtlnovel.com. He was annoyed and raised his axe to stand up and walked to the poor who fell to the ground. Guys, The surrounding men immediately fled and hid, so as not to be affected by the king's anger. As Harold approached, the poor civilian did not dare to say anything about begging for mercy. "You really should know, I mean, how do you repay me? I ensure the safety of you and your parents, but you don't take your responsibilities seriously. You have to pay on time, you can't do anything like this." With a muffled sound, the king directly flew him with the axe handle and fell to the ground, because the pain could not help but cry, and because of the fear of the poor insects who tried to suppress it. There was a constant noise, and lying the ground blindly guarded his head with his hands, trying to avoid the next attack. "It's not that I don't like your call to kill pigs, but this is enough." The Viking king put himself on the axe and looked down at the civilian with his head down. "Now, give me a crawl, go home and tell your neighborhood what will happen if you don't pay taxes." Following fate, master. The civilians who could not pay the tax were just struggling to get up like Meng amnesty, and the leg was broken by the king, who was still leaning on his axe. "I told you to crawl home. Come and throw him out." The king spit on the ground and greeted his men to throw the twitching civilian on the ground out of the long house. He did not return to his own. On the throne, he took a large glass of ale delivered by his maid. The king did not like to drink mead that other Viking nobles liked, thinking that it was a little girly. Harold drank a glass of wine, immediately dropped the wooden cup on the ground, and then raised his head to meditate for a moment and continued to write poetry. "Oak has been out of the acorns, but I have been destroyed but 13 enemies." Chapter 631. The war is coming. Sincerely thank the love of the Silver Leader. On January 5, 1066, King Edward of Anglo-Saxon Wessex dynasty died suddenly. His death was like a starting gun, which triggered a competition for the throne of England. But Harold Winson's opponents are at a disadvantage. They are all on the other side of the sea, thousands of miles away. Since 10 years ago, in 1056, in addition to the absence of the name of King, Harold, who was sealed in Wessex, has been in charge of all parties. But although he sits on the ground, he still has a problem. Harold still faces a big obstacle on the road to the throne. Although he is the most powerful man in England at present, although he is the elder brother of Edward, the former king, he has no direct relationship with the royal family. Blood relationship. Edward has left a blood relative. Prince Edgar, who is only 14 years old, is Edward's nephew. And Harold is also blessed by the time at least at this time he is also blessed by the time. Several nobles in England have gathered in London since Christmas last year. Edward, who is seriously ill, must choose the next king without a clear heir. Among the members of the noble council is a brother of Harold, Gosgwinson, Earl of East Anglia. With the help of his younger brother, they successfully persuaded the parliament to accept that England now needs a man who is good at rule and real power. And as Edward's brave minister, Harold has the ambition to fight well and act as a powerful, the actual controller of his father. Earl Godwin, his father, successfully established a great dynasty, and accumulated a lot of territory and power for his 4 sons. Harold's other 2 brothers, Kent and the north in Northumbria. There is a large area of Tosti, plus Goss, a member of the noble council, and the 4 brothers divided up large areas of land throughout England and Scotland, and helped the family maintain power. It is even believed that the Earl of Godwin personally created the Edwardian management system. Although they recently lost that northern brother, Harold Winson has become the best candidate for the new king. Harold himself is indeed a mature politician. He knows he must take the initiative to promote the noble meeting to support him to the throne. So a few minutes after Edward's crash, Harold played the trump card. He declared Edward to the noble council. He told him face to face in the period of his survivor that he wanted to succeed to the throne, and the other people present at that time did not reject his claim. Even the noble council itself was pleased that they needed a strong king, not to mention this strong and brave the powerful king now gave them a perfect speech. So, on January 6, 1066, the people of England just buried their old King Edward in the Westminster Cathedral, which he had built and had not yet completed. In the afternoon of the same day, Harlow de Guinson was just a few steps away from the body of Edward, who was just buried under the auspices of the bishop. His head was smeared with holy oil, crowned the new King of England. Originally, according to religion conventionally, the new king must be crowned only a few months after being elected. It wasn't until many days later that the news of Edward's death and the rapid ascension of the British Count came to William Messier, who was training troops to strengthen his armaments in Rouen, the largest city in Normandy at that time, and the ruthless King of Norway. It was only after more days later that he used fire to suppress the countrymen who rebelled against his rule. He was rushed by his men and told him that they learned the news from the traders who travelled to and from the North Sea. The peacetime in England is running out. William is starting to organise his army to become an expeditionary army. At the same time, Harold is also dreaming of a great and immortal victory. But Harold is still facing a third enemy. A person closer to him, his brother Goss in the Guinson family, is the one who supports him the most, while the one in the north is not so loyal. Tosi, Earl of Northumbria, was expelled from England by Harold 6 months before Harold became king. This Tosti was also the father-in-law and ally of William, Duke of Normandy, and Baldwin, Earl of Flanders, brother-in-law of the world. Tosti is a very charming person. He is more handsome and brave than Harold, and he loves to fight with soldiers on the front line when commanding, but apparently in governing the territory, he and his brothers, it was so far away that Northumbria was messed up by him. He levied heavy taxes at will on his territory and suppressed other nobles. In fact, people knew everything. At least 3 Northumbrian nobles died because of his planning under the assassination. People were overwhelmed and started to go to the south. Harold had 2 options at that time. If he supported his younger brother, there would inevitably be a civil war. But if in England at that time, only one thing was learned in that century, it was during the Civil War, the Vikings will take advantage of it and conquer them all as they did before. So this is a dilemma. Harold made the right decision, sacrificed his younger brother, and avoided Peking invasions, at least a few months avoided. Only 3 weeks after becoming king in Harold, this Tosti joined the illegitimate Duke William in Normandy to start his revenge plan, and now he hates his brother. He wants to retake the territory, he wants revenge. On the Normandy beach, the brothers turned their backs and blamed the Xiao Wall. My elder brother, he is a lying dog. Tosti, who was much taller than William, was now slightly behind the Duke of Normandy and said loudly behind him. William, who walked slowly in front, didn't look back. You came here thousands of miles, just to tell Lao Tzu these things I already knew. He betrayed me and my family. Tosti didn't care about the vulgarity of William's speech, which was illiterate and actually illiterate. He answered in a quieter voice, noting that William stopped and looked back at him. Tosti continued to persuade in a more sincere tone, I came to clean him up. Why did I trust you? William stared at the former Earl of Northumbria with his eyes. You are connected to his blood. I can't change this fact, but I can help you. He stole my land. He also stole the crown of you. Tosti didn't avoid William's gaze, but looked at each other sincerely. Join together, we can beat him. William continued to stare at him for a moment, then slightly nodded and turned, and continued to walk forward without speaking. And the desire for revenge of the former Earl of Northumbria made him not stop at William. He also hoped to get the support of another big warlord. After ending his trip to Normandy, he sailed with Harold's anti-goat brother Tosti thousands of miles, head north to Norway, seeking the support of the ruthless man. A few weeks later, the Norwegian Highland Lordess Longhouse. Oh, what do the black sheep come to Norway to find me? Harold, who was sitting behind the long table of the lords, looked at Tosti Gwenson, who was standing in front of him, wrestling. But what other use do you have for me? In order to avenge, Tosti took a corner of his mouth and endured these rudeness that he regarded as a barbarian. Most English nobles hate my brother. They will support me. As long as you support me, they will also support you. They will support Ru. Do I look like an idiot? The Viking king leaned back and asked the former nobleman, who was an Anglo-Saxon. You are an unprecedented warrior in Scandinavia. England is a handy thing for you. Now you are attacking, and your name will survive. In Battlestorm C. Conley, with skulking head and bending knee. I will out and carve mine legend in the storm of war. www.mtlnovel.com. I will never bow down and bend my knees. I will make my name a legend. Da, also known as Harold III, King of Norway, reached out to Tosti Gwenson, former Earl of Northumbria. The two reached a consensus, and later formed an invading force to prepare for an attack from the north to Harold's England in the late summer. At the same time, 1,000 miles southwest, William himself was already ready. William, who had just finished praying with Matilda, who was a distant cousin and wife, said in a soft and completely different tender tone, "When the summer comes, you will be ready. If this is the will of God, then his will come true." The godly Matilda looked at her husband with some admiration. She was completely confident that William would be favored by the Lord to win the war. In the London palace, Harold knew nothing about the enemies in the two different directions. In the royal hall, Harold's closest brother Goswinson, Earl of East Anglia, walked beside his brother. "Half of happiness comes from patience." King Edward often said this. The most famous quote, "Harold, the new King of England, walked to his throne and sat down," adding to the standing younger brother Gos, "The other half is a sharp sword." Obviously, in this mind, Harold, who thought he was the king and was different from the previous count, because he was connected with the Lord because of the monarchy, still knew all the laws of power politics. He knew that someone would want to crown him, take it away with his head. Chapter 632 1666 Sincerely thank the silver leader for love. Alan was standing behind a bare mound eroded by the wind and the sun. Two of the three transparent small gourds of the time switch were already in a completely still state. Only the bottom one was in crystal pink sand, slowly flowing. After this last time conversion, Alan can return to his own time and space, and Royna and Helga, who have disappeared in front of him and see him off, make Alan, who has just ruined his heart, complete the time and space conversion. 1000. Although this separation, in Alan's feeling, it seems that in Royna's eyes, the emotions that are as inseparable as the first separation can no longer be seen. And Ravenclaw's emotions for mortals are much indifferent. Only the familiar last farewell made the witch's emotions feel a little different. The meeting again after 1,000 years, will be the meeting of Alan Harris and Luna Lovegood, the meeting of the white-haired wizard and the light blondie-haired witch, and makes Alan feel really good. The friend Helga Hufflepuff, the difference just now became a real farewell. After all, if the power disparity between them is too great, it is difficult to have friendships that will not change their mindset. Not long after Flegg first entered school, he found that his talent on the road of the wizard was too low, and rarely appeared in front of Ron and Harry. In fact, Ron, who was the first friend in the wizarding world, tore his face because of his rapid progress and his relationship with Hermione. The relationship between Harry and himself was ups and downs. Some of the classmates, Quidditch teammates and members of the Umbrella team, if they insisted, even if the relationship is actually very good, but including Alan and his family together, the one who pays more is definitely Alan. And the girls who want to be good with him are not really pure friendships because of their special relationship. Only with Helga Hufflepuff can Alan feel that he and Royna are constantly being taken care of by each other. Although this is not fair to Hufflepuff, it is obviously in terms of the personality of the other party. She is also satisfied with this relationship that can be needed by others. Leaning on the staff, Alan let go of the melancholy in his mind and started his spirits. He teleported to the top of the mound and looked at the dense woods around the slope. Although he already knows the current agent Alan, who was studying at Mull School, and has also studied this year, it is a year that has completely changed the history of Britain. Alan waved his arm, and three shadows and three-eyed ravens appeared in the air, circled around him, and fluttered their wings in different directions. Through the perspective of a few shadow ravens, this land had a full view of Alan's eyes, and he probably determined that he was somewhere in South England. And the scene from one of the shadow ravens attracted Alan's attention, and a plume of cooking smoke flew into the air. Obviously, There was a gathering place for humans over there, and Alan just needed to know some basic information to plan the action. The sky was clear and the pure and glorious rising sun rose slowly, and the bright ray of light dyed a small wooden hut with the low eaves to a ruby color. Through the investigation of the shadow three-eyed raven, this poor village only has 4 pigs in the woodland. The houses in the village are in the sun, and the appearance shows a unique and pleasing withered leaf color. A small brown chestnut mare leisurely ate the feed in the wooden trough. Alan dispelled the spell, leaving his 3 scouts invisible. He walked in the direction of the village, and soon set foot on the only street that could pass through the small village, and the quietness of the small village broken by his arrival. Just stepping into this amazingly quiet village, every door and every wooden window is silent. If it is not the poultry that still enjoy themselves, the clothes on the wooden shelves, Alan will think the people in this village have moved collectively. His ears moved, and the noise was captured. He walked very far in the direction of the sound, until he walked to a relatively large wooden house. The cheers were very clear. Alan walked into the black wooden door that had been pushed open, and the room was unobstructed. It seems that the whole village is gathered here, and they seem to be wearing their most decent clothes. Surrounded by a pair of very young men and women, to be precise, they are still very young. If put in Hogwarts, their grade must be 2 or 3 years lower than Alan. This lovely couple is immersed in happiness, and everyone around them is looking at them happily. Several young children are constantly grabbing wild petals from the basket and throwing them towards the heads of this pair of young people. Wedding. Although the newlyweds were plainly dressed, they looked radiant with the joy. And Alan's intrusion made the scene quiet for a moment, and immediately became agitated, and the joy on their faces froze in their faces. Mage robe might make this group of muls who had never seen the world mistake Alan as a foreign aristocracy. His skin color and the staff that radiate evil and magic at a glance allow even ignorant people to know Alan's identity. Evil wizard. Such thoughts rose to everyone's heart. Without waiting for their horrified screams, Alan, who knew their position before entering the house, took the lead. A wide range of confusion spells began to affect everyone present. Their expressions became trance, and then they were presiding. A middle-aged man dressed as a farmer at the wedding came over to welcome Alan. This is the village of Crost. My name is Aselwolf, and you are welcome to attend the wedding of my daughter Judith and son-in-law Tofi. Don't worry if you are a foreign busker. Today you have enough bread and just eat it. The dead old king wants us to be kind to foreigners. The eyes of the villagers affected by the curse no longer panic. A thin young man's eyes slipped around Alan's magic robe and staff, and couldn't help whispering to the groom, "Gee, Tofi, look, the dress in his hometown is really peculiar, but the entertainer is so profitable. He is dressed like an old man who can live in a stone house. Let's whisper Leofric, he will hear it. It's not easy to be an entertainer, don't scare him away." Tofi, the bridegroom, looks very good. In fact, in Anglo-Saxon, the name means he is the born king, because he married his sweetheart and made him want to share his joy with others. After being so warmly invited by the other party, Alan also gave up his intention to go directly to the telepathy and investigate the information in their minds, and he decided to take the opportunity to participate in this Anglo-Saxon style wedding. Another reason is that he found that some people in this group of muls actually got rid of his confusion spell and showed a strong fear of Alan, which made Alan a little curious and wanted to explore the identity of the other party. If you know it is the ordinary wizard, in the face of the current Alan, can never easily get rid of the influence of the confusion spell he cast, not to mention like this, but also immediately use superb brain closure to shield his own detection, and the other party's breath makes Alan felt a little uncomfortable. Oh, that's really a good day for me. I must send a congratulatory gift. Please don't refrain. This is also the etiquette of my hometown. After that, Alan pulled out a piece from his pocket. Rough gold coins in this era, even in the wizarding world. There is no gold galleon yet. Most of the villagers who had never seen gold up close were shocked by the generosity of fake sellers. But Alan apparently did not just intend to use this seemingly upstart method. He let this gold coin in his slender stand on your hand and let it dance effortlessly on the back of your hand. Wolf opened his eyes. www.mentalnovel.com. His son-in-law and his son-in-law's tall buddies couldn't help but come to watch carefully. The bride, named Judith, was forced by the etiquette and could only look curiously in the distance. The gold coins jumped and turned in Alan's hands, and kept appearing and disappearing and reappearing in his hands. The villagers were all shocked by this trick that was rare for them all their lives, and finally opened their mouths. Finally Alan made a gesture. He let the gold coin rotate on the old farmer's big nose. The middle-aged farmer hesitated to grab the gold coin. That made his eyes a bit of a cross-eyed, but he found his hand was directly from the gold coin where it in the past. A sloth found that the gold coin was back in the hands of the entertainer, but then, the other party put it directly in the palm of his hand. This time the middle-aged farmer found that he really touched it, also found I first touched and owned a gold coin. No wonder he is so rich. This performance alone is worth a few days for us to feed him. The tall and thin Leofric was full of excitement, and found that life as a juggler was more fun than being a farmer. Too much. Wow, who had eased his mind, received the gold coins and looked at a few middle-aged people around him, then suggested to Alan with some concern, "It's a wonderful show, but we have to recommend you better not perform this elsewhere. You may not know that although our new king did not have the enthusiasm for religious affairs of His Majesty, he is also very religious. Your misleading performance may cause you great trouble." Speaking of the new king, he was blessed by the Lord, returned to Britain from overseas, and invaded the Isle of Wight, and he was unscrupulously burned and robbed. Tosti was really rushed to the north by our new king, His Majesty Harold. Your Majesty Harold, may he live long. Chapter 630. The keyword devil accidentally dropped. In chapter 630, in the following paragraph, the devil will sweep through my kingdom with flames and grinning. A key word of the sentence "the devil" was accidentally deleted when it was just released! The correct paragraph is as follows. In the dream, two monks appeared in front of me, and the fat one was a wizard whom I had executed before. His treatment for acne was just to poke the farmer with a stick, and always it is a habit to transform rabbits from the Holy Communion cup. But he has made a prediction to me now. Edward, who was very spiritual after the first sentence, took Harold Winson's hand, and his expression became full of face. Frightened, his breathing clearly began to be abnormal again. Within 1 year and 1 day of my death, the Lord will hand over my country to the enemy's hands, and the ensuing war catastrophe. The devil will sweep through my kingdom with fire and grin. Author's note: the prophecy is in addition to the 7 words I used to count water words, all other real content recorded in King Edward, which just happens to be combined with the plot. Please forgive me. The wizards, I desperately need a spiritual agent. Bix sinks in. The content of this chapter is being updated. Chapter 633. Wedding. Sincerely thank the leader of the Circle 9012. Alan secretly calculated the dates secretly, realizing that he had missed the first invasion of the British Isles in 1066. A few months ago, the former brother of Northumbria, the current brother of the King of England, Harold Tosti Guinson, although he had reached an agreement with the Normans and the Vikings, he even knew the illegitimate duke, and that on the premise of the approximate time of sending troops of the Norwegian king, he could not bear the anger of revenge in his heart and lost his reason. He first formed an army of about 60 ships and returned to Britain to attack Harold's territory. This is also a direct violation of his elder brother Harold's regime, and 2 days later the news reached the ears of the King of England in London, and the furious Harold assembled the largest scale in Anglo-Saxon history as a king, navy and army. And this Tosti Guinson, after hearing that his brother had assembled such an unstoppable army to come against him, he fled directly, and was finally defeated in the east of England. The only 12 warships fled to a relatively strong northern stronghold in Scotland. making it easy to keep in touch with the ruthless Harold Hadrad. But Alan knew that he hadn't missed any of the 3 battles in Ravenclaw's prophecy because the number of people led by Tosti was really a bit of a nuisance. Don't be afraid, Rinluck. When it's time to catch up, Your Majesty Harold has something more important to be busy, but no time to burn you. Esselwoff saw Alan silently, thinking he was scaring him when he stayed. He couldn't help but laugh and persuade Alan to greet everyone to continue the wedding. After a few words, the eyes of the people in this log cabin turned to the newlyweds in the middle. Although she is usually a small village girl with no trimming, Judith, who is now a bride and has a slightly shy smile, is full of vitality. She and her side are also a little shy because of the onlookers, but the cheerful bridegroom looked at each other and then together looked at everyone around. The people around uttered the same rhythmic but uneven oh shouting, and his right hand snapped to his left chest quickly with the rhythm, making a not too loud slap, expressing his blessing to the new. The groom and the bride held their hands face to face with a silly smile on each other. It also made the 2 young people look like they were playing in the house. The bride's father coughed, then gestured to her daughter for the basket beside her. The little girl suddenly realized that she let go of the boy and lifted her arms slightly to wrap a wreath of wildflowers from the basket next to the groom's neck. I will put a wreath on you to show that the day when you and I stayed together has come to an end. It seems that it is very interesting to recite and read such sentences. The bride laughed out loudly, and the groom couldn't help but smile. Esselwoff, who hosted the wedding next door, warned his daughter directly this time, "Child." The new couple glanced at the elders around them at once, and immediately smiled and became serious. "Give me the shoes," Esloff said to his daughter. The bride stooped down and took off a brown bottomless leather boots to her father. Esloff handed the shoes to his son-in-law and read the poem as a wedding ceremony. "I will give you my daughter's shoes and entrust her to you for life. Take my hand." The bride extended her hand in accordance with the final ceremony, holding hands with the boy. The little girl's voice was full of happiness this time. "We have become a couple and will live forever." The villagers present smiled with relief, witnessing this solemn and sacred moment, witnessing the birth of a new family in their small village of 22 ploughs. Alan felt some annoyance. The wedding of young men and women younger than him made him suddenly realize that in the Middle Ages, people were married at a very early age. When he was with Royna, Alan was influenced by the customs of his time, and he completely ignored this in his subconscious, and Royna never mentioned it. But fortunately, the 2 of them personality and relationships obviously do not need to be too urgent. Suddenly, Alan interrupted his thoughts and looked up behind the Esloff. A little boy about 8 or 9 years old with curly short hair and white linen was standing on the bench of a house post and secretly looking at himself with dreadful eyes. His skin was also significantly paler than others, but his hair color was still normal, and it was probably because he rarely basked in the sun. Alan recalled that when he first entered the room, the other party was one of those children who were blooming flowers, but now he is obviously trying to avoid his gaze when Alan's eyes hit him with him. The other party was scared. There was a trembling back. Obviously, the guy who got rid of Alan's confusion spell was the little boy who seemed to be frightened, and Alan stared at him for a while after squinting his eyes, and found that the other party was obviously not a purebred human. The pedigree of alien creatures, and apparently brought him a natural spell-like ability that resembles a brain occlusion technique, defense from the telepathy used by Alan, who has not studied thinking tentacles in the brain hall. "Kiss her." The bridegroom's buddy Leofric was now standing at the entrance and shouted slightly frivolously. The others shouted and urged, "Kiss her, kiss her, kiss her." Alan's eyes, interrupted by thoughts and inquiries, crossed the door, and he sensed that someone was approaching. Soon, a burly, heavily armed man with a hunting dog in his hand came into the door. The moment he entered the door, Alan quietly cast a confusion spell on him. His intrusion made the atmosphere in the room one of stagnation. www.mentalnovel.com. The bride and groom hugging each other sweetly, and all the guests in the room looked at this uninvited guest in leather armor with some horror. Ordga. Are you? Leofric looked disappointedly at the intruder, most of his face covered by the metal helmet, and even the bridge of his nose. Yes, Leofric, the caller said in a cold, calm tone. Welcome home. Leofric responded forcefully, then lowered his head and frowned, giving way. You know me, Odger came in. You should know what I am doing. The bride's immature face was filled with disbelief. She stepped forward and asked, Master. Odger interrupted her words impatiently. It's today. The bridegroom grabbed the angry bride, and Odger approached them step by step. I can't control what you are doing. He turned and walked to the other guests present, extending his hand to the left and commanding, There are weapons. Men stand in a row. Women sit down. Chapter 634 Recruitment. Sincerely thanks to the leader of the Circle 9012. The joy on the faces of the women present had disappeared completely, and they looked at each other at a loss, and Odd emphasized again, the woman sits down. Soon, the panicked people separated according to his instructions. The men stood in a row, and the women sat side by side opposite them, and the newlywed bride looked at the husband on the side. Recruiting the militia today. The last time the militia I took was temporarily unable to return. Odger looked around his hometown with a serious tone. I have to recruit some new recruits. Everyone had an ominous hunch in their hearts. They leaned out and looked at this recruiter who was about to take away their loved ones and loved ones again. The meaning of Odger in Anglo-Saxon was spearhead, and obviously others, as its name suggests. You, and you. Odger's man on the field tapped a few times and commanded loudly, Go back and get the shield and spear. The men on the field were all filled with dissatisfaction and displeasure, but no one resisted, and came out. You, sit down. Odger asked an elder with a white beard to sit back. The women on the other side looked at this scene with anxiety. Their loved ones, all loved ones, were named, and they were about to go to the battlefield. This is probably because there is no return. But they are powerless. The ones without weapons, and the boys, will get new weapons later. He did not let other young men go. A sloth stepped forward to protect his new son-in-law and questioned the recruiters. Why are you taking them? Why are you still recruiting? Easter famine is coming. Where are we going to eat? Hold on. I'm going to take them away now. I'm afraid no one can live to starve. And sit down now. Odger let himself face a cell wolf as if he were stating a fact. Said, after seeing the other person helplessly walking away, Odger turned back to the newlyweds with some helplessness. You two, go back first. There is a moment before departure. The bride hurried forward and led the groom out of the hut in the back. Through an inquiry into the mind of this recruiter who knew a certain military situation, Alan knew that the Normans were gathering on the other side of the sea, ready to attack England, and the new King Harold was building a line of defense near the Isle of Wight to defend his kingdom, according to the records in the history book when he went to Mull School. In fact, Harold should have not yet realized the threat from the Vikings, and he kept focusing on after ousting his brother Tosti. In the blatant action of William, the Duke of Normandy, he did not know that his brother had also reached an alliance with the Norwegian. The new King of England thought that his only goal was to repulse the unexpected invasion of the Normans from across the sea. Alan had his arms around his chest. This recruiter called Odger was not as ruthless as he showed. Odger would send his familiar neighborhood folks to the battlefield. This recruiter was only ordered to act. It is also quite helpless in itself, and unlike ordinary ignorant farmers, Odger knows the name of the Duke of illegitimate son. If their new king cannot lead them to block the Normans, the village of Croest is off the coast of southern England. Villages that are not too far away are likely to cease to exist in this war. As the person who fetched the weapon left, the room seemed less crowded, and Alan, who was strangely dressed for Mulls, appeared in front of Odger. His face became a little puzzled, and he wanted to go look carefully in front of Alan. But the hound beside him felt the breath of the wizard, and he flinched and tried to back away. Outlander. Odger frowned and looked at Alan. He always felt that the other party was wrong. The elaborate robes and staffs were not as affordable as an ordinary entertainer. People don't seem to be entertainers. Just wanted to question Alan, but under the influence of the confusion spell, he was in a trance and asked to exit if he didn't wait for doubts. These doubts disappeared in his mind under the influence of the spell. Odger, who ignored Alan, regained his sharpness. He looked around the room and suddenly shouted, "Where did Leofric go?" Before he finished speaking, he immediately jumped out. He went to the house and followed the signs. The curly-haired little boy with the flower basket before slipped silently in front of Alan. With a trembling look, he lifted his head, his face full of horror, and asked Alan in a voice so small that it was almost inaudible, "Are you a raven?" Alan smiled gently at the child. "Is it because of the raven feathers on my cloak?" Then Alan's head lowered his eyes and the child's praying eyes collided. The child handed a small wooden dagger, a few beautiful stones and a bite of bread hidden to him. "Tau, please don't take them away." "Who to take away?" Alan raised an eyebrow. He had judged that there should be a part of the blood of the devil in the bottomless abyss. This was the reason why Alan felt a little uncomfortable at first. As a devil, he likes order. Alan is more repulsive of the unpredictable chaotic atmosphere in the bottomless abyss, but even if the other party's special ability brought by the demon prevents Alan from being able to detect his thoughts through telepathy, it also allows the little boy in front of him quickly get rid of the effect of the confusion spell he cast. But Alan can also judge that the little boy in front of him is obviously not affected by the evil nature of his bloodline. At least his concerns about his family are sincere. "My father, my sister and they." Following the child's gaze, Alan saw the old farmer sitting on the other side collecting his gold coins. "Little boy, you should beg for the recruiter." Alan didn't know how to comfort the little boy in front of him. In fact, he was not very good at dealing with children, and he didn't know whether the little boy knew himself and him. The father and sister did not have any blood relationship. Alan can only take a piece of dim sum prepared by Hufflepuff from his backpack and stuff it in his small hand, coping with it. This has nothing to do with his task. "Little boy." Then Alan also went out. He planned to let himself easily follow the group of militiamen to the battlefield Altdorf, knowing that the first stop they were going to was actually not the place to start the first war. The little boy took the snack Alan gave him but didn't eat it. He said to himself in a positive tone, "You are a raven." Outside the wooden door, Leofric crossed the low wooden fence in the village and desperately fled to the forest. Odger soon rushed to the forest and chased quickly, running to a slightly flat and wide forest farm. www.mtlnovel.com. Odger, who knew that the other person was hiding, stopped and walked around to observe the surrounding environment. He shouted, "Leoclif, coward, come out for me." "Odger, I'm just a farmer." Leoclif, hiding in the forest, couldn't help but repulsively foolishly. "Now you are going to be a soldier." Odger and the other party talked one by one to judge the position of the other party. He searched forward in the direction that the voice might come. "No, I don't want to be a soldier." Leoclif refused. "You've never joined my group. If I caught you last time, you wouldn't be this bear-like one anymore." Odger found a general direction and wandered under the tree. "Really? How do you say?" Leoclif was not as good at determining the position of the voice as Odger. He didn't realize that the recruiter had come near him. Odger sighed helplessly, wandering in front of a tree carelessly, stretched out his hand, and dragged Leoclif, who was concealed in the tree, and dropped him to the grass. "Boy, I won't hold you back this time. Hurry back to me. You have done work this time." Is rich second generation. Is a writer my friend Juaniasim really not rich too was finished yesterday. After seeing his final speech, I was so happy that my old friend finally finished the book. The days when Juaniu came to the starting point were not long, but he was loyal to the liver and courageous, and inserted a knife for his friend. Ha ha ha, good martial arts style. Charlie saw me talking about it, but what I said was true. In the previous Long Kong screen scattering incident, we are irrespective of who is right and who is wrong, but I know clearly that Juaniu is such a person who dares to stand up for his friends and is willing to protect them. His book is actually dancing with shackles. The aura of the rich second generation is on his head. It does not bring smooth sailing. Instead, he makes it harder at the starting point, almost insulated from it. The whole book is 1,000,000 words, with only a few small recommendations, which is really sad. Tong Tang, Wealth is really not what we can do. Fantasy you. I don't know if I will be rewarded suddenly or Apple end. Writing a book is a lonely thing. Without strong perseverance, you cannot support yourself to persevere without exposure. I am able to stick to the million-word version in this kind of adversity. Even if you are the rich second generation who made me envious and jealous, I feel admired. To be honest, if it wasn't the appreciation that Kingman, Wendell, and Kidian editors have always appreciated, it would be difficult for me to enter myself. In fact, it's fine to finish the book. Really, once you start writing, you can't make a U-turn once you start. You can only go on. Unfortunately, many people stop on the way. You have built a complete world that belongs to Yai, and took this book to its destination, which is proud. You still have enough time to prepare and build the next world. In the dark night of our lives, a piece of peach blossoms. I just hope that in the next book, your ambitions will be shown, and as a friend I will always support you. To write a book, you must be persistent and learn to let go. You can wait and expect. I hope to witness your next book's wonderful, without boasting of vicissitudes, no exposed edge, not obscured by the rich second-generation aperture, but just an excellent network writer. Fantasy Feather. Chapter 635. Merlin sincerely thanked the leader Yong's Ike's indifferent from the joy of the wedding just now. It seems that darkness is about to cover this small village. Women and a few villagers who are lucky to live to old age are watching the relatives gathered on the open space around the fence, but Alan is in the village. In the direction, he took a bag of gemstones and processed them against them. He let his shadow three-eyed raven follow the group of militiamen from afar, waiting to catch up with them again and go to the King's station, while the other two he was sent north to Yorkshire. As one of Harold's guard captains and also a recruiter, Odger held a wooden barrel filled with ale. His helmet had been removed, revealing his cheeks that had been hit by the weather. My friends, I follow the teachings and instructions, and make an oath in public. He raised his wine glass high, and all the militias called up also held the spear in one hand and carried the wine glass in front of his chest with the other. He followed the etiquette of this time, and swore with the oath that was made before the war mead oath, I will fight for the king to the last breath. If the king or the lord died, I will imitate them and continue to fight. If anyone seeing me greedy for life and death, and fleeing with fear, he should wake me up with the oath I made in front of the clan. After all, everyone will drink all the wine in the glass. It's time. Ordigo issued an order, and then took his shield and walked in the forefront. All the militia members, despite reluctance to leave their hometown and loved ones, still obeyed and carried fear of the unknown battlefield, picked up its own shield from the ground, and then followed Ordigo to begin the march. Oh, my lover, come back safely, the women cried in a choked voice. The anomalous performance of the curly-haired mixed-race little boy standing alone in front of a low wooden house attracted Odger, who was monitoring the march, and he beckoned his team to move forward, but he walked by himself, crouching down and asking gently, Merlin, what's wrong with you? What did you see? The little boy Merlin pursed his lips and his rose sharply. He watched Odger's eyes full of seriousness. The king warrior crossed the sea to the west, the corpses of England ran across the field, and the black scavengers followed. Death is coming. Author's note. According to J.K. Rowling's setting, Merlin of the Harry Potter world is a wizard on the chocolate frog card. According to the welcome letter from Slytherin College in the official website Pottermore, Merlin was in Hogwarts, went to school, and the college was Slytherin. Green ribbon of the Merlin First Class Medal was to commemorate Merlin's graduation school, and Hogwarts was obviously founded during the time of King Byather and the Round Table Knights. Hundreds of years later, Merlin is also a prophet in the legend of history. The predictions made here happened to coincide with a plot of doomsday rumors in the English region in this era. The authoress note, I will write more words to make it free of thousands of words. I told you to stop mentioning it to others. Boy, it's just a dream for you. Odger stopped the boy's words. He didn't want to show something different from ordinary children. Boys will be treated as wizards or heretics by others. Odger looked around, and seemed to want to find Esselwoff, the boy's adoptive father. Unfortunately, the other party obviously had opinions about himself because of his son-in-law's symptoms and did not come to see him off. Odger had to put his sights back on the boy. Remember to stop telling this dream to others, otherwise it will cause trouble for your father and sister. Odger's expression was solemn, and he stood up full of thoughts. Since the new King Harold first arrived in the treasure, there have been various rumors of doomsday in England, but they all pointed to the enemy who will face the king across the sea. Duhai commits to take the throne of England, and the child named Merlin has been doing the dreams he just described repeatedly and continuously since he was very young. The captain of the guard felt a little helpless that this trip might be more or less fierce. How many of the militiamen who took home with him this time survived? But at the moment he turned around, all emotions were suppressed by him, and he turned into a ruthless leader. He roared at the farmer who watched his fall behind, curious about the slowing of the march. Start, keep up. The afternoon sun was shining through the gap in the forest, and the militiamen who had been walking anxiously for most of the day did not dare to look directly at the dizzying sunlight, and all walked silently with their heads down. Recruiting a number of armed peasants to join the civil corps belongs to the practice of this era. But the end of the summer of this year was unusual. The king's bodyguard ploughed every inch of the forest, and every farmer, every shepherd, everyone was taken away. Beekeeper. The Vikings swarming out of various Norwegian fjords set off from the island of Soren on the west coast of Norway. 500 Viking warships and 30,000 Viking warriors under the leadership of their king Harald Hardrad, using the north wind that lasted longer than last year. It was very smooth. It took more than 2 days to cross the 300-mile coast and arrived in Scotland. After a short repair, it continued to use the wind direction to continue southward along the east coast of Scotland. The journey reached England directly, and met with Tosti, the former Earl of Northumbria, who had just been rushed to the north by King Harold of England. Having understood that this may be his last conquest of Harold III, he decided to let his son stay in the Norwegian Regency before he went on the expedition. He wanted to use this battle to tremble the whole of England, which also means that whether he wins or not, he do not expect to return to Norway again. If you are defeated, you don't need to say that he must have killed a battlefield. If his Vikings who are good at wolves' tactics and sailing want to escape at that time, as long as the safety of the warship is ensured, these British guys can't stop it. If he wins, he will emulate his ancestors to rebuild the kingdom of the Vikings on the land of England. The core of Harold's headquarters this time is composed of his guards. They are all his personal followers, professional soldiers and killing machines. They have even experienced veterans who have been fighting for 16 years. And Harold also brought a special force that didn't seem to be too large. These warriors were much taller and stronger than the average Vikings. They all wore bearskins, heavy weapons like two-handed axe. www.mentalnovel.com cooperate with the magic potions made by the local witches using the seeds of the fairy variants. These pastes are applied to the skin. They can make them almost reach the limit of human physical strength into a kind of crazy frenzy. The state, no feeling of pain, no fear of death, and not being constrained by the terror on the battlefield. Even if it is pierced by a spear, it will continue to attack the enemy as long as he can. These mad warriors will exert superhuman strength and continue to fight tirelessly until the end of the battle or until they are killed. Themes of course, these mad warriors will immediately fall into a state of collapse after the anger subsides because of the side effects of the potion. When Edgar and they were heading south from the village of Crost, the deposed Earl and the King of Norway had sailed along the Uis River towards the Humber River estuary in central England, planning to enter the hinterland of England from here. Advance Yorkshire. I am like a mustard. I have never forgotten one person. I have 13 enemies. I am quiet in the middle of the woods. I am alone and reputed, so I don't need to know anything. I will eventually hear it. Read out the verses that had been polished on the ship a few days ago, then turned round and looked at the men who were ready to attack and his ally Tosti. Street. Olaf's grace shines to me. I will sue the world as the Cooner of Norway and England, and soon we will be able to fill the cemetery in England and feed the crows with the rotten body of her people. Chapter 636. Waiting on the coast. The sea breeze blew the flag of England, and the militia tents were stationed on the coast of the Isle of Wight, where King Harold built a defence line surrounding his kingdom. Ordiger led a group of people down the sea cliff along a thick hemp rope, and gasping, he looked around the militia. Leofric, who was right next to him, helped to establish a firm foothold for his buddy, Tofi, while frowning at the scene of the soldiers in front of him, free and idle. He couldn't help but ask, "Oh, almighty Lord, Ordiger, you really serious, eh?" "They will come, once the wind direction is favorable to them. The Normans will ride ashore in the night, and until dawn, there will be only ashes here." Odger's expression did not relax, but turned his head to look at Leofric. Patiently explained his concerns to the other party. On a tree on the sea cliff not far from them, a shadowed three-eyed raven stared at them sharply, while the remaining one had already leapt over the English Channel to Normandy, trying to follow along the coastline, search for the garrison of the illegitimate son William, near Caen. In the castle of Caen, William has released a series of policies that can support his invasion plan for several months. Although at first, the ordinary people of Normandy wanted to conquer the same religion across the sea for their lords because of belief problems, they tried to achieve the purpose of usurping the throne by killing a king selected by the Lord for his people through the holy oil painting ceremony. Not confident, but William quickly responded to this. He realized that he needed a higher level of power to support his actions. William, Duke of Normandy, and his Duchess Matilda were devout believers. Although a large part of them were for the purpose of atonement for the husband and wife who were distant cousins, they donated to build two majestic monasteries to show piety. The good religious reputation, plus the envoys William sent to Rome to beautify his aggressive behavior, brought enough tribute, and had sufficient verbal reasons. That is, 15 years ago, King Edward of England promised to pass on him. And even Harold Gwynnson, who is now King of England, was arrested when he was counted 2 years ago when he was blown from the English Channel to the French territory by a storm during a voyage. It was William freed Harold and brought him back to Normandy, where Harold swore to religious relics, promising to support William's claim to the throne of England and declare his allegiance to him. These factors made William's envoy list William's claims. After those terms were petitioned to Pope Alexander, they were approved by the opponent and accepted all of William's terms, and even gave the illegitimate Duke a flag representing the Holy See, so that his soldiers would take the battlefield to come. It is really important for William to have the support of the Holy See. From the standpoint of declaring legalization, he can be said to uphold God's will to declare his sovereignty over England. Anyone who opposes him is guilty, which makes Master William well known. It can even be regarded as a battle of ups and downs. And now, William, who is gathering large fleets, war horses and soldiers in the Divers near Normandy, has successfully suppressed public opinion under the protection of the owner, which makes him even more powerful. Everything was bad news for King Harold and Anglo-Saxon England except for the unusually long north wind that lasted throughout the summer. These strong winds helped the Vikings to sail southward quickly in order to make the southern William and his fleet want to cross the English Channel safely. He could only be forced to stay there and look at the ocean and sigh. The wind did not change every day, and the Prince of the had to consume every day grain feeds to feed his idle soldiers and war horses, and the gathering place has gradually been overwhelmed by manure made by people and horses, too late to be transported. On the opposite side of the strait, the recruiter and the lean Leofric saw similar scenes. They even found their new King Harold in his most loyal and intimate brother, Goss, Count of East Anglia. Gwenson is also walking along the coastline doing nothing. Harold is still unaware of the threat from the Vikings, although he has been stationed here for a short period of time. He and his brother still focused on the enemy on the other side of the sea. Goss was half a step behind his brother. He looked at the English Channel without exception, and said to the brother in front of him with some anxiety, "In short, It is a matter of time. Harold saw his brother's brow furrowed, and he easily turned back to ask Goss, who heard of what people think of him in Normandy. "What do you think?" Goss asked, questioning the sarcasm in his brother's mouth. His enemies called him Hybrid William, and some people in Normandy called him a headskin, and even the inhabitants around Alençon once hung the animal skin on the city wall to slap him to mock him used to cry because of it. Rhodes described the well-known information of William to his brother with gossip. Gossing first smiled with his brother, and then his expression returned to some seriousness. So he cut off the hands and feet of those people. Ha 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 ha. Harold laughed. Hey, but can you blame him? Goss finally stopped worrying. He took out the bread in his purse and took a big bite. He looked at the brother in front and remembered that he had previously strengthened his relationship with the northern nobility because of Tosti. After abandoning his 20-year-old wife, Edith Svenwick, and then marrying the sisters of Northumbria and Earl of Messier, her name is also Edith. So he smiled and said to his brother, "At least you can win a queen. So two Ediths." Harold raised an eyebrow and hummed slightly proudly. "Their meeting must be very interesting. Can you let me see you again?" Goss continued to joke about his brother, sister-in-law and former sister-in-law. Harold did not answer this time, but reached out and put his brother in the hands, snacked the bread and grabbed it and ate it. Goss, who was robbed of his bread, looked back and looked at the conscripted militiamen who were rushing to join the line of defense. However, this hybrid thinks, "We can't wait here all the time." A few days later, www.mtlnovel.com, the north wind that trapped William and his army in Candivo, sent King Harald Hardrad of Norway to the place where he planned to attack. The sea route entered the Uis River. At this time, King Harold on the Isle of Wight still did not know the movement of the Vikings. He waited and waited, but the war never happened. The King of England boldly hoped that his kingdom is safe and has entered the harvest season. William will not be able to come again this year because he is also facing a big trouble. The 2-month service that his tax can provide is almost over. Because of Normandy, William Mesrogname and his younger brother Tos, who was in trouble to deal with himself. He has already consumed a lot of his army, and the people of England also need these soldiers to help collect food during the harvest. Therefore, Harold has begun to gradually disband his troops, ordered his fleet to return to London, and let the long-serving nobles and their soldiers first return to their own territory, and even let some long-serving militiamen. He also began to return to his village to help harvesting. He also started to return to London himself. The Isle of Wight only left some newly recruited militia groups like Leofric and Tofi and a small number of professional troops to guard. And the most pitiful are the farmers who just arrived in northern England. How do they know that when they just arrived on the Isle of Wight, they routinely waited for William, who almost all Anglo-Saxons thought would not return this year hundreds of miles north? The Vikings have quietly landed. Chapter 637. Beach autumn has already arrived, and after 6 weeks of waiting, William has been anxious to decide to set sail against the wind. After months of careful planning, especially after the return from the English spy using the north wind to Normandy, the opposite has been dissolved. After the news that the army was basically undefended, he had to take a gamble. He knew that time was running out, so he sent all his strength from the safe harbor to the rough sea. "Is everything ready for Lao Tzu?" William asked the adjutant who came over to report on his flagship. "Yes, Duke, the battle horse and the soldiers have been equipped, and Normandy is proud of you. We have assembled an army that can make Charlemagne proud." The adjutant is not a pat on his lord fart, a contract written in parchment in front of Duke William and left in a well-preserved noble aristocratic obligation to the navy records that William and his 14 barons and his Duchess Matilda contributed 777 warships, plus other temporary collection ships, so that the total number of ships under the command of Duke William exceeded 1,000, and the number of soldiers recruited reached 14,000. Although the soldiers whispered this, they could only obey the king's orders. The warships set sail, and the helmsmen tried their best to control the direction of the warship. In the grey sky, the three-eyed shadow raven took the scene on the sea to the ground. After putting the last jewel in his hand into his pocket, Alan stood up and stretched his waist. From the eyes of the shadow three-eyed raven he knew that William's grand plan was on the verge of breaking. If not knowing this, it was one of the tribulations before the other party conquered England. Alan almost suspected that the illegitimate duke was cursed by the goddess of doom played by Rhoyna. Knowing that the other party had begun to act, Alan sent himself to southern England, but it was not Isle of Wight but Dover was prepared to suffer a disaster under the raging winds of the other party. Alan planned to use this first to begin the harvest of the soul journey. One stop, on the white cliffs of Dover, a symbol of England, Alan Harris looked out over the sea, and at his feet was a 3-mile white cliff. The highest point of the cliff is 110 meters, which is composed of fine-grained limestone. Looking at England from the European continent, the most striking is this beautiful white cliff. And Alan was obviously not in a mood to watch this beauty at this time. He frowned and looked at it for a moment, because Alan accidentally discovered that although the sailing speed was very slow in the upwind, William's fleet was still stable at this time. William would pay a weight-bearing price for his unwillingness to act as he had written in history, but he did not expect it to be so smooth. With the advancement of time and the approaching of the William fleet, Alan finally understood the meaning of the sin in Ravenclaw's mouth. His original intention was to use these Normans to die under the power of nature before going on their own, picking a cheap one. But now the situation reminds Alan of a knowledge and spell he learned on the Nether Scroll, plus the slavery gems he made for his own use of the Vikings, and finally made him aware of himself. It is the actual participants in these few periods of history. Through the eyes of the shadowed three-eyed raven, Alan could look at the faces under the dense Norman nasal helmet. He recalled the era he belonged to, the entire wizarding world, because of the mysterious man and the Death Eaters like his gangster. The level of horror created by gangs of this nature is panic-stricken, and even the number of people in the battle in the Division of Mystery cannot be compared with the number of living lives on board. Letting himself walk to the far side of the cliff, Alan opened his mouth to cast a spell, but at the beginning of it, he relieved the magic that had just started. He lowered his mouth and lips, wiped his sweat with his hand, and saw a few times through the raven. A Norman with light blonde hair calmed Alan. He took a deep breath and then firmed his faith. Alan no longer hesitated to hold his staff in one hand and let it stand on the edge of the cliff. The other hand also stretched high into the sky, uninterrupted with the obscure but magical rune spell from Alan's mouth. The magic that was visible to the naked eye was surging around him. With the long ritual magic of this casting process, with the crackling lightning clouds, they gradually gathered around Alan. These clouds gathered together and gradually became louder. They continued to rotate around Alan and the staff. A huge circular vortex formed in front of him, like a small typhoon eye, and began to slowly rise and stretch out into the sky of the English Channel. This is a legendary world-weaving spell called Marvin, invented by the ancient Nezreal wizards. Although it is far less powerful than its name, it can temporarily change the weather in a region. The Nezreal people, through hundreds of castings by many wizards, it is even possible to permanently change the climate of a region. Through this method, your own land is more suitable for planting, and the enemy's fields are turned into deserts. Alan, who is in the middle of the vortex, continues to repeat the spell. He maintains this spell and strengthens the storm that is accumulated thicker and wider in the upper air. The wind screamed on the sea, and the turbulent waves shattered into a large vortex of waves. It was like a car motion surface was violently hit. This was really a disaster. William's lips on the ship kept moving, praying for God's blessing. The soldiers did not have such a good concentration. They panicked at once, and many people shouted loudly, "The storm is coming, the ship is sinking, the ship is sinking." The warship rolled on the cusp of the waves. The storm stirred up a huge vortex on the sea. About a third of the ships were overturned one by one, and involved in the huge vortex, while the remaining fleet panicked fled eastward. Even soldiers who had luckily jumped into the sea before the ship sank, even if it did not count on the suction of the vortex, whether it would swim or not, fell into the water that was hitting the huge waves in the stormy weather. The swimming soldiers were still struggling in the seawater and the whirlpool, their arms were constantly flapping against the water, their feet were constantly kicking in the seawater, and the turbulent bitter water continued to pour into their throats. After struggling to rise to the surface again, they were at a loss. They had realized that it was no use trying to struggle as hard as possible. At most, it was only a little time to die. At the moment of loss of consciousness, many soldiers saw the sorcerer covered in black, wearing a strange robe, holding a staff, and the wizard was floating in the sky above the vortex. Although Alan in the air seemed to exude a cold breath of death, the hopeful soldiers still reached out to the devil in front of them with an infinite love of opposites. It's just that Alan floating in the sky didn't see such a scene. He didn't look at the scene like purgatory from beginning to end. He just maintained his toughness and coldness, listening quietly to the sea breeze howling. When the master of the sound passes away, try to use the staff to absorb the souls of the soldiers killed by the storm and avoid wasting it. Until the last faint shout disappeared, only a burst of fire blazed brighter than lightning in the dark sky. William, Duke of Normandy, lost many ships and his men. Not only did he fail to cross the strait, but instead he was forced to stop at the port of Saint Valery in France, 140 miles to the east, to take refuge. www.mentalnovel.com. Frustrated William, after placing the remaining ships and men, they came to a low-rise house. He threw his helmet on the wooden table in frustration, and the dark room was just like his depressed mood. If you have offended you while serving you, please show your servant that this is for you, fighting up and down the earth in your name, but you are giving away torture. Confessed to the William had to admit that things could have been more beneficial to them, but in fact they are now on the verge of despair. In this storm, William lost more than 300 ships and thousands of men. William, who had unloaded all his equipment, sighed. Although they are indeed closer to England now, headwinds still prevail, and he is still on the other side of the English Channel. Severely hit by the storm created by Alan, watching the stronger north wind make William's dream of inheriting the throne of England a nightmare. He prayed in the church for a long time every day, and watched the weather vane on the church from time to time. To observe the wind's direction, tears often slipped over William's cheeks, who now maintained the goal only with the last unsatisfactory belief. Although in fact the disaster and delay made the Norman Duke take advantage of it. Chapter 638. Disappointed, the bells of the Northern War had already been rang. After the villages on the north coast were looted downstream, the Vikings boarded the ship again. They went deep into the hinterland and travelled back into the deep forests of the Jorvik Valley. The Vikings led by Hadad met their first resistance in Fulford. The resistance took place on Wednesday before the Feast of St. Matthew. This also brought back the deposed Earl. The Vikings were preparing to attack York. Spread south, London Harold's castle. After hearing the news from the messenger, Goswinson, Earl of Anglia, anxiously asked his brother sitting on the throne, "What should I do?" "Fight." The new King Harold of the Anglo-Saxon Wessex Kingdom answered the question calmly. "The Vikings ruin our land and people in our country. We have no choice." Unlike the calm displayed by the new king, when Harold discovered that he had disbanded his elite troops and most of the militia, his brother Tosti, the Norwegian Vikings descended from the blonde King Harold. When King Harold had been invading for many days, his heart was so angry that he had to only send messengers and recruiters again to summon the army again, and it must be summoned quickly. This was a big blow for him. Unexpectedly, the only thing he could do was to regroup and let the soldiers who belonged to him quickly march north and join the recruiting troops along the way, in order to bring together those Vikings won, and can only optimistically convince themselves that the illegitimate Duke of Normandy will no longer try to cross the English Channel during the fall harvest season. On the coast, fast horses rushed. The long-distance communications soldiers were planted immediately, and they were picked up by the welcome militia. The militiamen stationed on the seashore for a long time finally ushered in good news, which made the entire camp in peace. "The Normans will not come," They have encountered a huge storm and suffered a shipwreck. The Holy See is on their side, but it seems that the Lord is with us. In any case, the fighting season is coming to an end and the harvest time is coming. It's time for us militia to disarm and return to the field. The news that the Normans had ventured into the sea but encountered a sudden storm was passed back by the spies on the other side of the sea. The militiamen who remained on the Isle of Wight happily talked while gathering their things. No one needs to order. They gathered the shields and weapons together, and the warlords who are now here have not expressed any objection to this. Leofric gently kissed his palm, patted the shield with this hand, and gave it easily to the militia who was responsible for collecting supplies. Turning back to the tall and thin farmer, he said happily, "I can avoid the Kuomintang for another year. If it's fast enough, you can go home when it's dark." Ordiger followed them without experiencing war. None of the folks he brought died, which made him relieved. Leobrick strode forward. His hands clasped the shoulders of his buddy Tofi, and chuckled. He drilled the bed of his wife's wife, and I spent my honeymoon on my own. Tofi, who was also very resistant to war, wrestled with him and broke free of his imprisonment. "Is there still a large oak tree in the woods near the village of Crowhurst?" "It is the children who often go to climb." Odger no longer asked the seriousness before, and asked briskly. In fact, as the two previous kings of England, one of the captains of the guards, he almost only had a chance to return to his hometown when he used the recruitment of villagers. Still, Leofric lowered his head and picked up a white pebble. Although he didn't count how long he stayed on the Isle of Wight, and his hometown was not too far from the coastline, he was still recruited by the recruiter. "Feelings, I really want to climb that tree again." Odger, who was nearly 40 years old, said a little yearningly. When the farmers had packed their bags and started to gather to return to their hometowns, the cavalry from the north made everyone have an unknown hunch. A warlord left by the king shouted Odger's name sternly, causing the recruiter to rush to his location. Leoclif looked at Odger in a hurry, forcibly shook his head to the Tofi with fear in his face. "Don't worry, just a few furry boys are making a fuss." After he finished, he suddenly take Tobi's shoulders. "Tell you, I really want to see how Odger climbs the tree with that big head shaking." The worried Tofi was amused by what he described. Leoclif put Tofi's head in his arms and tapped twice. "Stop." Their familiar Odger's seemingly ruthless command came, and Leoclif stayed in place, his eyes turning slightly, and he took a long breath. Worrying things still happened. "Your wife still has to wait for another crop." Hearing Ordiger's tone changed back to the ruthless conscription officer, Tofi closed his eyes sadly, but the other party's words continued to penetrate his ears. "Retake the weapon." With Ordiger's command, Leoclif licked his teeth helplessly, looking at the gang that had just opened his eyes and accepted the fact. At night, Odger and the other militiamen sat on the coast, looking at the sea and thinking about their own things. The atmosphere was dull and stagnation. Everyone fell into disappointment and sorrow for the family who could not go home but continued to fight. Missing permeated the entire camp. From the news, Ordiger probably guessed the idea of his lord. For the king, this is a tricky choice. What if the abandonment of the defense of the south coast, in case the wind turns and the enemy kills? However, it was supposed that after the autumn, the Norman fighting season was over. The king decided to deal with the enemy troops that had been killed first. Ordiger had no choice but to act as a low-ranking officer who was not a knight. At this time, after absorbing the souls of the soldiers from the sea, Alan returned to the white cliffs of Dover. On the cliff, with a slightly funny movement, he held his staff upside down and looked into the crystal ball. There are countless Norman faces looming. www.mentalnovel.com. Alan sighed to see the absorption of the soul, and then received the scene from the three-eye shadow Ravon. He patted lightly. Magic, the dust that does not exist on the robe is ready to go to the battlefield. But Alan, who had just turned sideways and wanted to leave, suddenly stopped. He narrowed his eyes and looked at a small wooden boat undulating in the gloomy sea with the turbulent waves. Alan focused his eyes on the sail of this boat that was facing the sea breeze. A long hair was braided into a dirty braid, and was dancing in the strong wind. The dirty red headscarf was a huge and approximately triangular captain's cap, with two beards of beard braided firmly under the chin. This guy with a strong sense of disobedience stood on the bow against the wind, and some girlies painted smoky eye makeup. The reason for Alan's attention was that the clothes on his body were obviously not the product of this time and space. The captain's coat, which could not be seen as it was, had a white linen shirt with a jacket on it. The neckline was wide open, revealing a bronze chest, and a wide belt around the waist was fastened with a short 18th century musket and a sabre. Although this boat is shabby and small, the technology used on the masts and sails is obviously not what the original wooden ships in the 11th century can have. Chapter 639 Cotton Jack. This guy dressed like a pirate captain put one hand on the mast of the ship, with the other hand stuck in his waist. His body shook slightly with the shaking of the hull, and his eyes looked rebellious in the distance and appeared neurotic. Suddenly, he looked down at the boat, as if at this time he realized that his boat was flooding. The pirate immediately took a cable and jumped into the boat. He quickly picked up a round-bellied crock and scooped up the water in the boat with his teeth. As the other person approached, Alan looked at the man in front of the cliff wearing a variety of jewelry and a shrunken woman's head on his belt. He was surprised to find that apart from the difference in skin color and temperament, simply speaking, his facial features are almost exactly the same as the photos of Gatler Grindelwald in his middle age. The boat was seeping more and more, shaking, and gradually leaning towards the white cliffs of Dover. The round-bellied crock he used to scoop out the seawater had floated on the surface of the water. The captain had given up his plan to continue scooping out the water. Climbed the mast. He stood in the half-length position of the ship's pole, holding the top of the mast in one hand, leaning forward slightly, looking at the white cliffs of Dover, in a posture like an admiral who had just returned from victory. Just before the boat completely sank, the mast fell right next to a reef. The sailor just lifted his right foot high, waiting for the sinking of the wooden boat to let him step on. He shook his body slightly and sorted it out, the clothes on his body, then pinched the orchid finger, squeezed his pigtail beard, leapt and jumped on the other stones, accidentally fell because of the reef's slippery and fell pier. He once again stood up and rubbed his with a grin, then some frivolous and nervously looked around, as if confirming whether anyone had seen it, and finally relieved himself to readjust the hat and continued to jump towards the shore. The pirate captain, with a few edging looks a bit girlish and sloppy. Suddenly, he stopped advancing. His slightly open arms caused his body to sway, and the expression of laughter on his face froze. Alan, who exuded bad air on the cliff, was standing not far from him to observe. Following him, the captain of the pirate turned his head slightly to the left, tapped his head with his index finger and middle finger, and then quickly stretched out in the direction of Alan to salute. Alan on the cliff nodded to the captain, and just stepped forward to float towards him. Unexpectedly, the captain, who had just smiled and calmed the salute, suddenly turned around, his arms open, swinging as if conducting a symphony, swinging and tilting. Later her body, her mouth widened, showed a few golden teeth, and she issued a sharp howl of "Ugh." "It's a pity there's no cable on Dover's white cliffs, no place for climbing, jumping and hiding." The captain shook his head upside down and swayed, but soon he leaned back and stumbled to stop the run, which was originally by him. Alan, who fell far behind, suddenly emerged from the shadow created by a rock in front of him. "Oh, okay, I surrender, I surrender." The captain pirate raised his hands and pretended to look at Alan with ease, slowly moving to a large stone beside him, and gestured to Alan with his eyes. "He will wait in that wider place." Alan had a smile on his face, and his eyes were full of interest in the other party's inquiry. He nodded slightly to express his approval of the other party's behavior. The captain of the pirate moved to the big rock, then quickly pulled out the short musket on his belt and pointed at Alan, who had pulled away from him a certain distance. His eyes showed a bit of a sharp face, but with a smirk on his face, wrinkled his nose. Click. He loaded the flintlock's hammer, and the muzzle was slightly raised, aiming at Alan's chest. "Sir, You will always remember that today you almost caught Captain Jack. Are you ridiculous? Alan couldn't help laughing when he saw the other person's clever skill and playful expression. He had just captured it through the gods. He was very clear about the pirate captain's plan in front of him. Just cooperate with each other's performance. Pirates. The pirate captain shuddered with a somewhat funny tale, and his eyes rose slightly, showing a little cunning and a little pride. Alan's mouth grinned, shook his head, and continued to drift towards the other party. Hey, stop, wizard, see what's in my hand. Savvy? Captain Pirate's muzzle shook, warning. Alan raised his eyebrows, ignoring each other's warnings and dangerous sighs, and continued walking towards him. With a bang, a silver round lead shot from the short muzzle and hit the position of Alan's heart accurately. Although he was actually aiming at Alan's head. But as the bullet approached, a force field shield formed by a shadow suddenly appeared in front of Alan, so that this completely unmagic bullet disappeared without a sound. If it was not the pirate captainess, the musket also smoked, as if it had never appeared in this world. Bugger. The pirate captain's smile froze, and he immediately wisely threw the gun aside, squatting with his head in his hands, saying he really surrendered and gave up resistance. John Jack Lakem Cotton Jack, I know you broke into here after you died with the North Sea monster on the voyage. Alan has received enough information that the pirate is in front of him when the big ship to Distrom was reached before. It was the legendary mole character in the mouth of Captain Cosby. He and his ship were brought to the vortex made by the previous sea monster after they died with the North Sea monster Kraken in this era. He then sank because of the storm that Alan made just now, and the already hulled hull could no longer withstand the pressure, and he escaped with the rescue boat. In addition, Alan, who knew that if he called the other party to a more widely known surname, might receive a warning from the U.S. Department of Magic's lawyer, he only intended to call the other party's original name. You forgot to add the captain. Despite being at a disadvantage, he put down his hands on his head in a self-introduction pose and smiled to emphasize his title. Call me Captain Jack. Then I think I will remember today that Captain Jack has almost escaped. Alan, with a somewhat pretentious British accent, looked at the pirate's face that almost came out of Grindelwald, observing what the other side showed completely differently, temperament, and finally focused on a small piece of blood scab hidden on the chin next to the beard. My name is Alan Harris, I am indeed a wizard, but don't worry, I actually suffered from you. Should be regarded as the favor of a distant relative of yours. Since I had the chance to meet, I should treat him as a human being. Hearing that Captain Jack tried to get himself up, he saw that Alan had no objections and realized that the other party did not need to deceive himself, which completely restored him to his previous freedom. Alan let his staff stand upside down, ignoring the messied-up soul inside. He cast a prophetic detective spell on the crystal ball and began divination. You and your ship came together. US luck seems to have been very good. It just happens to be within my flying spell. Jack's eyes widened incredulously, and the eyeball went down slightly, revealing a large white eyes in a funny way, causing Alan to shake his head and chuckled. Without intending to explain more to the other party, Alan waved his right hand and drew symbols in the air. After a while, countless pieces of large and small fragments flew from above the sea surface, and countless pieces of debris flew together. They quickly gathered together on the sea surface, and the ship keel began to recover, showing a huge hull skeleton. These pieces covered the keel. On the upper side, a layer of layers was formed. The broken wooden boards and the outer armor were restored into a whole piece. They were spliced together and bent into the shape of the ship to form the hull. The broken sail was repaired intact. Hemp rope stretched and reeled, binding them back to their original positions. www.mentalnovel.com. Soon, a black gale and three-masted sailboat appeared in front of them. Well, all it needs is to clean up a new one and torn off the wind. Alan's staff was aimed at the three-masted ship. Under the influence of the spell, all the stains on the huge three-masted ship, the dry and hard scabs and the dirty things on the seabed have been cleaned up. Jack looked almost lovingly at the restored black ship, then looked at Alan and bowed to him exaggeratedly. Mr. Harris, I have to thank you for my ship. I saw the ancients at sea people. Can you bring me back to the age of nautical? If you are not the same age as I guessed, unfortunately, even if I take the risk of using the anti-reversal spell on you and send you to the future, you will quickly age because you don't have any protection from the power of time when you come to this era. Alan shrugged. Explain the reason why you cannot send the other person back to the mole captain in front of you. The pirate looked a little depressed. He gestured with exaggerated gestures and said in a different serious tone before, where we want to go, this is the true meaning of the ship. Do you understand? This is not just a keel. There is a hull, a deck, and a few sails that are necessary on the boat. This is just the structure of the boat. The true meaning of the boat is freedom. I think I can't recruit sailors to drive her in this era. Chapter 640 Freedom. Yoho. Alan didn't answer each other's words, but raised his hand. A compass in an octagonal box appeared in his hand. He opened the compass, and the needles engraved on the compass wobbled disorderly. The dial turns quickly. Jack touched his waist, then widened his eyes with eyeshadows and looked at the wizard with exaggeration. And Alan didn't seem to notice Jack's gaze. He let his palm rest on the surface of the compass. A burst of blue light flashed, the sign of the three sacred instruments of death, representing the power of the underworld, was engraved on the bottom of the compass. And then he was a bit of a bag engraved his own omniscience mark inside the compass flap. In fact, in the process of transforming magic items, the function of his omniscience mark is just a mark and does not have any additional magical effect. The moment Alan took his hand back, the compass disappeared from his hand, and then he raised his staff, and the shadow came out of the staff and shot at the water in the English Channel in the distance. But Jack's attention was not on the magic that the other party just used. He only felt that his belt was slightly sinking, and the compass returned to its original position, even at a skewed angle, as if never before changed. The wizard who made this compass is very powerful. If this person is really a wizard, it can help the owner to direct what is most desired in his heart. Alan praised the work of the compass casually on the surface. Inwardly thinking of the disorderly shaking pointer just now, he calmed down a little and continued to add, since I decided to pay the favor, I will still be in the end. I will help you find some sailors who never know that they are tired and do not need to pay. You can use your compass to control them. Unfatigued wages. I seem to be familiar with this kind of thing. The surging sea interrupted Jack in the distance, and he watched dozens of speedy swims towards the unknown objects. Pieces of grey humans appeared on the water in front of their eyes. These stiff corpses had just emerged from the water. The flesh and blood on their bodies split apart, fell off the body and fell into the sea water, floating on the sea surface, leaving only pale. The skeleton, the Norman costumes they wore during their lifetime, and the chain mail with the longer hem hanging on the skeleton empty. It was not until the magical power brought them near the coast that these new skeletons seemed to regain their freedom. They came out of the sea mechanically and slowly walked to the shore towards the master of the compass. These corpses are the Normans who just had no time to absorb the soul, and their souls have gone to the underworld. Alan turned their leftover body into a skeleton sailor. This lowest order undead creature went to the underworld soul in the body afterwards. He could only mechanically execute the orders of the master of the compass. But it would be better for a mole captain, even if he might have touched many things in the magic world. Under the direction of Alan's chin, Jack picked up the compass, and when it opened, he seemed to be in a short period of confusion, and then the skeletons who had stood quietly began to raise their hands and stomp their feet. Jack blinked slyly with an unstoppable grin and began to hum the pirate's little song. He raised the hand holding the compass with a sense of lady elegance, and the skeletons wobbled the squeaky skeleton dance with hands and feet. You have enough time to test them, but I suggest that you clearly divide the work for each one on the ship. Don't explain that they need too many steps and autonomy, Alan said suddenly, and he passed the Shadow 3. The eyed crow knew what was going on in the north. So, Captain Jack, I think it's time to say goodbye. After ordering these skeletons to climb onto the repaired sailboat, Jack put the compass back on his waist, and then took off a bottle of dark green glass wine bottle with a dirty appearance from the back of his belt. He bit off the cork first. After taking a big gulp, he hit a cork-rich oak fragrance and the fruity aroma of rum and the decayed taste of the pirate's bad teeth. He threw the bottle to Alan with a pentagram. In complete singing sings, "Drink this cup, why free and why free, yo-ho." Alan, who had some cleanliness, felt that he really wanted to take a sip. He let the liquor fly out of the bottle and took a big gulp. Obviously doing so can only provide a certain amount of comfort in the heart. But as if reminded by the rum, Alan seemed to suddenly think of it and took out a wooden box of potion ointment from his pocket and threw it to the other party. "What good thing is this?" Jack sniffed greedily while holding the wooden box. "It's really a good thing. You can treat your syphilis by applying it to the affected area once, but it has no preventive effect, so don't waste it." Alan, who dropped the empty bottle, pointed to his chin and the other person's bleeding scab. After answering in the same area, and after exploring the other party's thoughts, I added, "If you want to return your favor, wait until you re-free and go to the Holy Roman Empire to have a few more children, especially if you meet Grindelwald the girl." Jack spread his hands, shrugged, and his mouth narrowed, as if he had agreed to the ridiculous request that made him nervous. Then he glanced at the bottle that Alan dropped on the ground. "Living is not about living forever, Harris. The key is to live forever." After talking about www.mentalnovel.com, Jack pointed at Alan's heart with his hand. Alan nodded to the pirate and waved his hand away as a farewell, and disappeared when he stepped into the shadow. A few minutes later, on this black gale and three-masted ship, Captain Jack stroked the grip on his rudder and smiled, and then suddenly realized that he was a little misunderstood. Some indecent, turning his eyes looked at his skeletons around him with some anxiety, just in case they made any strange expressions, and then they realized that they were different from the undead that he had encountered and provoked before at sea, and had no mind. Jack was relieved and took out his compass. Although he could control it without making a sound, he still shouted, "Everyone, you wretched dogs, get ready for the rigging. Now let us go to the distance." Looking at the skeletons under control, he whispered in his own voice, "The free side. The real villain. Let's drink it up, brothers." Yo-ho! With the incomplete vocal singing in Jack's mouth holding the rudder and the direction indicated by the compass in his hand, the black ship also went southwest, and the English Channel eventually lost the ship. The figure of the sailing ship belonging to this era. Chapter 641. Fulford. King Harold of England recaptured the army, but he and William, who was taken to the refuge of Street Valerie in France by the storm, thought he was in a disadvantaged position. He had a short distance from South York, must also always face the threat from the Vikings. The two black horses of King Harold of Sweden and his ally Tosti, the Count of Northumbria, have a fresh and powerful army. At present, there is only one local force assembled by the northern nobles to fight them. Today, by a ditch near Yorkshire, as the leader of the northern nobility, an old count, who looks like 70 or 80 years old, led a few men waiting here. A shadowed raven was hidden in the lush trees, and the small head with the shadows twirled left and right until we saw a majestic Viking Han-Kang, who was about 7 feet tall and wore a golden ponytail. With a dead deer striding towards this side, its 3 eyes were fixed on the Viking in a bearskin, came alone in front of everyone in England with no fear, and turned the deer to the old. The Earl was thrown in front of the Count as a gift from the Vikings. Lynch, don't attack us, we are just here to do business. The Vikings are learning to do business, so the English people listen well. We are learning to do business. Although some of us are always learning very well, the slowness caused some misunderstandings. So the descendants of the blonde King Haralda, the son of Sigurd, the chieftain of eastern Norway, and the ruthless King of Norway, Harald III, sent me to tell you that if you give up York, he will grant you money in exchange for peace with animals. Although the Vikings who were sent to negotiate seemed taller and stronger than the average Vikings, they obviously had different affinity and higher wisdom. He made himself appear sincere and gathered together, it seemed to be persuaded for the other side. I think you will spend the money on the tribute and eliminate the disaster. It must be more cost-effective than letting them hack to death. I don't want to go to war, so I want to negotiate a price and do a business. Talking about the price, we will use our sword spear to pay tribute to you, and the blade of the tomahawk will smile at you. The dry old man obviously looks much tougher than his figure. He is not moved by it. He gave his answer slowly in a mocking tone. I have two powerful counts, one of whom is the king's brother, and they're strong men. Tribute? They will vow to defend this land. So get your prey and go. You say that? I'm so sorry. The Vikings spoke in a low voice and stared at each other without saying much. They knew each other's hearts that a battle was about to happen. For these North Englishmen, no matter how they are now, they must compete with Vikings' large army and their former exiled enemy, Tosti. Later, just 2 miles away from York's city gate, on the shore of a deep ditch in Fulford, a team of northern Englishmen stood on one side of the trench, and on the other side more than 6,000 heavily armed Vikings. Although people are not all the numbers brought by King Harold, it seems that the formation is also scattered, but they have no morale because of the disadvantage of the number. But they are all ready to fight. All the two people have to do is to cross the ditch that is blocking the flow of water between them. It is now high tide time, which separates them. Lynch patrolled the Viking berserkers in the front of his line, who were also dressed in giant arms with 2 hands. He issued a mobilization. Cows and sheep will die, loved ones will die, everyone will die, but there is one thing that lives forever. The glory of the dead. Odin helps. What do we want? Fight. The brave and fierce Vikings roared together. What do you want? The Vikings repeated again loudly. Fight. The soldiers raised their voices and roared loudly, and the North English troops neatly arranged across the gutter lined up directly next to the swamp highlands on the other side. They blocked the Vikings' way to York, and apparently were not outdone. They also encouraged morale and began to move towards the Vikings were insulting, and for a time, the two troops stood in their respective places, slamming their shields with weapons and yelling at each other. They waited for the tide to fall, so that they could actually fight. After a long time of scolding, the tide began to retreat, and the two sides of the confrontation, with a command, both took up their shields and made a step forward. The soldiers gathered under the old earl, under his leadership, neatly moved the shield wall forward a few steps closer, striking the shield with their weapons to mock the Vikings. None of these North Englishmen were greedy for life or death. Instead of hiding behind the Yorkshire wall, they shivered, but took up their weapons and faced the enemy on the other side of the ditch, to defend the woman's chastity, to defend the freedom of their children and grandchildren, even if they crushed their bones. Did not hesitate. The Anglo-Saxons would never bow their heads to the strong men who beat their families. The pace of the English soldiers' shouting is getting faster and faster, and the Vikings on the opposite side seem to have been unable to bear the provocation. If it is not for the officers to wait in line, I am afraid that some people already want to cross the river without waiting for the tide to recede. But after delaying for a while because of the soul absorption at sea and the encounter with Captain Jack, Alan finally rushed to the shore of the deep ditch in Fulford, not far away. www.mentalnovel.com. Because of time constraints and mentality, the change gave him no time to maintain his habit of slow-paced movements. Instead, he used the magic spell to walk a large circle along the ditch and both sides and began to set up a magic circle on the battlefield. In the end, Alan floated himself to a high raised boulder. He raised his staff and activated the magical enchantment composed of huge illusions and confusion spells on both sides of the ditch. Wanting to absorb the soul of the war dead, he must make such preparations. The ashes transformed by soul-absorbing soldiers in the sea are swallowed by the sea, without traces and traces. But on such a large battlefield, if the dead soldiers are turned into ashes, they will be afraid of them. The attention of the visionary mole troops may even lead to the unexpected termination of the war. So fortunately the tide here gave Alan a chance not to be wasted. Seeing that the tide had receded enough to allow them to go to war, Alan, who had just activated the circle, quickly used that one as the basic material for making magic stone as the one that had previously absorbed the blood pool, and those modified twisted pieces of meat vitality flowing red magic stone was placed on this boulder. This magic stone is still far from the blood red to the color of his memory in later generations, so he put it here, and then hurried to the battlefield that has been possible at any time, and began to fill up the vicious curse of those wounded soldiers in the battlefield. He must assess yourself to absorb their vitality until the soul is sucked away by the staff after their death. Chapter 642 New patron saint. The English side took the lead. Although these Britons had few crossbow troops in this era, these farmers who were accustomed to the Roman shield wall warfare threw their spears out. Although the Vikings raised their shields, there were still people because the leg was penetrated by a spear. It could not maintain balance and fell into the ditch. The Yorkers screamed and threw spears in order to test the weakness of the Viking army. These 7 Vikings were scolded and smoked. They retaliated and dragged the waste axe in their hands and threw it back. The leader of the berserker rushed directly to the front of the team to attract the opponent's firepower. He swept the axe so that it was not leaking, and it was different from his strong and tall appearance. He even flexibly grabbed the spear thrown by the opponent from time to time and then reversed. Go back and kill people almost every time. When the two sides scolded 7 holes for smoke, and the ditch was finally able to pass, it was when the real soldiers crossed. Lynch estimated that the moment he could pass, he led a group of big men dressed in bearskin across the trench a few times, and began to attack the English shield wall along the trench, trying to find the weakest point. When the short soldiers met, the soldiers of both sides waved axe and shield and slashed to resist. Their faces were grim, and their eyes bulged and their teeth clenched to fight bloodily as they struggled to fight. The mad warriors are brave. Although many of them did not wear even the chain armor, they were only naked and covered in animal fur. But obviously the potions made from the seeds of the fairy played a role. They seemed to feel completely not as painful, fighting on the front line of the battlefield, with strong muscles and unprecedented momentum, made the British around them frightened. They were horrified to find that even if their spears stabbed the other party, they could not affect them at all. Action, and if blocked with a shield, they would even bite the edge of the shield with their teeth, and then began to use 2 hands to wield a giant axe to kill, cut left and right, and many British militiamen were killed under his sharp axe. And their leader Lynch is clearly the leader among them. The bravery warrior leader's bravery even makes Alan look at him. He feels almost reaching the limit of human flesh. Alan has seen him many times. With one hand, he waved the huge 2-handed axe that ordinary people might not be able to move, and even the man with the armor and shield was directly smashed into pieces by him alive. The battlefield was shrouded in illusions and confusion spells. No one found that the lost comrades and enemies lost their breath to stop their heartbeat, and the soul was sucked into the crystal ball at the bottom of the Allen staff. And no one saw it. These empty shells that have lost all their souls will turn to ashes within a few seconds. Only a few deceased have enough luck to allow their souls to go to the underworld safely to preserve their remains. Talking to Captain Jack, Alan no longer put guilt on his face. Not only did he arrange illusion, he also imposed a vicious curse on this place, so that the wounds of the wounded could not heal. Under the influence of illusion and curse, the subconscious mind will ignore the fact that they continue to bleed after being injured until they are absorbed into the soul after death. The blood flowing from the body with the essence of their life seemed to be summoned, and turned into blood snakes on the ground, rushing towards the raised stone. Even if the wounded soldier lay down in a deep ditch, the blood snakes would flow upstream and eventually be absorbed into the red magic stone on the boulder. The color of the red magic stone became more and more beautiful as the blood snake rushed in. In the eyes of this group of mole soldiers, they can only see their comrades fall down one by one at a much faster rate than usual, and within a short period of time, the corpses ran across the field, and the ditch was filled with corpses. They just thought that the war was extremely cruel and fierce. The Vikings' tactics were simple and brave. They tried their best to tear the center of the English line of defense and disrupt the enemy's position, causing the enemy to panic. Unfortunately, they were dragged into the shield wall defensive battle that England is good at. Even if the Mad Warriors are all the bravery and good fighting have created a considerable advantage locally, but the neat shield wall of the York army has made this battle so far that it is impossible to see who the victory is losing. However, this is exactly what the Vikings want the English to feel. The Viking King Harold is one of the most experienced generals in this era. He detected the terrain before the war and he led his elite troops around River Bay, hiding from the sight of the English people, so when the tide fell, the water in the ditch would almost drain. He first let those who could not follow the command in the battle. Berserkers and vanguards immediately attacked the English, and the English did what they were used to, using the tactics left over from ancient Rome to form a shield wall to hold on. At this time, it was the time when Harold, who had spent his life in a different country with a different country, designed the tactics to deal with the English. The Harolands led their guards along with their elite troops. Moving on the River Bay, bypassing the battlefield, they then attacked the English front from the rear, causing them to fall into the trap. This was a glorious battle for the people of North England. After discovering that they were trapped, the poor farmers fought hard in groups of 3 to 5. Although it was like a lamb rushing into the tiger's mouth, the fearless British went on to succeed and attacked the Viking beast with the flesh and blood. The old Earl soldier did not give up. With his own guard, he broke into the Vikings' front. The Nordic people's defense line collapsed in the ditch. The old count thought that the Vikings would flee and lead the people to continue the counterattack. Sadly, but in the center, this group of people was not as simple as it seemed. Of the Vikings, the shields of the English became more fragmented. The Vikings who have completed the plan are cold-blooded butchers with rich combat experience. When both sides are in a melee, they are fighting more and more in a crazy melee. They are like humans and beasts. The English farmers are devoured by them. Fighting back, he cut his throat like chopping melons and vegetables, cut off his head and pierced his chest. Many people who have dreamed of death will fall this day. Fur stitches filled with Allen's staff to absorb the soul and the remaining dead bodies. The Vikings who have not crossed the river finally stepped on the body. When the ditch is no longer wet shoes. Unlike other Mad Warriors who fell into prostration after the war, Lynch, the leader of the Mad Warrior, survived the trouble caused by the power and wandered on the battlefield, and finally found the illusion of the old Earl's body. He looked at this with admiration. The false body of the old man who had fallen down in the digital era, leaned over to his head and said in an ear gentle tone, "Whitebeard old man, the Vikings are still here. Why do you have to let so many people die?" After finishing, Lynch held out his hand to close the other person's eyes. After doing everything, he looked at his palm with some doubts because of the strange touch of his fingers. Then, as a warrior keen, he turned his head to look aside and found a raven in a tree was watching him, and it was a bit scary and strange. Lynch found that the raven had 3 eyes and the feathers seemed to be composed of shadows. Fujinorwu Odin is observing me. It seems that this vision led the Mad Warrior leader to regard him as his own belief in the mythology of the 2 holy birds on the shoulders of Ryadan's legendary daily at dawn. The 2 ravens flew off Odin's shoulders and went to the world. They looked at all things in the world, heard about all things in the world, and spoke with living things and dead things. The world is under their control, and everything can't escape Odin's eyes and eyes. When the night approached, the returning raven fell back to Odin's shoulder and told him what they saw today in his ear. York, the former capital of the Vikings after the invasion of England, for Harold the Ruthless, York is his primary goal, a base that is enough to conquer the entire British. Hadrad and Tosti are in the most. I have intentionally captured this place from the beginning. Now, the winning Vikings have finally been able to take a break here. The entire Englishman in York can only take orders after surrender. They know that although their new king will not be indifferent to the loss of their territory, it is not possible. Come quickly to rescue them from this group of fierce Vikings. Standing on the fast boulder, Alan put the basic material of the magic stone into his pocket. He squinted and looked around at the Viking mole soldiers who were cleaning the battlefield. They were putting the vast majority of them armored costumes without bodies converged as combat mates, preparing to take them back to Norway with the Viking warship. The greasy feeling from his fingers made Alan look down at the palm of his hand that had been stained with blood because he had picked up the blood-red magic stone. He hit a finger to make it return to a clean appearance. "Excuse the guard." He read the mantra of the patron saint. A giant dragon with 5 heads replaced the original patron saint of phoenix form. It appeared from Alan's hands and patted himself majestically. Huge wings began to fly around the battlefield. Although the moles could not see it, they were infected by the guardian power contained in them. They worked harder to carry the relics of their comrades. www.mtlnovel.com. Nifodora. If Tunks still fell in love with the werewolf Remus Lupin later, her patron saint would change from the original form to the wolf look. And Severus Snape is the only Death Eater who can use the patron saint, because his love for Lily Evans has given him some redemption. And because Luna keeps me from becoming like the poor ancient dark wizard Rashidin was generally tempered when he tried to summon his patron saint to resist the orphan wizard Elias Mouse patron saint, and the transformed maggots devoured himself. Alan, who confirmed his condition, was relieved. In fact, the guardians of most wizards are in the form of ordinary animals, the patron saints of magical animal forms, such as the patron saint of Yechi and the patron saint of fire dragons and Albus. Dumbledore and the patron saint of Phoenix before Alan are very rare. The rarer form of patron saint is the extinct animal. The mammoth patron saint of Headley Fleetwood is a famous example. The invincible Andrews was the only wizard known to be able to summon a giant-sized patron saint, and now he will add Alan Harris. Ironically, although Alan has actually done a lot of evil things, the power of the patron saint does not depend on his size, but out of the understanding of the Nether Scroll and the love of the lover, he did let him. The patron saint is more powerful. Chapter 643. Baron Hogwarts. At the same time, William, Duke of Normandy, was still in trouble. Normandy's army began to doubt whether the Lord really supported their ambitions. There were even rumors in the army that William was crazy, saying that he actually wanted to conquer a religion in a foreign country. I think this situation is that even the Lord is against William's plan, because he refused to give the Normans a tailwind. To this end, the Duke of Normandy had to order the remains of Saint Valerie to march on the streets, trying to inspire the army and the people to shake their hearts. At the same time, he desperately begged the Lord to make the weather better, because of the news brought back by the spy who went down the north wind. He knew the Viking invasion, and as Harold headed north, southern England was almost no longer fortifications, but the violent winds still raged, just as strong as the Vikings occupied the northern region. On the 5th day after the Vikings occupied York, Harold and Tosti agreed to exchange prisoners at the Stamford Bridge with the conquered Englishmen 7 miles to the east, and received tribute from the surrounding noble villagers in exchange for safety guarantee. At this time, York's castle, led by Lynch, who had been controlled by the so-taking spell, turned his mage robe into a medieval blue leggings and a long leather jacket with a hat on his head. Alan, with his silver-white hair covered, swaggered and followed the leader of the Mad Warrior who fought in the Battle of Furford. The guards at the door obviously didn't dare to embarrass the leader of the Mad Warrior, plus Alan's thin body and age, as well as the costumes of the nobles at first glance, let them pass without asking. Obviously, the guard made a reasonable explanation on his own. The captain of the Berserker brought another English nobleman who wanted to surrender in private to save power. The king came to the king. The elaborately carved wooden box held by the attendant behind them was the best proof. Before entering the hall, this time the leader of the Berserker took the initiative to give a few words to an attendant manager. After the manager went in to convey the news and waited for a short while, the summons came from inside, and the 2 wearing locks that were guarding the wooden door of the hall. Zichir took the guards of the Viking butterfly helmet and pushed open a wooden door step by step, wanting to compare other Vikings as Harrow's guards. They had been trained by the Varanen guards. Stepping on the irregular stone floor, Alan followed Lynch, the leader of the Berserker. As the capital of the Vikings' invasion of England, this castle hall was originally a meeting place for the nobles of North England, but it has now returned to the Vikings. In the innermost hall, on the throne temporarily spliced with wood, the King of Norway stopped his fanning with an axe. He straightened his body. As Lynch and Alan approached, the royal palace echoed the stern voice of the attendant in charge of Beijing. You are in front of the descendants of the blonde King Haraldur, the son of the Norwegian chieftain Sigurd, the King of Norway, the Grand Duke Yaroslav I of Kiev, Vladimirovich son-in-law, the leader of the Varangian Guard of the Byzantine Empire, the massacre of the pirates of the Mediterranean, the conqueror of York, the legal heir of the kingdom of the English Vikings, the ruthless Harold III, His Majesty Harold Hadrad. Such a long list of titles made Alan dumbfounded. When he came over, he neglected this. He looked at each other with a stunned Lynch, and the other party was alert and reported the name of the wizard. This is Baron Alan Harris. Seeing everyone in the lobby waiting for Lynch to continue speaking seriously, Alan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He quickly told his mad title to the Berserker leader from the bottom of his heart. Lynch froze for a while before suddenly adding, he is the owner of Hogwartsburg. The conqueror of York glanced at Alan with puzzled eyes. Harold was ready to attack almost all the castle names in England before the attack, so he was a little puzzled in his heart. Why Lynch would not be such a person. The little baron who knew where the fiefs were was brought in front of him. But out of trust in this confidant, he lifted his chin slightly and motioned him to continue the introduction. He came with enough sincerity, hoping to be protected by His Majesty. Lynch seemed to memorize the line slightly, but no one doubted it. In fact, since the conquest of York, this one the mercenary king changed the vulgar habits of the past, and the etiquette requirements of his opponents were suddenly strict. The attendant holding the wooden box opened it. The red gem gave the dark-colored cold room a warmer color. The dazzling red light immediately attracted the Norwegian king's attention. Are you all real guys under your suitcase? Hadarda couldn't help but stood up and asked. In fact, he was very knowledgeable and had been a mercenary for most of his life. He was very familiar with these treasures. Just never once I have seen so many hundreds of gems of similar size and purity. Yes, there are indeed 333 real guys under my box. These are the treasures my family obtained by chance. According to the relevant legends left behind, these stones may have been blessed by Odin, and if this is true, as long as the true Viking warrior tries to put it on his forehead, he will be blessed by Odin himself, and he will no longer be affected by fear in today's battle, and morale will be since then no longer low. Alan boasted to the king about the false background of slavery gems, and he used the word may habitually, and then continued to add, unfortunately, neither my family nor my family are Viking warriors, so it is always a pity that I haven't been fortunate to have seen this kind of miracle, and since I heard that His Majesty has crossed the sea to recapture the Vikings in the capital of England, I think it is time to put these babies in the hands of the warriors who really should have them. All right. Oh, but your baby is indeed a rare treasure. The King of Norway restrained the thought of bringing it up immediately. He turned his head and looked at the rubies in this box almost obsessively, suddenly feeling dizzy. He let his hand clenched into a fist, barely restraining his desire to touch and play. He closed his eyes and wanted to keep himself awake. Such dazzling treasures are of great value. With them, more soldiers can be recruited, and even more territory throughout England will eventually belong to him. Hadarda was excited and immersed in the joy of victory in fantasy, but he obviously did not try the first idea of putting the gem on the forehead in public. Because this kind of nonsense legend, if he believed that it was really silly to try if there is no change, the morale of his men will be hit. Harold looked up to Alan. Although a little baron had such wealth, it was a little deliberately unknown. But these solid rubies made the king's tone significantly more intimate than just now. Then Baron Harris, what do you want from me? More territories or higher titles? Your Majesty, I just help to see that my choices are correct, confirming that my decision did not shame the family. Alan bowed slightly. Your Majesty, It's rude. Let me try it first. Lynch, the leader of the Berserker, played an opponent's play with him under the direction of Alan. Without waiting for Harold's consent, he directly picked up a gem and placed it on his forehead. In the afternoon, there was a hurried footstep outside York. The middle and high-ranking Viking officers received an urgent order, and no one from the station, even the troops that guarded the Viking warships by the Uis River, was summoned. This made ordinary Viking soldiers wonder if there was any emergency military situation. But what is completely different from their suspicion and speculation at this time is www.untlenovel.com. When the officers came out of the palace again, each of them posted a red gem on their forehead. In the sun, the ruby glittering, the officers' faces are full of pride and joy. They are warriors and will be blessed by Odin. The reason why Alan did this is not to pay attention to not being discovered and let Muls fight arbitrarily as in the Battle of Fulford, because the next second war he had to ensure that Harold could win and let this group, the Vikings, who were good at looting, would not give up fighting and flee when the fighting was unfavorable. Illusions and confusion spells may cause Muls to ignore their injuries and the magic they see, but in this case Alan decided early to use the help of this external object to be more secure. In fact, it is also because history should have been carried out in this way. When Alan and Punlo regained the booty presented by Bea during the 4th year of the Goblet of Fire, when the only one came from the bottomless abyss demon hunting demon spider, Alan had once stopped Punlo's bold idea of using slavery gems. He told Punlo that since the Battle of Stamford Bridge in 1066, no wizard has used this easily discovered eccentricity of mind and mind control, and he had discussed her with Royna Ravenclaw before. The last prophecy dream had realized that the wizard who used slavery gems on a large scale in the Middle Ages was himself, that is, Alan Hallison. Chapter 644 Stamford Bridge. The murderous news of the Battle of Fulford spread all over England and is now beside the Huntington Forest on the Elmont Trail. King Harold, who is more abundant than time, marched 200 miles in 4 days to catch up with Croak of the Kings. The soldiers in the village of Stirling know what they will face, and are getting closer to the invaders that ravaged the north. Harold was also famous in the battlefield. When he was Earl 3 years ago, he killed those Muls in Welsh, Hufflepuff's hometown. But now, as a king, he faced a major test for the first time, and his life and death fell on the shoulders of this southern army who was walking through the jungles of central England. As he hurried for several days, the tall and thin Leofric complained, "My leg is really about to break." You choose the same: either shut your mouth and save effort, or fall down and die. Odger, the recruiter who continued to patrol the team on the way, heard the complaint and walked to Leofric. After glancing at his leg, he found no problem and said. Leofric glared at him angrily. After he finished speaking, he surpassed the recruiter who inspected the former team. "Odger, you always love bullying." Odger, who walked in front, shouted loudly, "That's because you always love to complain." "It's strange, how can we have the same ancestor?" Toph, who had been walking beside Leofric before, suddenly screamed, and then sat down on a root of the ground. Odger, who was interrupted by the call, lifted the shield behind him, then turned back and looked at Toph. "What's wrong with you?" "I'm so sorry." Toph took off his boots, and Odger dragged his feet over to take a closer look, and found that the blisters had been completely broken, and now the flesh was blurred. "I'm not the material of the march. Take me here." Toph was full of pain. Although it was actually just some skin trauma, he really couldn't keep going any longer. "I have to bring everyone, including children who can fight." Odger deliberately loudly made everyone around him hear it, and then approached Toph close. "Can I stand up?" Reluctantly. Toph replied and tried to get himself up with the help of the other party. "Don't worry, you'll be well soon." Odger sighed, leaned over and took Toph directly on his shoulders, and looked at his buddy's interest with anxiety. Leofric said, "Come on, you help the non-resistant weapon shield." "Odger, you always love to bully people." Although Leofric was still complaining, he had already taken the equipment of the buddies. September 25, 1066. on the side of Stamford Bridge. In the Viking camp, the dead bones of various cattle and sheep were hung on the wood, scraped cleanly, the hides were put on the clothesline, and they were exposed to the sun. Pieces of salted fish were worn on the rope, waiting to be eaten. The cage cars were pushed by the local Englishmen to the Viking camp. The black and white rabbits in the cage opened their eyes cautiously and their small noses kept twitching. The Vikings were waiting for the tribute to arrive, in order to fill the desires of the Vikings. The unfortunate people near Yorkshire brought their harvest, their livestock and even their children. A mad warrior had just finished enjoying his loot and came out of the tent naked, and saw the leader outside. Thinking of the strange behavior of the high-level officials these days, he couldn't help but ask the boss, who thought he had a good relationship. "Lynch, why did Hadrada want us to separate our troops?" Lynchy also frowned slightly when he heard the words, but then the ruby red light flashed on his forehead, making him forget the doubts prompted by his men. He smiled at the mad soldier. "We stay here to take hostages, isn't it better? Or do you want to be the Anetherd of the bad luck to guard the fleet?" The berserker shrugged. "I just think we should be careful. At least don't leave the armor in the fleet. If we want to get it, we have to walk 15 miles. The Vikings have won. The north is ours." Berserker leader Lynch did not respond, but jumped on a stone and shouted to the surroundings, "The wealth of England will make us prosperous." The Vikings around, including the mad warriors who just questioned, also yelled at Lynch. But the residents of Yorkshire led a dwarf horse, followed by cattle and sheep, all lowered their heads, and brought them to the hands of the Vikings. The mothers sadly hugged their children in the cage and could not bear to send them away, let alone imagine their fate, but were pulled away by the Vikings. At this moment, the noise from the distance across the Derwent River made the Vikings immediately realize that something was wrong. It only took 7 or 8 days for Harold to reconvene soldiers from London to 200 miles away. There is no doubt that Harold's troops are moving quickly, and attacking them is their most powerful weapon. The ordinary Viking soldiers thought they were waiting for unarmed civilians, but they were surprised. Unexpectedly, Harold could march northward so fast. The middle and high levels of the Viking made the army unguarded under the effect of slavery gems. Fortunately, the river blocked the way of the English. One can only pass 2 or 3 people at the same time. The dilapidated wooden bridge of width can be used to cross the river. Tosti, who is familiar with English warfare, suggested using the Vikings to take the battle lightly and be good at long-distance raids. www.mentalnovel.com. You should take the lead and withdraw to a ship 15 miles away, and join the remaining soldiers to use the ship. The guards of the ship guards put on armor and then fight decisively. Although Harold refused under the influence of magic power, the ruthless person who is good at fighting is obviously not a fool as long as he is not controlled. He sent the strongest mad soldier guards to guard the bridge and fight for the assembly of other troops. The time it takes for the formation. These big men dressed in bearskin do not need to wear armor, they can all be guarded. Although Lynch, the leader of the berserker, did not realize that his good state was because of the wizard, he also felt that he should be held responsible for this behavior. He stopped the men who wanted to get on the bridge and shook his head. "I don't need you on a day like this, I have Odin's refuge." He pointed to the red gem on his forehead, and then suddenly put the bear on his body. The leather and coat were ripped off and thrown to the ground, revealing the muscles of the python ribs naked on the upper body. Only wearing a Viking-style butterfly helmet, he held a hand in each hand. Normal Viking warriors need the giant axe, which can be controlled by hand, walk to the middle of the bridge. Lynch, whose first half of his face was blocked by the helmet, watched coldly as the English encouraged morale. He sticks his tongue out and licks his lips, just like a beast is waiting for the prey to come to the door. At this time, he can't see the cunning and gentleness before him. Now he just stands as a Viking warrior. On this small wooden bridge, tens of thousands of troops facing the Anglo-Saxons alone. Chapter 645. Bridgekeeper looking at this tall Viking, who was very comparable, although the soldiers of England were still as cold as ice, but they were forced by the other's momentum. They stopped trying to cross the bridge. No one wants to take the lead, until a knight holding a spear and confident in his own force pushed away the militia that stood next to him, and walked out of the British camp. He danced his spear out of a spear, trying to inspire his morale, deter others. The English militias watched their knight's clean hands and shouted neatly. The spear knight raised his weapon and moved forward step by step at a flexible pace. The leader easily pulled away with a giant axe. It seemed that this heavy weapon was more flexible in the Viking's hand than the spear in his hand. The lance knight shouted loudly and tried to pierce the opponent from different angles. However, this time the Vikings did not even block, so they easily hid with the agility that did not match his body. In the case of the English people in the section of the bridge who also realized that the victory was hopeless, Lynch lifted the right-hand giant and took a split. The spear knight and the spear were split into two sections, and the lower body fell on the bridge. The upper body has been beaten into the river under the bridge. The armies on both sides made a sigh, and Toffee and Oliverif at the river looked at each other quickly. The fear in each other's eyes could not be misunderstood. Recruiting officer Rodger clenched the spear and shield in his hand, and it seemed a bit overwhelmed to see the scene in front of him, while the mad warriors on the opposite side cheered with excitement and joy for his leader. Lynch seemed to be excited by the death of the previous opponent and yelled in excitement. He did not choose to wait in place, but walked directly to the English formation on the other side of the bridge. He easily bounced off with an axe. The spear thrown from the opposite side stepped closer to the next enemy. Lynch's choice looks like an excellent axe player, and is also good at using double axe. Of course, this Englishman's axe is just a normal any-handed axe. But seeing that he was being stared at, the Englishman did not show a timid look, only to see that he held the axe horizontally in one hand, and flexibly circled the axe in the air in another circle. The mad warrior learns ironically from the flexible small step of the previous spear knight, and his eyes are full of interest. The two confronted each other for a while, and the English could not find the time to attack, so he could only lift his two axes, swaying a circle above his head, and then slammed into each other. The leader of the Viking berserker didn't block or evade. He learned the spear knight like before, using his giant axe as a spear, and slammed forward with the top of the unsharp axe. With the strength of this pestle, the English axeman who had blocked the axe in front of him could not control his figure. After his ribs were crushed, he no longer had the power to attack, and he fell to the ground and sprayed in his mouth. Blood spattered on Lynch's forehead. On one side of the bridge, Toph was stunned and pale, and such enemies made him totally uncomfortable. Lynch on the bridge was thriving and raised two giant axes with both hands high. As long as the Englishmen who dare to get on the bridge, no matter how many people, they are not his enemies on the narrow wooden bridge. Now these England the warriors have turned into pieces of rotten meat piled up on the wooden bridge. Alan, who was not on the battlefield of Stamford Bridge and used the phantom body curse to rest, saw the situation through the three-eyed raven. He put his arms around his chest and touched his smooth chin with one hand. Through the eyes of the raven began to watch the brave Viking warrior all the way. He was just standing quietly on the boulder, waiting for the dead souls to enter his staff, but seeing the situation in front of him, he became more interested in the puppet he had manipulated with the so-taking spell. Admiration. Such an unpretentious attitude, excellent physical fitness, and superb martial arts appeared in Amal at the same time, which made Alan have some new ideas. In the underworld behind the curtain, the Death Knight seen by the kings he met in that desperate place was not powerful at this time, but after turning into a Death Knight, although Alan was exhausted at the time and the core of the magic wand from the magical animal lost its vitality after entering the underworld so that the wand can no longer be used, but after being transformed with necrotic magic using the power of the underworld. They were all promoted so powerfully then, like these warriors who almost exercised to the limit of the human body when they were mortals. If they turn them into their own Death Knights, how much will the strength of these Viking mad warriors be improved? In the previous duel with Gryffindor, Alan discovered from the random goods temporarily drawn from the underworld that the quality was uneven due to the impact of their lifetime. In addition, after becoming an undead creature, some defects of living creatures are avoided, and the undead will never feel tired and cause physical deformation after excessive energy consumption. It will not lose its combat power due to physical injury, nor will it feel any more fear, although the positive effects of morale no longer exist. And the Death Knight is different from the low-level undead who have no self-consciousness. They retain all their intelligence and all skills in their lifetime. If they are now weapons masters and leading geniuses, they will still be after being resurrected. And unlike those living creatures with emotions and longevity, with a little effort to create a negative energy-rich environment, Alan can save them there, so that they can be dug out and used directly after thousands of years. Any problem. The most important thing is that after becoming an undead creature, even if you don't need to make a special protective necklace for the 3 Saints of Death, you can accompany yourself into the underworld, which is very beneficial to help him return to the modern world and rescue Luna from the underworld. They should be no less valuable than the transformed giants, because from a practical point of view, although the giants have a strong deterrent and outstanding strength, after all, they are too large, and it is really not very suitable to be a bodyguard. It is very troublesome. The giants in the indoors in many places can't get in at all. Death Knights are different. They are dead. They will be immune to most black magic and curses. www.mentalnovel.com. Poisons and diseases will not affect them. They are meaningless. In addition, if you make them some armor that resists ordinary magic, then all you need to worry about is magic that has a natural killing or expelling effect on undead creatures such as the Guardian Deity Curse or the Sunburst. If when you really want to deal with those white wizards, Harris, who has always been used to making her actions legal and justified, will make them illegal and use other forces to deal with these opponents. Thinking of this, Alan decided to select some Viking berserkers as materials for the Death Knight in this era. Now, the other dead soldiers, how their vitality is absorbed by the original stone that made the magic stone, and how their souls are absorbed by the staff, Alan is no longer concerned. He is dedicated to this extraordinary mole warrior. He the more brave the performance, the more eager Alan looked at him. But at this time, the Viking warrior who had cut more than 60 Anglo-Saxons on the Stanford wooden bridge only took advantage of the gap to straighten himself. He moved his sour shoulders and looked back. A glance at the Vikings gathering in the distance revealed an expression of relief. "You guys, please give me back too. Don't talk." He forcibly ordered other mad fighters to rush to the Viking camp, and then turned to look at the English militia on the other side of the bridge. It is a ferocious beast. Chapter 646. Stamp Bridge. King Harold looked at the other Vikings across the river. Although most of them did not have armor somehow, after all, they had begun to form a formation. He was a little annoyed that his surprise attack would be blocked by the other person, and the opponent clearly blocked the spears and bows, and Harold had to take a deep breath, turning his head to encourage the militiamen who rushed to the front row. He is also a father and mother born. Go. Under the personal urging of the king, the English militiamen surrounding the bridgehead had to start to move forward. They held the shield in one hand and the weapon in the other, and rushed to the bridgehead step by step. At the front is a middle-aged man with a relatively strong figure and black complexion. He had just been squeezed into the front row. He looked at the other person's burly body. When he approached, he couldn't help but show his fear. He tried to shrink back again and again. He was pushed forward by the person behind him. He shouted, "Don't push me behind." The closer he was, the more frightened he was that he could already see the other person's axe. The remaining bowel of the previous warrior was still hanging on it. The dark man's emotions were almost out of control. He shouted loudly, "Don't push me, see, for the sake of fellow countrymen, don't." However, the other party had lifted his axe to his head, and he chopped off the head. With the screams of the captured women who had fled back to the English front in the chaos, the sound of the axe chopping into the meat sounded. The women who have lost their homes dare not look at the horror in front of them. They hug each other, some bury their heads in the arms of others, and some simply put their eyes aside and dare not look at it again. On the bridge, the remaining English militiamen were chopped down one by Lynch, and under his vigorous chopping, many people, at least part of them, even flew directly into the river. "Go, let me go." The crying berserker used the terrain on the bridge. He did not face too many enemies at once, and the ability of the berserker made him ignore the pain of his body being hurt by the dark arrows, and the more he fought this time, he simply used a giant axe to draw a large arc and slashed from above diagonally, turning the body of the 3 soldiers in front of him into 6 pieces at a time. Only the last lucky man survived temporarily and suffered a lot of pain. The remaining will prompted him to crawl back and forth on the bridge, trying to escape the demon in front of him, but Lynch stepped on his spine directly from behind, and with a tickling click, this although Lucky can still wink. He can't move at all. The berserker laughed excitedly. His face was covered with plasma and minced meat. After pulling out the arrow inserted in his body, he trembled again and moved his lower shoulder, a look of pride, one after another. The Saxons were cut down under the bridge by him, and he blocked the British army by himself, making it difficult for the other side to cross the bridge. "I've hunted deer, and him in the line, but I've never done this. How about you?" said a soldier beside Leofric, but when he was caught in a stream of people, no one ignored him. Toffee heard the sound of the water in the shield wall formation. He found that the soldiers beside him peed his pants nervously before the war, so he couldn't help wrinkling his nose. "What are we doing now?" he asked, somewhat confused. He watched the comrades around the bridgehead fall down one by one, wondering whether he should follow the people to the place. "Now let us try to keep our heads down." Leofric grabbed his buddy, and the two arched slightly, as if they were going to dive, but they have been trying to keep themselves as long as possible behind the team they belong to. In a mess, Odger, who had just disappeared, shouted as soon as he returned, "Where did my cousin go? You said that the fighting season is over." Leoclif said reluctantly, "That's what you said. Do you seem to be over by yourself?" Ordiger pointed to the flesh that was flying around. Leoclif glanced at Toph with a pale face, knowing that it was useless. He got up and raised his shield to obey orders, preparing to go to the bridge and fight against the leader of the Mad Warrior. "You idiot! Do you think I will let you die like a thin sparrow that can be killed by the wind? Come here and go down the river." Odger stopped him with some helplessness as a king. One of the guard captains and the recruiter, unlike ordinary militiamen, has been vigilantly watching the places outside the wooden bridge battle, and found that the other mad fighters on the other side have left. No one pays attention to them. He took a few steps back, and then leading Leoclif to the river. "Thank you so much. I thought you were going to call me on the bridge." Leoclif looked at the scene over the bridge and thanked Odger with the rest of his life. "You are going to the bridge?" Ordiger said seriously, looking at the direction of the bridge, and then pointed to the big wooden barrel at the bottom of the river with only half of the bottom. Leoclif couldn't believe his ears. He turned his head and looked at Ordiger with doubt and disbelief. "A ghost, still good at climbing trees." Ordiger approached Leoclif mysteriously and looked at his tall, thin figure. "And thin enough to sit in a wooden barrel." Leoclif began to listen intently, knowing that his cousin must have other plans. He frowned and confirmed again. "Do you really want me to get to the bridge?" Odger simply brought himself close to Leoclif and whispered to him. On the bridge, Lynch hit a few arrows, but it seemed that he was not injured. Lynch cut down the soldiers one by one under the bridge. Wag! He had hacked more than 70 people. He even issued to the dead soldiers under the bridge the mocking roar. Leoclif took off his armor, wearing only a soft undershirt, and carefully crawled into the half-barrel, drifting down the bridge as quietly as possible along the river channel. Watching the surroundings have actually been the fragment of the comrades replaced by the illusion, he put on the hood attached to the waistcoat. His eyes raised firmly. His eyes looked at the bridge floor above him. Lynch on the bridge has been fully engaged in the battle again, and he did not pay attention to Leoclif under the bridge. The English militias he committed in the future were cut to death one by one, even if he has tried not to show up when he started fighting. The kind of attack that wasted his strength and smashed people into pieces. But his strength was a bit exhausted after all, and the time for the berserker to stimulate his physical potential was almost over. But after finding out that he had no enough strength to push down the English militia in front of him, He actually let go of the axe in his hand, reached out his hands and moved his head back to expose his neck, and then the probe went directly to the throat of the English militia. The English militia made the sound of pouring blood back into the throat. The throat was bitten down by Lynch. The leader of the berserker vomited the bite of the throat and blood directly into the eyes of another person who wanted to come over and attacked him, temporarily losing his sight. Then he used his helmeted forehead to slam the forehead without such equipment. The militia, whose skull had actually shattered, immediately fell backwards, but before he was completely on the ground, he was swept away by Lynch, who then picked it up again and swung it. Although it is not as fierce as the beginning, this Viking warrior is indeed the leader of the Mad Warrior. He seems to be able to fight for a while. The Viking camp, which had been assembled in the distance, gave a warm cheer. www.mtnovel.com proud of their warriors, and began to maintain the formation close to their heroes. The soldiers in England were terrified. It seemed that even if the king gave the order just now, no one would move forward anymore. At this time, Odger pushed the soldiers away and stepped forward. He raised his hands and made surrender and stop fighting posture. "I was ordered to negotiate with your master," Odger said calmly, looking directly at the other person and yelling. Seeing his posture like this, the leader of the berserker opened his eyes wide and wiped the blood left by the English who was dripping down his brow, and his hideous face looked a little puzzled. "We accept your surrender." Odger maintained a harmless posture but said provocatively, "Did you understand? We don't want anyone to die here, warrior. I respect you, I don't want to kill you. Englander, you must have sunburn your head." Lynch seemed to be amused by Odger after the initial consternation. "Do you want to do business with me?" Odger looked at each other with regret, raised his foot and stomped the bridge, giving a signal. Chapter 647 The Last One Nordic Viking Pirate Chapter 647 Suddenly, the sharp edge of the body sounded, and Lynch's body shook. "Oh, dot." He uttered a dull scream and stopped speaking, and the Vikings frowned and widened. His eyes, his face down in disbelief, looked at his feet. Under the bridge, Leoclif pulled the spear off the board. Through the holes in the plank, the leader of the berserker saw Leoclif's wide eyes and his thin figure climbing on the wooden frame under the bridge, and his own blood fell on the bridge drop by drop. Unexpectedly, the leader of the Mad Warrior, who was going to be killed by such a thin sparrow, leaned on the bridge with his long axe, trying to stabilize his body, but began to stagger because of the injury. With Leoclif under the bridge raised his hands, and he couldn't believe that the fierce and evil on the bridge had died in his own hands. "I just heard the signal from Leoclif." He held the spear and slammed the spear upward into his body. "Virgin warrior, I respect you and forgive me for cheating. I'm not proud of this, to see your great gods," Odger said in a deep voice. He actually miracles to the one in front of him. The Viking warriors are full of admiration. Their warrior of the Norwegian Vikings, the leader of the berserker battalion, Lynch, who had not yet had the surname, rolled his eyes, and finally fell unwillingly to the ground. Odger pulled out his long sword, turned around and yelled at the English troops, "Leoclif! Leoclif! Leoclif!" The death of the opposing warrior boosted the morale of the English militia, and they excitedly called for the name of Leoclif, who had removed the star, and Alan, who had been waiting for a long time, came to the bridge immediately before the other party lost. He stepped on the wooden bridge that was stained with blood and was slightly behind the Mad Warrior. When she fell, Alan stretched out his palms blankly, holding in his hand a piece of obsidian he had previously pulled out of his pockets of unretractable telescoping curses, and he immediately began to cast curse. As the magic was cast, obsidian turned into powder to cover Lynch's entire body. The soul of the Viking berserker was not like other soldiers who would leave the body and fly to Alan's staff, or like a few lucky fish successfully separated from his body and reached the underworld, but was firmly locked in Lynch's own body. Then Alan waved his hand freely, cast a small illusion, and then stripped Lynch away to separate his body from his pants, weapons, helmets, and other equipment, and let these relics show Lynch under the effect of illusion. It still fell where he had just lost. Then, Alan grabbed Lynch's body and disappeared on the front line of the battlefield with both phantom shifts. Alan randomly dropped the body of the berserker leader into the open space where he had just stayed, and let his own three-eyed crows hover over the Vikings' positions, and Alan would try to collect them as soon as the mad warriors in bearskin fell down. Leo Cliff, who is still under the Stamford wooden bridge, as a mole, obviously can't see all of this, let alone his face and face are covered with Lynch's wound from his lower body when he suffered this fatal wound just now, a mixture of yellow-brown liquid and fresh blood flowing out. But because he made a big effort this time, he changed his usual liking and appeared a little indifferent. He didn't focus his attention on this disgusting thing. He waited for a while before Leo Cliff did. Holding a spear, he climbed up the river bank along the wooden frame under the bridge and returned to his camp. Contrary to the English, the Viking camp was a dead silence. The ruthless leader of the Vikings, Haravin, looked up. His eyes full of hate and emotion looked at Odger unabashedly, cursing the scheming England people. Author's note: both the Vikings and Britons have recorded that the Viking warrior stood alone on the bridge against the Britons. The difference is that the number of warriors who were hacked to death on Stamford Bridge was 40. There are 80 people. The maximum value is adopted here. The same thing is the same. All the cunning English soldiers got half a barrel, drifted down the river from the upstream to the bridge, and stabbed the Viking warrior with a spear to allow the English to reach the other side through Stamford Bridge. The English militiamen cheered and held up their spears. With horror and admiration, they bypassed the illusion just now, chasing the Vikings who had fled in a hurry. Although the prey is now within reach, the killing needs to be completed quickly, because the Norwegian reinforcements who are guarding the ship are coming to them at full speed. Even though Harold's bridge guard died, it's important that he fought long enough that Tosti and Harold had built shields with the Vikings on the gentle across the river the phalanx. This formation, similar to the Roman shield wall of the English people, if only used for defense, is indeed solid enough to resist the attack of the English people. Harold had to admit that when he himself encountered a tactic similar to England's own favourite, the situation became more difficult. He let the troops repeatedly attack, but he never broke the shield wall. But in fact, the Vikings also have their fatal weaknesses. Many soldiers came to Stamford Bridge but brought one less equipment: chain mail, which has been used since Roman times to the current chain mail. Wearing a helmet when protecting your neck and shield, as long as you have not committed a fatal mistake or were stabbed too badly, you can basically avoid most slash attacks of this era. Swords are like an abyss purgatory. This is an unruly death fight. In addition to the scuffle between sword and axe, as the King of England, Harold also has a small number of archers. The Battle of Stamford Bridge has been launched in all directions from the wooden bridge. From morning to afternoon, including the jungle next to it, the soldiers are everywhere fighting against each other. Arranged in an arrow-shaped pignose array for breaking through the shield wall, Crowhurst's recruits, who constantly patted their shields with their weapons, faced the Vikings, who began to fight trapped beasts and their murderous king flag. Crochishi no longer feels timid. In the end, Harold Hadrad, whose throat was pierced by a cold arrow, disillusioned the throne of England, and the Norwegian king with a long list of titles finally won himself one of the most famous of all his titles, the last Nordic Viking pirate. His death represents the end of the era of Viking invasion. The former Northumbria Earl Tosti continued to lead the Vikings to fight, but the English have gained the upper hand. As his brother, Harold, pierced the sword behind him, the new King of England, Harold, had an amazing victory. He edged his traitor brother and gave it his head. But to the surprise of the English, these Nordics had floated after the leader was killed. But in the Viking middle and senior generals with gems on their foreheads, they chanted, "We would rather corpses in the wilderness." The slogan "Surrender" evoked bloodiness. I will never surrender. Vikings are never slaves. In the final stage of the battle, the Norwegian army guarding the ship came under the leadership of the fiancé of Harold's daughter. Because of the long journey and some Viking warriors voluntarily wearing armor for their deceased teammates, some of the support troops fell and even died due to exertion before reaching the battlefield. These fighters were fully armed and joined the battle. They did briefly block the ferocious momentum of the Anglo-Saxons, but they were quickly defeated because they were outnumbered. At this point, the Norwegian army was completely defeated. The Saxons pursued all the way, and some Norwegians drowned in the river when they fled. The Vikings were almost completely destroyed after the defeat at Stamford Bridge. The 300 warships that came to the end only returned to Norway with 24 ships. Such a fiasco also marked the beginning of the collapse of the Viking forces. Even if King Harold of England, with his brother's head in mind, participated in person, it is difficult to imagine that so many soldiers were killed in such a narrow battlefield. In fact, after 70 years of this campaign, the land here is still white because of the accumulation of bones formed by the corpses of the warriors who failed to absorb the soul. After this battle, the forces have been changing. Harold has lost a lot, and within a week, thousands of English warriors have died. But after all, he has kept his throne and eliminated an opponent who coveted his throne. But there are still some people watching www.mentalnovel.com just a few hundred miles away, northwest of France. 2 days after the Vikings' fiasco, after 7 long weeks of waiting, the Norman flag began to flutter like a north, and the wind direction finally changed. Finally, William murmured with relief, and then he couldn't help smiling, looking at the sky. "Thank you, Lord." The Norman barracks were in full swing. The knights jumped across the horse, the sailors rushed to the mast, and sailed softly. They had been waiting for too long. In the afternoon, the illegitimate granddaughter William took advantage of the high tide, and the remaining 700 soldiers and 14,000 soldiers took advantage of Harold's expedition. The Norman fleet rushed to England's unguarded south bank. At the bow of William's flagship, there is a head portrait of a wooden boy holding a bronze bow and arrow. Now the bow is pointing directly at England. If the Lord and Luck are attached to him, Norman Duke can reach the coast of England early in the morning. The third conquest of England in 1066 is about to begin. Chapter 648 Armand Malfoy. Early in the morning on William's flagship, William's head was covered with a dark blue-brown fudged blanket, sitting on the boat asleep. But frowning, he didn't seem to sleep well. "Your Majesty." One of his men awakened him cautiously. He was so careful not only because he was facing a ruthless king, but also because their helmsman might have made a big mistake, although the poor helmsman is still confused, and does not understand why the hard-working self is facing such a situation now. In fact, no one can explain what happened. William lifted the blanket over his head. He stood up and looked around for a while. His face showed doubt and consternation, and he opened his mouth in surprise. You know, he has been trapped in his own territory for 2 months, and now he has finally gone to sea. But he never dreamed that he would encounter such a situation. Now only the vast sea left where he was, this solitary ship. He stood up and looked around, looking for his fleet. "Where are they?" "Your Majesty." In the early hours of the morning, a thick fog suddenly popped up. You know, this is very common near England. Although there is no way to see the surrounding scene clearly, we can still see the shadow of our fleet and their voices. I thought that after the fog had dispersed, we could get in touch with other fleets and regroup. After all, we did not dare to set sail at random in the dense fog. I did not expect that when the fog dispersed, the fleet that should have been around just now, it was all gone, and only one of us was left. "Your Majesty." William had raised his hand and stopped him before the guard's words were spoken. "You, take a look at the mast," William ordered quietly. In fact, he knew clearly that even if he did so, it would be difficult to find the trace of the fleet. After all, everything he saw was blue water, and there was no shadow of the ship. Obviously, his flagship drifted away from the fleet in the strait. The guard walked back from the mast with a frustrated face, and William could see without asking, and he found nothing. But with his deep wits, he pretended not to be impressed and enjoyed breakfast accompanied by fine wine. But his heart was full of anxiety and food. He invested a lot of time and money in this year to build up his convoy fleet. But now the fleet is nowhere to be seen. In the face of a sluggish military aircraft and a dangerous storm, William takes a huge risk in the volatile autumn. Sailing in the wind and low visibility, even if a part of the ship is lost, he can accept it. But now, except for the ship where he is, all other ships have disappeared. Pushing the empty plate in front of him, William, who had used breakfast, stood up and walked to the fence beside the boat, holding the railing with both hands to look at the sea. His heart was full of anxiety and anxiety. "You don't have to be so anxious." A voice suddenly appeared from behind him, and William turned sharply to look behind him, and saw a strangely dressed teenager coming out of the boat's shadow, holding in his hand a staff with a skull of a beast never seen before. William's heart suddenly mentioned the extreme point. This person is not a good person in front of him, and he can suddenly appear on his boat. He must be a wizard. He immediately called his men around him and yelled, "Catch him!" At the same time, his hand was vigilantly held on the sword handle of his waist. However, the people around him didn't seem to hear his calls, nor could they see them. As if nothing strange had happened on the ship, they were still working on their own. William was shocked and secretly not good. He immediately grabbed his cross and shouted, "Come to Lao Tzu. You don't have to be so alarmed, I'm not malicious to you." Alan smiled and appeased, but his smile seemed to pierce the other person's nerves, and the alert William stepped on his own as Alan approached. The knight's sword was pulled from his waist and pointed at Alan. William forced him to calm down and defeat the evil wizard in front of him. After all, he was also a knight who had been practicing martial arts for many years. Suddenly, the hilt was still in William's hands, but the blade was transformed into a long giant python with iron scales like a snake. He turned around and quickly wrapped William, binding him firmly together. No matter how struggling he is on the chair, he can't break free. William, who had never seen such a strange situation, prayed to the gods he believed in. At the same time, he tried again to command the men loudly, trying to wake them up, "Hurry up and grab him." No matter how William ordered the intimidation, the men around him remained motionless. And at this moment, as the phantom shift caused black smoke, a light-haired middle-aged wizard appeared out of thin air, and he understood it just after seeing the scene in front of him. A bold boy. "Do you know that Lord William is supported by our Malfoy family? I am and wants you to pay for your arrogance." With that said, Armand Malfoy raised the staff to Alan, but then his staff automatically lifted his hand and suspended in the air, automatically burning from the tip of the wand in front of him, and finally turned into ashes. This made this man who wanted to show his hand in front of the Duke of Moles deliberately speak some scenes, and then taught Malfoy, the boy who knew nothing about him, just like his descendants. His expression was like Draco's. The Grade was as horrified when he saw Voldemort's figure. He screamed and ran back, only to find that he was staying on the ship now, and he couldn't do the Phantom without a wand. So after thinking about it, this Malfoy just let himself kneel down to show his surrender. Alan looked at the Malfoy ancestor with great interest. The reason why William didn't summon the wizard to appear before the storm was that William thought it was just a natural disaster, and he didn't want to expose him as a pious person in front of the world. Christians. There is the fact that they have raised Wizard Saldorf. William actually asked the wizards in private when he was trapped by the north wind of the English Channel. It is obvious that wizards who can control the weather on a large scale like Alan are not. At least William can afford it. The information about the Malfoy family in his mind flashed through Alan's mind. The surname Malfoy originated in ancient French and meant to speak without faith. Like many ancestors of the British pureblood family, the wizard Armand Malfoy followed William, Duke of Normandy, to Britain as part of the Norman army that invaded England. The Malfoy family has been using magic to deal with William for some unknown grey matters, so he obtained the Golden Land in Wiltshire, which was looted from the original Anglo-Saxons after their victory. The descendants of the Malfoy family have lived there for 10 consecutive centuries, and the ancestor of this old and cunning ancestor, Amanda, included many characteristics of the Malfoy family, as their unseemly surname implies. The Malfoy family has a reputation for cunningness, and it does not forget to draw power and wealth everywhere. Although they support pure blood theory and firmly believe that wizards are superior to muggles, They will please muls as long as their interests drive them. As a result, they became one of the richest wizarding families in Britain, and in the era of Alan, there have been rumors for many years that the Malfoy family successfully entered the mole currency and assets. In the days that followed, they expanded themselves by annexing nearby mole land, and collected more and more mole treasures and works of art through the Bagmole royal family. The Malfoy family has clear boundaries between poor moles and dignitaries. Until the implementation of the international secrecy law in 1692, the Malfoy family was active in the mole high society. It is said that they strongly opposed the secrecy law to a certain extent, also considering that they must leave this pleasant social life. Although Malfoy's descendants firmly denied it, there was ample evidence that the first Malfoy, named Lucius, had pursued Elizabeth I but was defeated. Some historians asserted that the Queen later refused to marry because Malfoy is cursed. www.mentalnovel.com. For nearly 10 centuries, the Malfoy family has been pursuing a code of conduct for keeping their body safe. As soon as the international secrecy law came into effect, the Malfoy family ceased to deal with the noble mole. They knew that if they continued to object and protest, they would only keep them away from the new core of power, the newly rising Ministry of Magic. Their attitude has changed dramatically in 180 degrees, and they have expressed their support in the same way as those who had supported the secrecy law from the beginning, and quickly cleared out that they had dealt with moles. Even the previous marriage relationship William watched silently as the most powerful of the secretly raised wizards turned out to be unable to fight back in front of the young wizard. Although he didn't know why the other party was not there afterwards, he finally managed. I understand that I really planted this time. Now, can you listen to me quietly? I suggest you don't move better. With Alan's ridicule, the sword python head opened his mouth wide and moved closer to William's face. If you don't want to die in this sea like the soldiers before you. Alan leaned his head. Yes, the storm you encountered before was created and controlled by me. Author's note: I have used some information on the Malfoy family's official website, but I have written more free words beyond 2000. Chapter 649. Illiterate sincerely thank the leader for listening to the falling leaves. Hearing Alan's speech, William instantly understood that the other party knew his thoughts, and before that he thought it was a natural punishment. He could not be spared, and then shouted at the wizard who thought it was Harold. Harold's evil wizard. That's why you and I were separated from the fleet. The one who will be punished for your crimes. Harold's wizard. Alan walked up to William and looked down at him predominantly. You misunderstood. The kings of the Wessex kingdom have always been very religious. Lord Duke, you read different. Don't worry about anger and despair. If it is not the storm that I am blowing, you will meet Harold, who hasn't lost a bit as soon as you go ashore. You know, Harold built in the south. The defense is waiting for you. He is waiting for work, and you are working hard. In this case, I think you will lose more than 300 ships. William pursed his lips tightly, as if he could resist the other's interpretation of his own soul. Alan chuckled and shook his head to continue. Tell you a piece of good news that you may not be clear about. Although Harold has won the Vikings, but the loss is quite serious. He is still resting in Yorkshire. Feeling the fanatical joy rising in William's heart, Alan added, not only that, you know that the coast is not fortified, but you probably don't know that there is no decent defence force in the entire south of England. Harold and I hope that you will not cross the sea to attack during the harvest time of the season. In order to deal with those Vikings, they have brought the power they can bring. If you can board the British, at least the entire south can be considered at your fingertips. If you have a way to let Harold know of the news of your landing, if you don't rush to the south and fight against you in the field without the rest of the troops, I personally think that you want to defeat the British by virtue of your Norman forces and tactics. The chance of relying on the shield wall tactics left over by Rome is still great. But the premise of all this is that Lao Tzu can land in England now, right? William suppressed the joy of knowing the news from Alan's mouth. He knew that the wizard in front of him didn't sound like Harold, so do this he must have something to ask. The illegitimate son looked at Alan's young face, and then seemed to wake up to something. Although he had a more ambiguous attitude towards the wizard, as a self-confessed person, it was still pious. The prince, the illegitimate son, as his own bottom line. He yelled at Alan, "Don't think Closey as a devout believer will promise you what conditions the evil wizard will have. Your Excellency, your imagination is very rich. But I will not let you contribute to the girls, and then take a bath with their blood to stay young forever. The reason why I look so young now is because I am so young." Alan glanced a little speechlessly at William, who was both joyful and worried. He felt that the illegitimate duke had read more legendary stories. He continued angrily, "As long as you sign a contract with me, I can send you go back to your fleet, you see. Did you also reach an agreement with many wizards for them to serve you? I think this is not really difficult for you. Losey will not reach any agreement with the wizard. What is the content of your contract? If it is evil, don't say it." William continued to roar with a lot of saliva. The other party's blatant, inconsistent and roaring way of speaking made Alan a little stunned, only to realize that the other party actually already had a deal, and didn't want to talk too much to this spitting, somewhat sloppy duke. Foreshadowing, Alan said the conditions directly. "A magic contract that says you need to admit that I own a large area of desolate land that I designate Eldorf. It actually belongs to Scotland now. As long as you the heirs of the throne, this is not just your descendants. As long as heirs who have inherited your throne in a legal name need to recognize this, otherwise they will be severely cursed and punished. Of course, and I will guarantee send you back safely to the fleet and land safely to England." A Mull expulsion spell was cast near Hogwarts, so Mulls cannot see Hogwarts. Even if Mulls reach the gate of Hogwarts, they will only see the ruined ruins above. There is a don't enter sign. Mull's electronic instruments and equipment including computers, TVs, radios, mobile phones, walkie-talkies, etc. cannot be used near Hogwarts, because the air is filled with a strong magic magnetic field, which will not be modified by the wizard. There has been strong interference from electronic devices other than wizard radios or wizard TVs. Alan wanted a large area of land in and around Hogwarts. Although moles could not be found anywhere, moles hadn't been developed for nearly 1,000 years. The mantra is not very safe, and many wizards were in contact with the royal family before the secrecy law came into effect. This is the last prediction that Rowena Ravenclaw made, and it is the hero she wants Alan to build for them. A little responsibility for Gwartzaldorf. In fact, she did not care too much about the college itself, but she at least cared about Helga Hufflepuff's wishes. The power of magic. Hearing the word magic, William's first reaction in his heart was to refuse, and he was absolutely unable to sign a contract with the wizard in front of him. Alan's fingers moved, and the serpent letter of the bladed python was gently rubbed on his face, and William was all excited. Ascending from the Duke's throne to the throne above the kingship, the sight of the rich land of England came back to his heart. If the war between heaven and man in William's heart does not allow the wizard who is like a devil to stir people's hearts, he and his men may remain in this sea forever. The attraction of the throne to him, the handy coast, and the near the threat of death in the immediate vicinity. He seemed to feel the cold breath of the python on his cheeks. Under the temptation of life threats and power, he kept praying in his heart for what he believed with the protection of the gods. William's fist was clenched on his side, although being despised by the other party made William, who had absolute authority in Normandy, very uncomfortable, because he might have to draw out a large piece even if he does not belong to him now. It's a pity to land, but obviously in the case of the wizards he raised, it is obviously possible that they are not opponents of the other party together. www.mentalnovel.com. After he calmly pondered for a while, how to choose was naturally clear. It seems that you have made a decision. Alan took out a piece of parchment paper and suspended it in midair, and let a quill pen begin to write in Latin. And it was as precious as William was familiar with. Like the decorative manuscripts for special religious purposes, the Latin on parchment also began to show decorative initials and painted decorative borders. Show the contract to the labor and management. William frowned, looking like a lion about to get angry. The contract in Alan's hand flew to his hand. William's eyes, as sharp as a vulture, stared at the contract in his hand for a long time. For a long time, Alan, who was looking at Amand Malfoy with great interest, suddenly turned his head to look at William. At this time, William is still in a serious look, like he is reading the terms, but through the delicacy and recalling the contents of the history text, Alan was shocked that the Norman Duke William actually had very serious dyslexia and was outright illiterate. He could not understand the words on the paper. Malign's fattest triangle panties. Him an illiterate and pretending to look at the contract so arrogantly. Alan finally couldn't bear to bark back at the other party, and his mouth was sprayed with William's face. Chapter 650 Devil's Contract. Sincerely thank the leader. To listen to the falling leaves, William wiped the saliva on his face with his big hand, pointed a word on it with his finger, and said with confidence, I still know a few words. Look at me. For the sake of the Lord, which literacy do you want him to read to you? Alan took a deep breath and calmed himself down to suggest to the other party. In fact, no one but Amand Malfoy, the wizard, was estimated to have time to study and read. Sorcerer, I need the help of the kneeling man over there. Here is Sir Malfoy literacy. William turned his head to the only Amand Malfoy on board who could hear and see their situation. Although the other person's current posture gave birth to the bastard. The Duke was very disdainful. It's incumbent, Lord Duke. Amand Malfoy glanced at Alan quietly to see that he ignored the movements and conversations between them, and he settled down and walked to William. Malfoy took over the contract in William's hands, first glanced at the content on the side of the contract paper, and then seemed to be relieved, slowly using a noble tone, just like chanting poetry. Put the contract on the paper. The content was read to William. Hearing what Malfoy was saying, William was relieved. If he only exchanged a large area of barren land that did not belong to him in exchange for his fleet and victory, such conditions would be acceptable. William nodded involuntarily, but then his inner greed let him live again. After realizing Alan's attempt, the Duke of Normandy understood the witch's mind in front of him. As long as he was not too excessive, he would not have thought the scourge of death. No, you want to exchange such a large area of land by sending Lao Tzu to the place where I should have landed and some news that I can get after landing. You have paid too little. You have to help me on the battlefield. After killing Harold, I will admit the ownership of the land you want, as long as you help me kill Harold, Master Duke. You, Amand Malfoy immediately couldn't help but want to admonish the Duke, but was interrupted by the opponent's next wave. Malfoy felt like he was going crazy. His supporter, the Duke of Normandy, was so bold that he didn't immediately agree to the wizard's request to dare to talk to him about the conditions. And just now, the wizard confirmed that Harold did not have a wizard in his possession. This kind of task could have been completed after the other party left, so that the William would hand it over to himself to earn this credit. Oh, that's a bit unfair, but I promised you well today if I'm in a good mood. If you can't solve your opponents in a stalemate on the battlefield, he'll help you out. Alan raised his eyebrows and looked at him. This Duke who dared to ask himself at this time. He then recruited a sharp arrow from a quiver under William, and engraved omniscience mark on it. If your own army is incompetent, I will use this arrow to solve Harold. Then, the contract that was in Malfoy's hands flew back to Alan. He added this condition with a quill on the back and returned them to Malfoy's hand. You finally let your men confirm. Let me give you a piece of advice. My patience is limited. Malfoy nodded somewhat to Alan, and read it out as if it were the newly added clause written in Latin on the contract paper. The text he recognized, but the border on the contract paper and the mysterious stripes, the pattern was nothing more than a decoration in his eyes, so he didn't even notice that the stripes had changed from the first time he read them, and he ignored them. In the end, the paper contract and a quill flew to William, who nodded his confirmation. The python loosened his coiled body and allowed William's hands to break free. William's hand was slack and loose, slack and squeeze. Large drops of sweat dripped from his forehead, and finally he extended his hand and grabbed the quill pen on this contract with a mysterious special pattern signed his full name. This is the only text he can make sure he won't misspell, so he spent a lot of time practicing. After signing, the contract automatically flew back to Alan. The young wizard looked at the signature on the contract, nodded with satisfaction, and then signed his full name, and then put it in his raven purse. At the moment when Alan signed, the power of the contract made William understand all the hidden terms of Alan on this contract paper. His slightly doubtful face became very frightened and ugly, feeling he was being teased. There was anger burning in his eyes and his lips squeezed tightly. He wanted to swear, but he had to deflate him to his stomach. "This was signed before you made sure. I haven't forced you," Alan explained indifferently. "Next time, you should understand that you don't want to say anything to an opponent you can't fight against. The other party is not a wizard, and Alan does not want to make an unbreakable vow with the other party that can only maintain a generation. He intends to use the devil-esque contract method to make the lawful force ensure that William and his heirs must abide by this rule. And, as let his illiterate dog like this pretend to look at such a half-day contract, wasting time and talking about conditional revenge, Alan finally changed the patterns and decorations slightly and punished them into a special language. Additional terms, as that values laws and contracts. Alan cannot force William to sign the devil contract, otherwise he will not be recognized by the forces of hell. But the evil part of accept lawfulness encouraged this trick. When the Black family acquired those collections, Alan knew that someone in the Black family had stepped on this trap and signed a treaty that sold them without bone residue. "So bye, William." Alan bowed slightly to William and Amand, and then suddenly remembered what it seemed like, and a wave of water suddenly poured the water to pour the Duke and his raised wizard. "You are welcome. Remember to say you came here." The dripping William and Malfoy dared not to speak to the powerful and mysterious Alan. But after the illegitimate son and the other finally stepped into the shadows and left, he glanced at Malfoy, who also became a ruin. Zongman was full of complaints and complaints. He couldn't help complaining. He teasing Lao Tzu. "You didn't tell Lao Tzu about the hidden terms." Lao Tzu was compelled to pay him a duke title and had to admit his independence. Amanda, who lost his mind today. Malfoy was also very angry. How did he know that those special stripes and mysterious border decorations turned out to be hidden contract terms? And at the same time, he was also annoyed by the attitude of the Duke of Mulls, who had always respected himself, even if he was about to become a king. But he was still a Mull. It's just that William's men also kept other wizards, and they were divided into different factions intentionally or unintentionally, and the Malfoy family needed the support of the other party, and could not directly use him. It will soon be noticed by other wizards. Charm of souls. Therefore, although the Mull in front of him was ignorant and disrespectful, he did not respect himself as a wizard, but on the surface he still swallowed his breath for the overall situation, for the future of Malfoy's family. All this is worth it, Armand told himself. Nevertheless, there was some impatience in his voice. He Sheng persuaded, "Master Duke, this is good, at least he is still willing to lie to us, instead of directly and brutally controlling us with a curse. Believe me, this is easier for him like this. I solemnly suggest you, Lord Duke, we better promise him his conditions when he is still willing to talk to us about conditions." William closed his mouth. www.mentalnovel.com. As a Mulduke who had raised many witches, he certainly knew the existence of the spell of soul retribution. In fact, he had so many witches the dissension between them is to avoid being controlled by a greedy wizard. A few minutes later, the python that was entrenched in William finally returned to its original shape, and fell with a jingle on the ship's board. The guards around William looked at them and looked at their leader with concern, and then found their own Lord Sir Malfoy, who had always been mysterious beside him, somehow stood on the deck, and the two of them were as if they were shot by the waves. "What are you looking at?" "Him swimming over." Malfoy was annoyed by the Mull guards, But now he didn't have a wand and he couldn't even clean it up. What do you think? Lao Tzu fished him up. Normandy's Grand Duke William didn't take care of his inquiries. He leaned over to pick up the sword and inserted a sheath to cover his expression. When he stood up again, his fleet suddenly came back, appeared in the eyes of everyone. He frowned, slightly opened his mouth, narrowed his eyes, looked at his fleet that appeared in the morning light, and breathed a sigh of relief. Frightened Lao Tzu